Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Monday, which means one more sleep, as the kids say, one more sleep until Champions League football. Normally it's a good thing, right? Normally you're sitting here going, yeah, Champions League. I'm not sure how many are feeling about tomorrow's Champions League games. Not sure. But one thing is for sure, we are playing Atletico Madrid or Atleti in Madrid. And we are doing so with 12 first-team players either injured or unavailable because they're not registered. And we'll go through that because, again, just awful planning from Tottenham. It's an utter shit show, isn't it? Tim Sherwood on Sky Sports News just said, if they can win it, and then if they can beat Liverpool, imagine the confidence. I hear him. I agree with him. I just can't imagine them winning it. I can't imagine them beating anyone right now. And we're going to have a look at the players that are available. Not many. I've put my 11 down that I have said that I would play. I know this won't be the 11 that plays because this manager likes to play three at the back, which I certainly wouldn't, without having to put people out of position. But we'll go through that. Protest. Nottingham Forest home game. Protest. Stop talking about it online. Get to a protest. Spread the word far and wide. Protest. Does it work? I don't know. I've always been someone that said it doesn't. But right now, I mean, what are the options? Just sit back and watch? Got to try something. Just got this feeling that when I'm there for Nottingham Forest, March 22nd, I believe. Yeah, someone's put March 22nd in the chat. How many be there? 200, 250? Everyone else just walk past for a day out, want their pint, want their burger, not really caring about the club, fine. But I don't know. I've always been skeptical as to whether protests work. I'm guessing the answer is definitely not when they're this small. Can it get bigger into the thousands? I don't know. We'll try. We'll push. Look, we got a few weeks. Well, you know, we've got not this weekend coming, the weekend after. We can push it. We can see if enough people push this, plug this. I sent a note, didn't I? Something like 35 to 40 YouTubers. Only 2 channels message me about anything. None of the bigger channels give a shit. Can we be brutally honest? None of the bigger channels give a shit. They don't care. They don't care. Yeah, they're raking in so much money from their channel. I wish I was, but they're raking in so much money that they don't give a shit. Let's be brutally honest about this. I thought maybe I'd get some WhatsApps about it or so. Nothing. I just don't think anyone cares. I don't think anybody truly cares. If we go down, there are those that think it's a good thing for a reset. There are those that think it's catastrophe. We'll find out. At the moment, I would make us favourites to go down. At the moment. But the moment changes quickly, doesn't it? Football is a very fickle game. Couple of wins changes everything. My worry at the moment, with the way we're playing, how we're set up, with the confidence, with the players, I don't see a win. People call me negative. I just don't. And I don't think anyone could call me negative. We've won 2 in 21 or whatever in the league. We haven't won in 11 in the league. I don't really think many people could call anyone negative at this stage. I just genuinely don't see where the next win's coming from. But we have got the light relief tomorrow of the Champions League. Who would have thought? Right? Who would have thought that the Champions League would become a bit of a respite? But it's only a respite if you don't get battered. I.e., if you go to Atleti tomorrow and you lose 5-0, suddenly that respite turns into confidence going from there to there to there to there. If it's not there already, I've just watched Tim Sherwood, again, talking about what he'd do. I watched a video this morning of Alan Pardew talking about what he would do. And they are all massively aligned. All of these pundits and ex-managers are really aligned that, one, it should not be Tudor. Two, that it is not the stick that's needed, but the arm, i.e. don't beat with the stick, put the arm around the shoulder and have a chat. Now, maybe none of this works. Maybe none of it works. I don't know. I don't know. But we are where we are, right? We are where we are, and we've just got to face it head on. 12 players missing tomorrow. 12. Doesn't leave a lot of room. But, again, I'll say what I said yesterday. For me, I would go back to basics, and I'll show you my team in a minute. I would go back to basics for the rest of the season. I wouldn't worry about all of this three at the back, players out of position at wing back. Sod that. Let's just get people, where possible, in their position. Players right now need to feel comfortable. Yes, they're the ones that got us in this mess, but yes, they're the ones that need to get us out of this mess. Now, Atletico, we know we always have that Wesley guy who comes in here and says Atleti aren't very good, but they score goals for fun. Atleti score goals for fun. Hey, let me just quickly do a super chat because I think there's a message in this. Big up Ryan, who says, big up Savva. Spend this on the wife. My mum passed away 3 weeks ago. And she always said, when you have something and can give, then you should. So get your wife something nice with this. We will go down as a bad thing. Well, look, first and foremost, Ryan, I am not someone that says sorry when someone passes away. And the reason why I don't do that is my parents have both passed, and I don't like it when people say sorry because but what I do know is the fact that you're on here quoting her means that you had a really tight bond with your mum. I don't know if she went suddenly or if it had been coming, but I'll say the same thing I say to everyone who loses a parent. Once you get all of the sadness out your system, you start thinking of all the good things. You start thinking of all the good times. You start thinking of all the times they told you off and you thought it was wrong, but you realize why they did it. You start thinking about all the stuff they gave you, the little things, right? So at the end of the day, you didn't need to do this. It's not nice news. But you know what, Ryan? I know you'll be able to fight it and just make her proud. Do you know what I mean? That's all you can do. And look, it's never nice. It's never nice. I hear you, but my man, look, I don't know if you still got your dad around, but listen, I've lost both, and life goes on, and you have to remember them for the best way you can. Spurs aren't going to make it feel better for you, mate. So you need to find another outlet. Tell you what I would do if I was you, mate, and I don't know if you're already doing it. A couple of times a day, get out, have a 20-minute walk. Don't know if you've got a dog. If 20 minutes a day, get out, have a walk, get some fresh air, walk to a new park, walk to a new, wooded area, just somewhere, nature, be at one, just clear the head. Nothing else matters. None of all this. None of all this, us rowing about football matters. So God bless you. Stay strong. And everyone in this online community wishes you well. All right, buddy. Block that guy's Savva. Which guy? Which guy are we blocking? Who are we blocking, Andy? Who's done what? What am I missing in my chat? I don't know. I can't see anything that I need to block. I can't see anything that I need to block. Let me know if we need to block. We need to block. It's funny. It's funny. Guys, I'll tell you what was funny. During my video yesterday, when my video was premiering, my mate Marios, you've got to love him. Honestly, you've got to love him. The same person going, Tudor shit, Frank shit, Basuma shit, Dragosin shit, Mawani shit. They're all shit. At the end of the video goes, I want Ryan Mason. It's moments like that that make me laugh. It's moments like that. You know, when some of you think I'm harsh, right? When some of you think I'm harsh, that's why, because you can't on one hand give and on the other hand take away. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, right? You can't on one hand go, these people are all shit. Do you know who we need? You know that bloke that just got sacked from West Brom for not winning a game for about 15 or whatever. You've got to love it. And you know why you have to laugh at these things? Can I tell you why? Because if Ryan Mason came in and didn't win for 2 games, he's the sort of young fan who's the first one to go, get him out, get out, Mason. I thought he was right, but he's not. He's not one. We're not playing attacking football. Oh, gosh, Tottenham. They make me laugh and they make me cry. So we have got Atleti tomorrow night. Atleti. Now, Atletico Madrid. Let's see. Wesley, everyone's favourite Wesley, is telling me basically that Atleti are crap. Let's have a look how crap Atleti are, shall we? So Atletico Madrid are 3rd in La Liga, which is where they normally are. And definitely not. Mark, if you want to join. Mark, I know you've just finished, but do you want to join? WhatsApp me if you want to join, my man. WhatsApp me if you want to join and have a football chat. Atletico Madrid are 3rd in La Liga. Let's be brutally honest. If I said to you at the beginning of every season, where are Atleti going to finish this season? Most of you will go 3rd behind Barcelona and Real Madrid. Atleti are currently 3rd at the moment. Let's have a look where they are. Atleti are currently 3rd. Let's have a look at how shit they are, shall we? Let's have a look at how shit they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. In the last 19, they've lost 3. One was Barcelona. Let me check who the other one was. One was in a cup game where they went weak. And who's the third one? And the other one was Betis in the Liga. So they've lost 3 in 19. They keep scoring goals. Don't worry, we've got it. You love rage betting with 97, as if Spurs weren't enough. Yeah, and Andy Lester and Marios love each other. They really do love each other. Hoddle. We want Glenn Hoddle, do we? We want Glenn Hoddle. Let me send this link to see if Mark wants to join. He might not. Look, but what he will be on my show, he won't be half an hour behind the chat like he is on his own show. Can't write it. What's his name? Why can't I find him in my list? There we go. Always love having a chat with Mark. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. I've sent you the link if you fancy it, Mark. If not, then sod ya. Don't worry about it. They leak goals, but they score a lot too. I remember they smashed Real Madrid 5-2 and also 4-0. Listen, I mean, they've got Griezmann, Alvarez, Lookman, and Sorloth. They must be rubbing their hands together, mustn't they? Tottenham Hotspur. Because one thing we can all guarantee, tomorrow will be a different team. Tomorrow will be a different team to what we saw against Palace. Players not allowed to play because they're not registered. Injuries, you know he's going to mix it up. Now, I'm going to show you what I would do. Want to come on? If you're free, let me know if you want to come on. No, I'm going to Forest. I'm going to go to Forest and protest. I'm going to go Forest and protest. Absolutely, I'm going to go to the Forest game and protest. Let me know if you want to come on, Jose. You're more than welcome, my man. Hoddle and Tudor equaled Hodel. Hold the door. Hold the door. Oh, don't. You know what? If I was allowed to bet my mortgage, which I'm not because my wife, it's my wife's mortgage as well, 50%, funnily enough, I would put all my money on Lookman scoring a couple of goals against Spurs over 2 legs. It's just got Lookman written all over it. And just remember, we didn't want him. We didn't want him. We didn't want Akliouche. We don't want any of these people. None of them are good enough for Tottenham. Always remember that. Arsenal for life says, I think Spurs will pull off an upset. Sure. I'm glad you do. I don't see it at all in any way, shape or form. I'm hoping for damage limitation. Yeah. Lookman, not better than the 11 we've got. Remember that. But then again, don't you worry. We had loads of Spurs fans saying Lookman isn't good enough for Tottenham. And always, I'm going to get Perchy made this for me last night, or Chris, one of them made this for me. It was quite funny. Anyone but Frank. It's not me, but it's an AI me, right? Anyone but Frank. I've noticed I've stopped getting as much stick about Frank in the last few weeks since Igor Tudor's been worse. Oh, how we laugh. Right. I'm going to show you. Right. So here's the players that are not available tomorrow. Right. Someone count these. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll count them. How lazy am I? I've got a pad full of useless Spurs information. There's just Spurs information. Just useless. Right. You ready? Right. So Kulu is 1. Madison is 2. Oliver is 3. Kudus is 4. Bergvall is 5. Bentancur is 6. Adogi is 7. Spence is 8. Dragosin is 9. Basuma is 10. Sosa is 11. Missing one. I'm missing one. Who am I missing, guys? Who am I missing? Who else can't play tomorrow? Bergvall, Bentancur. Who else isn't playing tomorrow? Yeah, I mentioned Bergvall. There's 12. There's one more. Anyway, so 12 players are missing tomorrow. Ben Davis is 12. Yes, thank you very much. Ben Davis. So Spurs are missing 12 players for tomorrow. Right. Now, this is what I would do. Purely me. Okay, this is what I would do tomorrow. I would go back to basics and I would look at something like that. That is what I would do. I don't know about you. That's something that's what I would do. I would go back to basics. Get a back 4, get a tight 3-man midfield, and then let Tell and Simmons try and get in and around Richie, who will fight to the death. That is what I would do. We don't have natural wingers, right? I don't want to see wing backs tomorrow because you could shuffle them all across, right, and put Porro at right wing back. But then it means someone like Archie Gray playing at left wing back. And I don't think it's fair on the lad. I would do something like this. I would make it difficult for them to beat. Anyone who thinks that that's Gallagher on the right wing, that's a 4-3-2-1. Gray and Gallagher are not wingers there, my friend. This is a 3-man central midfield. That is what I would do because we don't have wingers at the moment. We don't have wingers. And we know that Atleti play a version of the 4-4-2. They go with 2 up top, but they drop 1 into midfield when they're defending. That is what I would do. Now, other than that, who is available? Well, you've got Mawani, Solanke, and Sarr. They're the only 3 that I can think of. Now, tell me if I'm wrong. They're the only 3 I can think of that I've left out. Sarr, I think, is absolutely horrific as a footballer, if I'm brutally honest. Mawani does not want to be here. Should have had his loan cut short in January. And Solanke looks well off it. Right? So that is what I would do. I don't think he's going to do anything like that. I think he will mess about with it again. Right? And I think we'll start seeing round pegs in square holes. That is what this manager has done to date. Round pegs, square holes. Now, I think he's probably going to do... I don't know. I think he's probably going to do something like this. I think he's probably going to do something like that. I think he's probably going to go something like that. Now, I don't like that because straight away, I think you've got Gray out of position. I think you've got, well, I mean, people saying Solanke offers 10 times more than Richie does. Richie fights. Richie's got more goals. He fights. Listen, I don't rate either of them. I don't want either of them at my football club. I'll be brutally honest. I don't want either of them. Listen, that's where we're at, right? I don't want Solankes and Richarlisons at my football club. But hey ho, that's where we are. My worry with this sort of formation is we get outnumbered in the midfield way too easily. That's my worry. So I would go back to the 4-3-2-1. Problem is, again, we don't have wingers. Not one player on this pitch is an actual winger. I don't think is a winger. I think he's an inside forward, if anything. Again, if he is a winger, he's a really bad one. He's not really got anything. Look, I'll be honest. I don't really care. I think they're all as bad as each other, to be honest with you. At the moment, I don't think it really matters. I hear it must be Richie over Solanke. It must be Solanke over Richie. Does it really make a difference? Does it? Has it? I hear it's got to be this guy in midfield. Does it? Has any of it made a difference at all? Has it? Nah. We can all do that game. Oh, it's got to be Sarr in midfield over Gallagher. Or it's got to be Paulinho over Sarr. Has any of it really made a difference? At this stage, it's just one big, giant mess, isn't it? One big, giant mess. And it's away to Atleti. And Reece, I think that's kind of where I am, mate, which is why I'm not upset about it. This is kind of where I am. And again, this is what happens, Reece. I don't want to bore. It's what I've said a million times. When you have shit transfer windows and you don't buy in the positions you need, this is what you get. When you don't buy ball-playing midfielders, when you don't buy wingers, when you don't buy fullbacks, right? When you don't buy what you need, these are the problems that you find yourself in. You find yourself saying, oh, let's take Mickey van der Ven out of centre-half to put him left-back because we've got no left-backs in the club. Right? So, I don't know. Look, Mark, welcome to the show, mate. How are you?
Hello, mate. Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for having me on, mate. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I was just, not that I really I'll be honest, Mark, not that I really give a shit what formation is played tomorrow. I don't think it's good enough either way. But we were just looking at a couple of options. And I didn't go with this, by the way. Hang on. I didn't go with this. I went with, I would go back to basics, mate. Tomorrow, I would go back to, I would look at something like that, Mark. And the only reason I would do that is to try and get as many players in their natural position as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? In that team, you could say, all right, Tell is he and Mickey isn't a left back as such, but he has played there for Holland.
Yeah.
But I hate all this wing backs with people playing wing back that aren't wing backs. And well, does it even matter at this stage, Mark? Does it matter what we do, or is it so bad?
I think you're right, exactly what you say tomorrow, Sav. He's got to get back to, or he's got to get to, not get back, get to, putting as many players in their, what's the word? Best positions, I suppose. Their natural positions. You know what I mean? Like you say, Tell and Gray are the only ones. The only thing that I really do like about that, Sav, is we know Mickey gets on his bike now and again. And with Gray in front of him, you know that Gray can drop in if Mickey does happen to go speeding off down the line. Do you know what I mean? Trying to get a ball over, because we've been losing that. So Gray, where he's been playing left back and here and there and everywhere, would naturally be able to drop in. And if Van der Ven did get on his bike, there's not such a massive thing for him to get back as such. Do you know what I mean? Sav?
Yeah, but we know he's probably going to do something more like that.
Yeah, he will. I would imagine.
Can I be honest with you, Mark? Can I be honest with you? I don't. Can I be honest? Please let me be honest. By the way, please can somebody stick the 2 Mark Show link in the chat? How many away from 1,000 are you, Mark?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
31.
Oh, fucking hell. Right. Somebody get the link in. Somebody get the link in and let's get these guys over 1,000. We're not going to end the show until we do. I'll tell you what, I can do it. How lazy am I? Hang on. If someone in my chat could do it, it'd be a lot easier for me. Can someone please put the link in? It might be there. If this is the link, please, 31 of you. Mark, let me know when you get to over 31. Come on, guys.
Sure, man.
I mean, the thing for me, Mark, is the wing-back formation. I've seen a lot of fans crying out for it this year.
Yeah.
But I'm only a fan of the wing-back formation, Mark, when it is specifically built. And what I mean by that is when a team has been put together with that in mind.
Yeah.
Actual wing-backs that are wing-backs. Actual centre-halves that play in a back three. And we've not built for that. So people go, oh, I like this team and we could do... But we don't naturally play like that. And it shows because when we play the back three, our back three looks all at sea. The wing backs don't offer you anything offer you nothing going forwards. And the midfield always looks like it's being overrun with 2 in there. So for me, I'm not a big fan of it. Where are you with the old back three formation?
Listen, I think at the moment that what you picked, the 4-2-3-1, I think that is us at the moment. We've bought so many players for so many different managers over the years. I just don't. It's not like a team that's been assembled, is it? It's like the way they're playing at the moment. It almost reminds me of they're individuals, but they're not even showing their individual talent. And then on top of that, Sav, they're not playing as a team. And if you're not playing as a team, you're not going to get anywhere, mate, are you? You know that as well as I do. And I think we're just so far away from that at the moment for reasons that's not just to do with the football, that's to do with the whole thing that's going on at the club at the moment, mate. And listen, the way that I sort of said it was, Sav, I feel like Tudor, and please disagree with me if you think it's different. I almost feel like, okay, yep, Igor, you're the manager. There you go, mate. Dink right into the middle of it. And then he sort of got a week in and thought, oh, I could be struggling here. Then got beat by Arsenal. Then he's had a bit more training and a bit more. And every press conference from me he just looks a bit more lost. And it's almost like trying all these things, Sav, because he just doesn't know what to do.
Mate, and I think the difficulty is, and this is where I think the difficulty with people like this that don't understand, right? When we're saying Tudor coaches a back three, yeah, but Spurs don't play a back three. This guy's job isn't to implement a system. This guy's job is to keep Tottenham in the Premier League. We've not hired him, Mark, for 5 years to implement a system moving forward. He's been brought in to win games right now.
Yeah.
And we're playing the wing-back system without wing-backs, right? So straight away, that's like playing, do you know what I mean? You wouldn't play 4-4-2 if you don't have fullbacks.
Of course.
Right? You wouldn't play 2 strikers if you don't have 2 strikers. So this is the problem, right? This is my problem with whoever came in, by the way. This isn't, again, Mark, I've done a very good job, I think, Mark, I've not had to give my opinion on Tudor for a month. I said after Frank went, let the club do what they want. I don't care, right? Because I think they've messed up so bad for so many years that I don't think it matters, right? Right, Matt, just quickly, Matt, I'm going to block you if you keep doing it. I've noticed, Matt, I could say anything, you go against it. I could tell you my wife's real name, you would tell me I'm wrong, right? Matt, here's a question for you because you won't be able to get you won't be able to win this one. Name me a time Spurs have won a game this season playing a back three. Mark, there's a question for you as well. Name me a game this season Spurs have won playing a back three. Do you know the answer?
0.
Right? This is the point, right? sorry, people like Matt, Mark, whatever I say, I could literally say that's a Nike tick and he'd find a way to tell you it's Adidas. Like he's one of those arses. It's just what he does, right? But the back three, it didn't work. I didn't think it worked when Frank did it, and I didn't want Frank to play it. I don't think it's working now. We look all at sea. And I think if you're going to play a back three, the way AC Milan play it, Inter play it, a lot of the Italian clubs adopt the back three. They play at a slower pace. They're more organised. It's methodical. I get it. Yeah. Xavi Alonso played a really good three at the back for Leverkusen when he won the league. Problem is, I don't think fans understand. You can't just come into a football club and implement a 3-4-3 overnight. Like that, if the players aren't used to it, it doesn't work. And everyone needs to know their position. And especially, Mark, when it's a different back three every week and a different two wing backs and a different two centre mids and a different striker. I just don't think it works. I'm so sorry. I don't think it works now.
No.
Sorry, last thing I'll say, Mark, I'll caveat this. I'm not against 3-4-3 per se. So if Spurs hired a manager in the summer who was a back three specialist, like a Glasner, fine. Let them work on it over a summer. Do you know what I mean? Let them work on it. So I don't know. I don't like this three at the back, I'll be honest. So that's where I'm at with it. But
and I think the other problem is, Sav, as well, is that, we're sitting here trying to work out what he can do or what he's going to do. The options are there. And like you say, there's, 14 fit first team players as such, right? He's only got so much to work with. And in that instance, like you said earlier, instead of trying to adopt something different or trying to make something work, that the possibilities of it working are very slim, go back to basics. Just go back to basics and play people in their natural positions. And like I said in mine earlier, if you've got 8 out of 11 that are in their right holes, and then you've got a fiddle that if that's what it is, that's what it is. But, basics is important at the moment. And I think that that's where he's got to go with it, mate. That's where I am with it. And I think if he doesn't do it in the next 2 games, Sav, he'll be gone.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
If they've got anything about them anyway.
We can't, we can't be too surprised. I genuinely can't be too surprised as to what's happening, because I'm somebody that's berated the transfer windows. And the problem is, if you keep buying without addressing issues in the squad, without plugging the gaps, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And in the summer, we all looked and went, we don't really have any proper fullbacks. Like, let's be brutally honest about this, Mark. Porro isn't a proper right back.
No.
Right? Udogie isn't a proper left back. They're actually wing backs, which is weird because when we do play the wing backs, we don't seem to play Porro as the wing back. But anyway, we didn't buy proper fullbacks. We haven't bought a ball playing midfielder for about 5 years. Right? We haven't bought out and out proper wingers other than Kudus. Right? We've not bought playmakers. We've not bought goal scorers. Like, when you do this window after window after window, I think fans can bury their head in the sand that we're doing okay. But it's coming back to roost, Mark. And this isn't hindsight. This is what I said all summer. This is a shit summer. Then Stel called it right yesterday. He said the January window was just the confirmation that they don't have a plan, because in the summer, people said, oh, you can't do everything in one window.
Yeah.
And then when we got to January, all they did was replace Bentancur. They didn't, there was no left winger, no ball playing midfielder, Brennan Johnson not replaced. We kind of deserve this. Not us, not fans, Mark, but the club deserve what they've got, right?
Listen, they've left themselves, who said it earlier? It's like having a boat with no paddle, or the paddle's breaking. Do you know what I mean? And look, I totally agree with you. They've bought it all on themselves. Unfortunately, we've seen it over a number of years now. And let's just talk about this squad for a minute, right? When you look at this squad now, if you go all the way back to when, and I don't want to, I'm just giving the facts.
Yeah,
right?
Go for it.
When Ange won his first 10 games and we was top of the league, yeah, and we finished 5th that season in the end, yeah. But from shortly after that 10-game period, you saw it start going.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't know it was going to get to this, right? But if you look back on it, yeah, over the last 2.5 or so seasons, whatever it is, right, it has been shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Would you like to see how shocking, Mark? Because I've got visual proof.
Oh, we've probably lost about how many games in 2 years so far?
Look at this.
Too many.
This
30.
is Spurs. This is Spurs in the Premier League era, right? This is points per game for every season.
Wow.
Have a look at the worst 2 seasons in the Premier League era. Which are they?
Yeah.
These last 2.
If I can see, 93, 94, and the current season. And last season and this current season, yeah.
Yeah, last season, this season are the worst 2 points per game in the Premier League era. Yeah. Right? So it doesn't matter how many people want to blame this man, that man, this man, that man. The club is a shambolic mess. Yeah. Right? The players aren't good enough. I don't care. I've said this for a long time. I don't care how much people want to back X, Y, Z player. As a collective, the players aren't good enough. You don't finish 17th and wherever we're going to finish this season 2 years in a row, if as a collective you've got anything about you. That doesn't mean there's not 3 or 4 from our squad would be good in other teams. Of course there would be. But as a collective, this has been put together horribly, Mark. Horribly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everyone pretended. Didn't in the summer, Mark, I'm sorry. In the summer, great summer. This is good. I'm like, how? Like, what are people seeing? When I feel like I'm looking at it quite sensibly and going, okay, is this a good window? Well, there was no left winger bought.
Yeah.
X, right? Well, they've bought one playmaker instead of X, cross. They've not bought a ball player midfielder. X, right? They've not bought a right back or a left back or a new goalkeeper. X. I'm looking through it all going, what have they actually done in this window? And what they actually done in the window was go, oh, shit. Madison's got an ACL. Oh, panic. Simmons, come in. Now, this isn't about Simmons, by the way, but it was about panic, right? Oh, shit. Solanke's out for 6 months. Shit. Panic. Mawani, who don't want to be here, right? The only 2 that I think they got right, and even then it frustrated me, was Paulinho, but on a loan. And you're saying, well, how are you planning if you're buying somebody in for your first team on a loan for a year? Like, surely you're not long-term planning. The only one where I felt, right, that solves a problem, that's really good for the long term, was Mohamed Kudus. Yeah. So I look at that window, Mark, and go, this is shit. Like, what are we doing? This is nonsense. And as the season's gone on, people are now starting to see, shit, where's the fullbacks? Well, we didn't buy any.
Where's the wingers?
Why can't we control games of football? Well, we didn't buy a ball playing midfielder. This isn't rocket science. Shit, why are we poor in attack? Well, we didn't buy a left winger to replace Son. Well, the striker you bought in didn't want to be here. He'd already rejected us once. You bought him in on loan. He don't want to be here. He's here because his move to Juve fell through. For me, these things, Mark, are things that everyday fans like me and you could sit down around a table in a summer and go, right, can we address the basics?
Yeah.
Could we buy a left winger? Could we buy a midfielder that controls that? Nope. Spurs have not done it for years, and we all buried our heads in the sand.
Yeah.
Great summer.
Yeah. Listen, we did, mate. And it is very frustrating. And, you know, I was one of them that after Levy went, I said, right, I'll give them 2 transfer windows. You know, let's see what they're all about. And they done the usual, made the promises. And they're not forthcoming, are they, at the end of the day? And I think it's an absolute disgrace in January. As usual, whether you rated him or whether you didn't, they used Thomas Frank as a shield to get through the window. They got rid of Johnson, didn't get another winger. Kudos then went injured, and then we ain't got a winger. They bought Gallagher in, which to me, right, is a fair signing, but they've done it in the wrong order, if that makes sense. They didn't go and get the ball-playing midfield player, and then you get Gallagher, and you think, oh, right.
But you know why, Mark? You know why, Mark? Those types of ball-playing midfielders that control games are like gold dust.
Yeah.
Right? You're not getting one of them in January. That's the problem. What team in the Premier? What team is going to turn around and go, we're going to let go on like Angelo Stiller does that job for Stuttgart, for example.
Yeah.
Right. They're not going to turn around in a January and go, yeah, go on, let's lose our main man. Maybe in the summer they go, right, okay, we got time now to fill that void. But this is the point of when people say, don't worry, we'll do it in the next window, the next window, the next window. The summer is when you do this.
Yeah.
And for me, whether people like Gallagher or not, Gallagher was to replace Bentancur. Let's be brutally honest. That signing would not have happened, right? That summer would not have happened, signing, if Bentancur hadn't gone down injured, right? So I've got a feeling this was another signing, Gallagher, where they actually probably wanted it in the summer, but fast-tracked it because of an injury. The same way they tried to do it with Andy Robertson.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the difference. Because I've got no problem with a Gallagher being in the team, but that doesn't mean you don't need to buy a ball playing midfielder to play with a Gallagher, with a Simmons, with a Paulinho. So the difficulty is if you don't bring in a ball playing midfielder, I've beat this drum. I feel like I'm so bored of hearing myself say it, Mark. Until this squad, whoever the manager is, buys a midfielder that can control a game of football, I don't think anything changes. I see so many fans going, if this midfield two play, Graham, Bergvall, if Bentancur and Paulinho, if Basuma and Gallagher, it doesn't matter. Not one of them is a ball-playing midfielder, Mark. Not one of them gets their foot on the ball and dictates. And if anyone wants to know what I mean by this, go and watch Juventus. Go and watch Juventus. Watch a guy called Locatelli and watch how everything Juventus do, everything, Mark, goes through Locatelli. Everything.
But our fans didn't want him in the summer, like in the windows, mate. The windows, we've been linked to him before.
Yeah.
And the amount of fans that said, no, he's not good enough for us.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they did as well, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'd have took Locatelli. What was he? They were talking about 25 million quid or something like that.
No money at the time.
Do you know what I mean? It's just a no-brainer, isn't it? I just don't get it, mate. I don't get it.
We wouldn't be in this position if we had signed Locatelli 2 years ago. But we signed Bergvall and Gray in that window. We didn't sign a senior pro that can control the game's football. The other night was a perfect example, Mark. Right? Look at Crystal Palace. Everything went through Adam Wharton.
Yep.
Didn't it? Every player who got the ball went, cool, let me give it to Adam Wharton in central midfield. And look at the way he picked the passes. Right? Right, and please, Matt, just stop doing this. Archie Gray is not the answer to our ball-playing midfielder. Stop this. Just, Matt, please stop doing this. Gray might be that in the future, but right now, this is not the answer. Spurs need in this summer, if we stay up, to go and buy a ball-playing midfielder. I'm so frustrated how this has just been there and so obvious, Mark.
In not just that position, but like you say, Sav, the left wing problem. You know, if you did or you didn't rate Brennan Johnson, they sold him. Yeah, kudos was there at the time, but normally when you would sell someone in a position, what Spurs have done is they've thought, well, we've got kudos. He's our main man now. That'll do. That's fine. We can get rid of Brennan Johnson because, you know, he's very rarely going to play or whatever. He'll get a few sub appearances. But then didn't replace him leaving and bought Gallagher instead, which again, you know, I don't feel is a bad signing. Done it in the wrong order, yeah. But, you know, it's proving when Gallagher hasn't got the players around him, yeah, he can't go and do his job, Sav. This is the problem, you see. They're playing...
Same with Xavi.
Yeah.
Mate, same with Kudus. Can we apply your rule, Mark, to all players, right? You've got to surround players with other players who complement them.
Yes,
right?
agreed.
Zubimendi and Rice complement each other perfectly. Zubimendi's more of he's going to stay where he is, try and get on the ball, pass move. Declan Rice is your all-action midfielder that can do it all. And then they allow, whether it's Odegaard or Eze, to go and be the creative force and get on the football. Spurs put midfield threes together of players that just don't complement each other. And then we sit there and go, they're all shit. Well, yeah, of course they're shit. If you put three hard-working midfielders in a midfield together, then you haven't got one who can control the game. You haven't got one who's attacking. You haven't got one that can pass the ball. So, and that's what we're going to have tomorrow. Whether it's Gallagher and Gray, whether it's Gallagher and Paulinho, whether it's all three of them, none of them put their foot on the ball. None of them control the game. It will be hard-working. Right?
Very, very hard working it's going to be, because there is nothing else, is there, Sav? Unfortunately, for him tomorrow, that there is nothing else. His only outlet tomorrow, if they can get him on the ball, is Xavi. It is your creative player in the team. That is it. So whatever we do, we'll have to go more than likely through him if we're going to get anywhere, apart from obviously set pieces, corners, all that type of thing.
Oh, you look at it, Mark, right? You look how our fans moaned about Kudus, right? When Kudus was fit. First point I'll make is, God, what we wouldn't do to have that boy available on our right wing at the moment, right? But what Kudus did, which again, a lot of fans completely overlook because they're missing the jigsaw piece. Kudus gets the ball, doesn't give it away. He takes you up the pitch. He holds on to it. He draws fouls. He encourages others to come and join in. What did we do? We called him greedy, right? Now you look, there isn't a single player that can get you up that pitch and hold you up there. There isn't a single player that gets that ball, right, and says, you know what, I'll hold on to it. You come and join me. But what we did was we all went, oh, he's greedy. He doesn't pass. Sure. Why not put him around technical players and see how that changes?
Yeah. It's true.
And this is the problem. This is the problem. And I'm sorry, when are we seeing this technical ability from I just don't get this. Listen, you need to hold. I'm going to call you out, Matt. You need to hold this. Fans like you that said the summer window was great, right, are now coming around to, oh, but we didn't buy this, we didn't buy that, we didn't buy that. Yeah, funny that. Funny how you berated me show after show after show. You came on my show going, I schooled you. Now you're saying the exact same thing I said in the summer. Funny that, isn't it, Matt? Why? Because, again, you want to be an arse, right? Archie Gray, for me, I think he played well against Palace. I'm not sure. I thought he played well as anyone can play in a result like that. But to see the best of Archie Gray, to see the best of Gallagher, to see the best of any of these players, we need a settled formation where these players play the way they play. Stop asking these players to play how they don't play.
Agreed.
And that's what I'm hoping. A new manager, if we stay up, a new manager comes in the summer and says, this is my formation. This is how I'm going to play. Whether it's Paulinho who goes there, or Gray who goes there, or Gallagher who goes there, or Simmons, whatever it is, play them there, keep them there, and give them some consistency in their positions, Mark.
Yeah, get them settled. Get them settled, basically. And then you can, once you've got them settled and they're doing the types of things that you like to see, then as a manager, you can implement what else you want them to do as well. But again, they're going in and they'll be doing the basics properly because he's put them in their natural positions. Yeah, they know what their job's about to a certain extent, and then it's just up to him to, implement what he wants to implement in that certain game and ask him to do.
Yeah, agreed. This isn't rocket science. Everyone's constantly being moved around this football pitch. Everyone is constant. I mean, even if I want to feel sorry for people that I don't really rate, if I look at Mawani, right? Mawani, 1 week he's left wing, then he's right wing, then he's up front, then he's up front in a 2, then he's on his own, Simmons, one game he's on the left wing in a 4-4-2. Then he's in the number 10. Then he's a left wing forward in a 4-3-3. Then he's sort of lost in midfield in a 5-3-2.
Then he's on the bench.
And then we say things like, this player's shit, this player's shit. It's like, well, can we get some of them in their best position, leave them there and build an 11? And that's what I thought a interim manager coming in would go, right, this is an 11, I'm going to stick with it. Whether we like it or not as fans, this is the 11, I'm sticking with it. And we're about to see tomorrow night, this will be the 4th game in a row where he's going to make drastic changes. We have no idea what's going on. We don't know who's playing where. But you watch some of these players that get called shit by our fans. Watch if they go, right, to other football clubs. You'll see them play well. You'll see them play well.
It's very true. It's very true. We've seen it. We've seen it before.
Kenji, no, we shouldn't be in a relegation battle. You're right. No one said we should be in a relegation battle. But the problem is when you have had years and years of being played badly, when you are years and years. Last year, everyone said it's okay to lose every week because we won the Europa League. But you know what that does? Like Tim Sherwood said yesterday. Yeah? It makes losing normal. We have accepted losing. The players got used to losing week in, week out, and it's continued. For 2.5 years, we have lost and lost and lost and lost and lost. And now we're going, right, switch it off, stop losing. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. I agree, choppy, completely agree. I think, listen, as bad as I think a lot of these players are confused. Ringo, look at what you're doing. I'm sorry. Kudus is one of our best players.
He had 3 people on him every week, Ringo. People worked it out, bruv. Look, it's not hard, right? Kudus comes in. He's the only player that gets us up the pitch. Think about who was playing with him at the time, right? So we had a couple of weeks of seeing the real Kudus, right? And then people came along and worked out, teams came along and worked out, hang on a minute, that's Tottenham's only outlet. Shut him down and they're knackered. All right. Again, now all of a sudden you've got 2 on him, 3 on him. Yeah. He's losing the ball. He's trying to keep hold of it, but he's losing possession. Yeah. And everyone, like Savva says, going, well, he's greedy. Yeah. Players were hiding, mate. And have been for a long time.
In a different way, Mark, this is what Grealish offered City different for years. Grealish was the one that would get you up the pitch and hold on to it, draw fouls, bring his teammates up the pitch. And people go, greedy, don't score goals. If anybody is looking here, right, if anybody is looking here and thinks that Kudus is the problem at Tottenham Hotspur, you've got to give your head a wobble. You've got to give your head a wobble. We look so much worse without Mohamed Kudus in this team. And this is my point, Mark. Every day I come onto stream, somebody in the chat has got a different person who is the scapegoat, right? If we have a conversation about Gallagher, it's Gallagher, the guy who's been here since the end of January, right? Mawani, he gets to be the scapegoat every now and then, right? Basuma, Dragosin, Kudus. We know some of these players aren't good enough. But none of them in the singular, Mark, are the problem. As a singular, as a collective, it's not good enough. We know that. But as a singular, no one player is the problem. We're not losing games because one player is playing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So basically you're saying we've got players, that have got a bit of talent about them as a footballer, but as a collective, they're just a mishmash of junk, basically.
Right. The sum of its parts are greater than the one, right? And this is something I've talked about for years, Mark. The sum of the parts have to be greater than the one. And this is why when loads of fans tell me, but we've got a better squad than the Brentfords and the Fulhams and the Palaces, it don't matter. Those clubs have been built with a plan. Those clubs have a system. You watch Brentford, Brighton, Fulham, Bournemouth. Do they change their system every week? Do they change their formation every year? No, they've got the same managers, the same style, the same scouts, the same directors of football, the same philosophy. It don't change weekly. Spurs, just constantly changing everything. And this is why the sum of the parts are greater than the one. And it's something I was taught a long time ago by my mum. But a lot of people don't seem to understand that. You can't just drop 11 players in and go, well, these 11 are better than that 11. Yeah, but are this 11 coached together? Have they got a formation? Have you got square pegs in square holes? Have you got a left wing or a centre? And we've had this problem all season. And I think it's only now that Tudor's come in that people are starting to wake up to, yeah, we don't have the players in any position to play any formation. So frustrated.
It all goes back. Look, we can talk about the injuries. Yeah, we've got a lot of players out. All right. And still got a lot of players out now. Right. And I've had, throughout the season. Unfortunately, that is what it is. Yeah, I think if you said at the beginning of the season, Spurs are going to have 12 injuries for most of the season, yeah, then we're probably going to struggle a little bit, right? But my looking at it is, Savva, is that unfortunately, and it's difficult to put it. Unfortunately, even the stuff, it doesn't matter what you talk about within the club, yeah, it all goes back there, mate. And my point to this is, my point to this is that we always talk about squad building, yeah, and you've got your team, and then you're trying to buy players, yeah, that are better than what you've got. Look at what Arsenal have done. Yeah, it's took them 5 years. They can put out two 11s, two separate 11s, and probably beat most teams in the Premier League every week.
Yeah.
Right? It takes time. But like Savva said earlier, they've got to have a plan. There's got to be a structure. You've got to have the right people in place to get to where they want to get to. And if they're not interested in doing that, this is where it leaves you now. Exactly. Unfortunately.
But we got so many that don't understand that, Mark, right? And this is why. If you look at Arsenal, right, you can go through the entire squad and go, they're two goalkeepers. They've got Kepa, right, backing up Raya. So they've got two first-team goalkeepers, basically, right? Right back, they've got Timber and White. Centre half, right, they have got Saliba, Gabriel, Mosquera, and Hincapi. And Calafiori can play there. At left back, they've got Calafiori, Hincapi, and Lewis Skelly that can all play there. In midfield, they've got Zubimendi and Rice and Norgard and Mikel Merino and Odegaard and Eze and Havertz, right? On the wings, they've got Trossard, Madueke, Martinelli, Saka. Up front, they've got Jesus and Gyökeres, and Havertz can play there if he needs to, and Mikel Merino. That's a minimum of two for every single position. And you know what, though, Mark? They all have a set function in the team. So if I say to you right now, do Arsenal have a goal scorer? Yes. Do Arsenal have wingers that can beat a man? Yes. Do Arsenal have goal scorer midfielders? Yes. Do they have ball-playing midfielders? Yes. Do they have work rate and no nonsense in the midfield? Yes. Do Arsenal have fullbacks that can bomb forward? Yes. Do they have fullbacks that are tall and could be centre-halves? Yes. Have they got a centre-back pairing? Yes. They've got everything. They've bought everything. And that's why they have to win the league. None of this they should. They have to. Now you look at Spurs. Yeah. Spurs have not got one natural right back. Both Spence and Porro were wing backs. Udogi's a left wing back. Right? You've got one left-footed centre-half in the entire club that is Mickey van der Ven. You've got not one ball-playing midfielder. Not one. Right? You've got one proper winger in Mohamed Kudus. You've got three bottom-half championship-level strikers. You look at it. Look at what they've built in 5-6 years, and then look in the same 5-6 years how we have fallen. And yet we're out here And yet we're out here, Mark, with fans going, oh, this is because we bought insert X player. This isn't about one signing. This isn't because Basuma starts instead of Sarr. This isn't because Ben Davies is still at the... This is everything. Balance, quality, structure, ethos, plan. We haven't done any of it. And we're sitting here now, and it's so funny. Let's be fair, we've got people in the chat arguing now that Archie Gray should be our main man. Who are Arsenal at this stage in Archie Gray's career would ever be arguing that he should be the main man at Arsenal? If Arsenal had him, you know what he'd be doing? He'd be out on loan, getting 46 games in the Championship or whatever it may be. But we're so short that we're going, God, Archie Gray's good. I'm not knocking Gray, by the way. I'm just saying he should be learning and developing.
Yeah, of course.
They go and sign people like, when they signed Norgard from Brentford, I remember everyone going, oh, what a shit signing. He's shit. Norgard's a perfect squad player for them. Perfect. Gives players a rest, comes into the cup games. Professional, leader, slots in, doesn't do anything wrong, drops out. He's given Declan Rice or Zubimendi a rest. And this is it for years, Mark. And I'm sorry for ranting. I'm sorry for going on. But again, we're not learning. Excellent. So when we're in a summer window and I'm going, right, can we start building out the squad? And we don't. And people are going, oh, what a bloody good window. I'm like, how? How is this a bloody good window? What are you watching that I am not?
Yeah.
Spurs are a Premier League, Champions League this season football team. And we are going into a season with one playmaker in Xavi Simons who's new to the league, not one left winger, right? No real proper fullbacks, one left-sided centre-half, Vicario as your first-team goal. It's absolutely shocking. And we're out here going, but Gallagher's shit. But Mawani's shit. What? It's... I don't know, Mark. Sorry for my rant. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I'm just so frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated that fans can't see the issue.
Massive issues, mate. Huge issues at the club. And this is what I say. It's not just about the football team, as Savva just said. You know, that's what we talk about. Yeah, because we like to talk about the football. I've got my feelings on Enic. You know, the same as Savva has. We all go our own different ways about trying to work out how we can get rid of this bloody lot out of our club. You know, now, just to change the subject a bit, and I know you've probably already spoken about it, Sav, on previous shows, but for argument's sake, there's people, and I don't mind, Stel, for argument's sake, I'll say, because this is what Stel feels. Stel feels that if you go down, it might get them into some kick up the backside mode that all of a sudden they then become, you know, Enic become the people that are going to rebuild this football team. Yeah, I can see where he's coming from with it. It's not for me. Personally, it's not for me. You know, and if that did happen and we did go down and then Enic rebuilt it, fair play to him. Fair play to him. Number one, I can't see that happening. Yeah, if you work it out, work the signings out, and I'm not saying that Enic want relegation. Yeah, I don't know. Right, but we brought a load of kids in. Right, if we go down, anyone that's worth anything apart from youngsters are pretty much gone. Right, they might keep a Solanke if he wants to stay and be the main man in the Championship. You know, but the likes of your Bergvalls, your Greys, your Oddy Bears, and so on, they are going to be your main men players next year without, you know, because they're going to have to bring in Championship players to play in the Championship, good ones, if they want to come.
Yeah.
You know, that's what bothers me, Sav, in the going down part of it. It's not so much if you said to me, right, Mark, we go down, Enic are gone, and we bounce straight back up. I'll probably take that, you know. But in a separate breath, Sav, I just don't want to go down. You know,
Look,
for me, it's just what's in my heart. I don't want us to go down.
I think listen, and again, like if you know, Stell said it, obviously leader of the Stellegation. I love it. I love those pictures. I think I've got them here actually. Hang on, let's have a look. I think someone put them. Did we have Stellegate? Oh no, it's not here anymore. Look, I think the difficulty is, by the way, so no. See, when you're saying we're not Arsenal, this drives division. No, strive to be better. If any, Jim, if any Spurs fan hears what's happened at Arsenal and goes, oh, but it's Arsenal, you are part of the problem. Yeah? It's okay to acknowledge that Arsenal are getting it right. Yeah? I don't mind admitting I am jealous of what they have done over the last 5 years. They have put together a squad. They have put together a team that is currently fighting for all 4 trophies, right? So you can say all you want about driving division. It's the people that bury their head in the sand and go, Arsenal are shit. Arsenal are going to bottle it. Don't be so sure. Because this year, I think, I'll say this live on stream. I don't care, Mark. I think Arsenal win a minimum of 2 trophies this year. And I think one of them, Mark, is going to be a big one, right? And one of them is going to be the league or the Champions League. This Arsenal team are good, right? And fans like this, we can do the childish thing. Sod Arsenal. If anything, mate, Jim, Spurs and Arsenal, if you look at where we both were 6 years ago and look where we are now, we should be looking at that and going, we're embarrassed that they have had a plan that's taken, let's say both teams were there 6 years ago, Mark. Arsenal have had a plan that have seen them go like that. Yeah. And we've had no plan that's seen us do this.
Yeah.
Right? And yet we want to sit here and go, gutted, they're bottlers. And guys, we can banter Arsenal all we want. They're about to win the Premier League. They're about to. If they've got anything about them, they're 9 games away from winning the Premier League. Arsenal, if I'm not wrong, are 7 points clear of Man City in a Premier League title. And we're sitting here going, this is division. No, we should be looking at Arsenal and going, well, hang on. They moved stadium. How did they do this? But instead, we've got idiots like you, Jim, that go, Arsenal, you're causing division. How? We were above them. And then they bought properly. They put a plan in place. And yet we have fans sitting there going, Zubimendi's shit. Gyökeres is shit. Our fans, honestly, wouldn't want Gyökeres, wouldn't want Zubimendi. Yeah, Trossard's not good and Martinelli's not good. Van de Ven better than Saliba and Gabriel. Guys, everything that you've all said about Arsenal for years is wrong. Everything you've said about them, those fans that are so biased, is wrong. And you're seeing it, and I'm jealous of it. I'm jealous that they are doing this. So, to get back to your question, sorry, Mark, I find it so funny how football fans are so tribalistic that we want to look at clubs that are doing really well and try and belittle them whilst we are the laughing stock of the Premier League. To answer your question, Mark, currently, this squad is a shit show. This squad will be ripped apart, I think, if we go down or if we stay up. I don't think there's any 2 ways about that. I think it will be ripped apart, stay up or go down. However, if you go down, the squad being ripped apart is more through necessity than choice. For example, our salary, our wage cap at the moment each year is our wages are £264 million, right? If we go to the Championship, we'll need to get that closer to the 100 million mark. Now, just because I've done a bit of homework on this, Mark, and you bear with me through this, Mark, because this is a lot of numbers and stuff.
I'm listening.
If Spurs went down and managed to if we managed to drop our wages from 260 million to 100 million, we would still be the highest wage payers in the Championship by £52 million, right? Currently, Leicester City, I believe, is at £48 million a year, right, as the top salary in the Championship. Spurs, just to get it down to that 100 million mark, need to get rid of £164 million of wages. Now, to put that into more contrast, Mark, Romero, for example, is on £10 million a year. So one Romero still means you need to find 150 million to go. All right, Xavi Simons, he's on 10 million a year. That's 140 million a year. After that, you start running out of players who are on 10 million a year, and you're now getting rid of the players who are on 8 million a year, right? 7 million a year, 6 million a year. Funnily enough, that runs out after a while, and you've now got a squad that is still at 150, 160 million pounds a year that you need to find to get rid of, right? So let's say Spurs navigate that, right? Now you've got roughly this year, I believe, I saw that Spurs will make about 165 million in revenue from the Premier League. The revenue in the Championship is 45 million. So that's 120 million less, right? And when you go into the Championship, you can only have losses of 15 million pounds per year. So we would have had to drop the wages by 160 million. We're going to get 120 million less in competition money. Our losses can only be at 15 million pounds. You've still got to pay exactly the same money to keep the stadium going, the lights on, the stadium staff, all of that kind of stuff. You still got to pay that. That does not change. The cost of that does not change. Now, Mark, we've lost 15 players, 16 players, whatever it is. We've now got to go out and buy 15, 16 players that are going to get you out the Championship, put them on 3-4-year contracts, right? And hope that they get you up in year one. Whilst remembering, Mark, that every single Championship team that comes to White Hart Lane next year, it is their cup final.
Yeah.
Every single team that comes to play us, it doesn't matter whether it's going to be Lincoln City, who are getting promoted from League One, or whether it's going to be Millwall or Norwich. They're all going to come to White Hart Lane going, this is our biggest game. We want a shock. Right? Now, you've got 15, 20 new players on 3 to 4 year contracts at White Hart Lane. Now you go straight back up, Mark. Those players aren't good enough, are they, in the Premier League? So now what you've got to do, we've now got to try and sell most of those players. You're going to get very little transfer fee because they're not good enough. And now you've got to build a squad again for the Premier League. My whole point in going through all of that is, and still trust that Enic are going to do all that. I can't see it. In a million years, Mark, I cannot see that Spurs go out, find the director of football that's good enough for the Championship, because this is a different league, Mark. This isn't the same as plucking top players in the Premier League. This isn't like going out to West Ham and going, we want Kudus. This is finding the right profile of player for the Championship. A goal scorer that's going to get you 20 goals to get you out of the league, right? Finding central midfielders that can fight and battle. You can't be playing 19-year-old central midfielders in the Championship. They'll get eaten alive, Mark. We can't just go, oh, Bergvall and Gray will play in the Championship at 19. You need men. When Villa got promoted all those years ago, Villa had players like Conor Hourihane and John McGinn in central midfield. So going down for me, it's all well and good. And this is the debate I've had with Stel. I, like you, Mark, I get his point. I don't disagree with his theory, but it's the reality of that theory. It is just a theory. It is just a theory that if we go down, X, Y, and Z must happen. The numbers I've just given you there, Mark, give or take, isn't a theory, it's fact. Right? That's fact. So we can go down, but who are the players that are going to stay that get you up? Who's going to stay? Solanke, he's going to go.
Right? Listen, At least if we go down, we'll have a left winger next year, because Mikey Moore will come back, won't he, in the Championship?
Mate, well, I'll tell you what. If we go down next year, I'll tell you who my left winger would be for the season. My left winger would be Manor Solomon.
Yeah.
The other year for Leeds, when they got promoted, he got something like 26 GA from the left wing.
Yeah.
But again, this is the point. You can have Mikey Moores in the Championship, but again, as a kid who's only going to have had 1 year in the Scottish League, is he ready to get you out the Championship? Now, he's talented. He's got the ability. It's like saying, like, people aren't getting it in the chat. I'm not saying Archie Gray can't play in the Championship. I'm saying that you need more than those 19-year-old kids to get you out of it.
Get out of it, yeah.
If you look at Coventry right now, right? Coventry, there you go. Sorry, I've talked a lot. I'm so sorry, Mark. Right?
No, you're all right, mate.
If we look at Coventry, who are top of the Championship, right? Let's look at their 11 that played at the weekend, all right? In midfield, they've got Matt Grimes, who is 30, and his midfield partner, right? Victor Torp is 26. No kids, right? At left back, their left back is Jay Da Silva, 27 years of age, plenty of experience, right? Centre half, Wolfenden, 27, plenty of experience in the Premier League Championship, right? Van Uyck is their right back, 25 years of age. He's got experience in the Dutch top league and in the Championship, right? Sakamoto on the right wing, 29 years of age, right? In attacking midfield, Josh Eccles, right? Josh Eccles, experienced 25-year-old midfielder. Left wing, Mason Clark, experienced 26-year-old midfielder. Hadji Wright up top, 27-year-old striker. These teams that are getting promoted are not playing kids. The kids are not getting them out of the league. They have got seasoned senior pros. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, you're...
Again, Carl, you don't know this, Carl, right? You don't know this because in the Championship, he's playing against men week in, week out that have been there, seen it and done it. You would like to think he dominates in the Championship. Sorry, Mark. Sorry, mate. Sorry. Go on. I'm just so passionate about it.
Yeah. I was going to say to you, Sav, I haven't got the figures off the top of my head, and I know you're a bit of a whiz on the computer and I'm not. But I was going to say, how many in our squad as such, and when you think about all the players, all the youngsters that go out on loan and all that type of thing, how many players in our squad are 21 and under?
How many?
Can you find that out?
I'm sure we could, yeah.
If it's a pain, it don't matter. All I was going to say was, if you work it out, exactly what you're saying, and what I said earlier on, you go down, yeah, and it's all right saying you've got the Archie Grays and the Bergvalls and that type of thing, but as Sav has just done, he's just read you out a team there that's full of experience, that's in the Championship. Experience. You know, and if we do go down, and I say if because I don't want us to, I want us to stay up, right? But if we do go down, you know, anyone that's worth anything's gone. They are gone, apart from the youngsters. And then you think about, you know, we talk about, like I just said, the Mikey Moores, you've got your Ashley Phillipses, yeah, and players like that. Now, I've been to Stoke, right, to go and watch Ashley Phillips and Donnelly. Right, the day I went, Donnelly weren't playing; he was injured. Right, and Ashley Phillips played centre half. Do you know what? In the Championship, he looks great for Stoke, and he does. He does everything really well. He talks; you can constantly hear him yap 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 yap. He does all that, but that's the Championship.
Yeah.
Right. So. There are certain players, and Ashley Phillips might do really well for Spurs in the Championship next season, right? Because when I've seen him play,
is he experienced
enough? And this is the problem.
To lead you out of the Championship.
Yeah, this is it. You can have all these young players, yeah, but at the end of the day, some experience has got to be, or a lot of experience has got to be put in there with them, because it's not 38 games, it's 46. It's hard going. You're playing twice a week. Sometimes you're playing 3 times a week in that league. You know, and like Sav says, and he's right, it don't matter who comes to Tottenham, it'll be their cup final. It'll be their cup final. It'll be so difficult, so difficult.
And Mark, just to back up my own point, because I like to go and fact find it. By the way, people, everyone takes it so literally. I'm not saying if we go down that Archie Gray can't play centre mid for Spurs. I'm saying that can't be your main man. I'm saying you've got to fill it with experience. For fact finding, right? I've just gone and looked. So I've read out that Coventry team. I don't think one of them was under the age of 25, Cookie, right? And they're top of the league. So to back up, just to make sure that I've gone and looked at Middlesbrough, who was second. Their team that played at the weekend, they had one 23-year-old and everyone else is 25 and over, right? So Middlesbrough, the only 23-year-old they had is Hayden Hackney, who is really good player. Sort of player we need if you go to the Championship, Hayden Hackney, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, you listen to some of these names. Some of these names have been seasoned Premier League footballers, mate, right? Matt Targett is their left back. Right, played for years at Southampton and Newcastle, right?
Played at Villa as well, didn't he?
Oh, possibly, yeah. Luke Ayling, right? Played for Leeds for years and years, right? These teams, they've got Alan Brown, right, in midfield. They've got Alan Brown, who played for years and years and years in the Championship and played for Sunderland. These clubs, I don't think our fans realise what a slog the Championship is. And people going, oh, but Savva, Archie Gray dominated in the Championship. He was so good, they moved him from centre mid to right back. He played at right back most of the season. Right? If Spurs go down, you're going to have a Danso who stays. For example, you're going to have a Danso as your leader at centre half. You're going to have to convince Cookie, a Solanke. Give us 1 year. Please give us 1 year in the Championship, because Ringo, mate, I'm going to get rid of you if you keep changing what I'm saying. My point was we were talking about in the central midfield area, Ringo, right? If you think 19-year-olds are going to get us promoted from the Championship, you're mad. Listen to what I'm saying. For once, stop. You're another one. Whatever I say, you are twisting it. Just go away, Ringo. Always no name, no picture. Just stop. Right? But even then, Jamie, right? Like, I like Mikey Moore. Right? He literally got Leeds promoted. Did he? Don't think he did. Sorry, let's double check. Let's all see how much of a troll. If I'm wrong, I'll sit here and admit it. Archie Gray, right? Archie Gray. So he played his last game for Leeds in the 23-24 season, right? If I'm not wrong, Leeds didn't go up that year. Leeds came up the year after. So go away, you troll. No, Matt. If we go down, Conor Gallagher's not playing in the Championship. This is what you're not getting. Paulinho's not signing for Tottenham in the Championship. Mark, this is where fans have got to get with the programme. This is where you know people like Matt are trolls. Conor Gallagher is on something like 180 grand a week. You think Conor Gallagher's agent isn't getting him out of Spurs the moment we're relegated? You must be mad. Right?
Matt, I've got to tell you.
Mark, you think Paulinho says, yeah, I'm going to leave Bayern Munich to play in the Championship for Tottenham Hotspur? What is, Mark, honestly, this is where our fans, this is why half the mess we're in, Mark, is our fans don't understand the mess we're in, if that backward logic works.
Absolutely.
Mate, Matt, are you dumb? We can't afford him in the Championship. Are you... Matt, I've got to agree with this. Were you dropped on your head? You do realise that Conor Gallagher's agent isn't dumb. They would have seen where Spurs were and they would have been like, nah, there's some sort of relegation release clause or something. Mark, be brutally honest, whatever people think of Conor Gallagher, do we really think he's not moving to a Premier League club if we go down?
Listen, like you said about the wages earlier on, just for that point, right? 264 million in the Premier League that drops down to 120 or 100 million or whatever it is, right? Anyone who's on anything at Tottenham and anyone who's worth anything at Tottenham that's not a kid, yeah, except the odd one, like Savva said, maybe a Solanke, you know, a Solomon might stay because he knows, you know, in the Championship, he can do the biz. You know, but anyone that's worth anything, they've got to cut it right down. And like Savva said, that's just to get to the 100 million. You know, Leicester are the highest payers in the Championship on 40-something, 46 or 48 million.
48 million.
Something like that. You know? So everyone's going, Matt, and don't believe that they're not. You know? If Spurs can get them out of there, they'll be getting them out.
Should we look at them then? Should we look at these? Just because people like Matt, and this is the problem, when the kids are in the chat and they're not understanding the business and financial ramifications to this, right? This is where I find it staggering. Right? This is where I find it absolutely staggering. Right. Here are the Spurs. This is roughly the Spurs player wages, right? Yeah. You have got, sorry for the pop-ups, you have got Xavi Simons. He will be nowhere near this club when we go down, right? Romero, Maddison. The only way you keep Maddison is if he's injured and we can't sell him. Gallagher, nowhere near it. Mawani isn't even a Spurs player. Mohamed Kudus won't be anywhere near it. Paulinho's not a Spurs player. Kulu, we might have to keep because if he's injured, you can't sell him, right? Richarlison, he's off at the end of the season anyway. Right? Mickey van der Ven, not going to be anywhere near the Championship. Pedro Porro, nowhere near the Championship. Destiny Udogie, nowhere near it. Rodrigo Bentancur will leave. We will be left with the Dragusin. His agent thinks he should be at Real Madrid. There's not a chance Radu Dragusin is going to stick around and play Championship football, whatever we think of him. Right?
Yeah.
There is no way Spurs can afford these wages in the Championship. I do not understand how people like Matt do not get that. Look at Conor Gallagher's wages there. You think Conor Gallagher on £160,000 a week is going to play in the Championship and that Spurs can afford 160 grand a week in the Championship? This is utter madness, Mark. This is utter madness. He is not going to go from playing for England and Atletico Madrid and the Chelsea captain to playing in the Championship, and Spurs can't afford him. They can't afford him. If he, honestly, my head hurts, Mark, at how stupid some of this is.
You've just listed out 10 there. Right, you've just listed out 10 that are more than likely going to be gone. Well, they are going to be gone just because of the wages that they're on. And like you say, they drop down from the couple that are on the 200 grand, yeah, and you get down to your Gallaghers, and it slowly comes down to players that are on less money but still on good money, if that makes sense. And players that are just not going to play in the Championship. You know, whether they regard themselves as too good for the Championship, they haven't proved that this season by any stretch. But, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gone, just gone straight away. And regardless of if you'd want to keep them here, Savva's right. You're going from 264 to 120 million cap. And that's just to get to the cap, you know? So all of those would have to go, and probably a bit more, just to get you down there. That's before you can go and get anyone because of the wage cap.
Big up to my pal Sophie. Big up to you, Sophie. Exactly. She's a Newcastle fan. So look at the Newcastle 15-16 relegation. All our players that were good went instantly. It's not hard to understand. Yep. And this is the difference, right? When you've got fans going, he'll stay, they're not looking at the finances, right? And the fact that no matter how bad we think they are, other clubs are going to, let's be fair, the Newcastles, the Aston Villas, they're going to look at a Conor Gallagher and go, yeah, we'll take that. They will look at players like that. There will be clubs, whether they're coming up or mid-table, that go, Solanke, yeah, we'll take that. He knows the Premier League. This isn't rocket science or opinion. This is fact. This is what happens. Teams go down. They lose footballers of note, right? You've also got to remember the 15 million losses you're allowed to make a year, Mark. If I put that back up, right, you can see at the bottom there. Can you see where it says 2.631 million?
Yeah.
That's a week. That's our wages a week, Mark, right? 2.6 million a week. Spurs can't pay 2.6 million a week over a year in the Championship when the revenue you're making from the Championship is 45 million pounds. And the thing is as well that people, again, I'll explain this because there's some people that just won't get it. You've got to remember, Mark, not only the lack of revenue from the Premier League to the Championship, not only the lack of revenue from European football and not having any, there will be a lack of revenue from sponsorships. So some of our sponsorships will have clauses that if we get relegated, the deal is severed. Some of them will have, if we go down to the Championship, the deal might be halved or put in third, right? Corporate sponsors will drop. That means revenue drops. The revenue from winning from Premier League drops. The revenue from European football drops. Sponsorship drops. I don't think these people are quite taking all of this into account when they say he'll stay. Like, Spurs might turn around and go, we want Romero to stay. Pipe dream, by the way, right? They're also going to go, fuck, we can't afford him.
Yeah.
Even if Romero, who wouldn't stay, but even if Romero said, I'll stay, right? You can't afford Romero's 200 grand a week in the Championship.
No chance. No chance.
Honestly, and I think this is something that people really need to start. Notice how Matt's gone now. Now that the conversation's gone to common sense about finances and about how a business is run, it's gone. But just, Matt, you do realise that a player like Conor Gallagher, his agent would have looked at Spurs in the relegation battle in January and they would have implemented something into his contract to safeguard him from getting relegated. You do realise that. Even if they haven't, right? Spurs can't afford his 160, 180 grand a week, whatever it is in the Championship. I don't understand. Yes, Aditya, and how much is that? Do you know how much that is? 55 million pounds. And do you know how much of that is profit? Not 55 million pounds. So again, you've got to go and do your research. You've got to go and do the research. Even if that 55 million pound from events and concerts was all profit, it doesn't cover the lack of revenue from the Premier League, from the Champions League, and from the sponsors that you're losing. This is not difficult math. Mark, I'm not a mathematician. This is basics, right? This is the equivalent, right, of me saying, right, my wife and I live in, you've been to my house, you know this isn't true, but my wife and I live in £1 million house. You know I don't, but we live in £1 million house, just for the argument, right? And we live in £1 million house because we both earn X and Y amount. We put our money together, right? We put our money together and we go, right, we can afford the £1 million house. Both of us get the news on the same day. You've both had your salary chopped in half. Funnily enough, Mark, suddenly we can't afford the mortgage and the bills that go with the £1 million house. Guess what? We have to move to a smaller house that's got a lesser mortgage and less bills. This isn't rocket science, is it, mate?
No, not at all. Look, everyone knows that all the money's in the Premier League, right? Everywhere, everyone knows. We know we get, if we went down, you get the parachute payment, you get this, you get that, whatever it is. I think all that, for me, pales into insignificance at the end of the day. The money is in the Premier League, yeah? It's not anywhere else as such. And again, it's a bit like our squad. When we talk about our squad, we used to say, oh, we're here, and then the subs bench is here, yeah? Well, this is the Premier League and the Championship. This is the sort of money difference that's involved. And it'd be massive, absolutely huge, as far as they're concerned upstairs if we went down, because, as Savva rightly says, all the income, you're not one of those big clubs that's commanding, this shirt sponsor for 10 million a year or whatever it is. You're on the dregs. You're getting toilet roll companies to sponsor your shirts. Do you know what I mean? So let's see what happens when we go down, mate. If we go down again, I hasten to add, still got 8 games, Savva, to save ourselves. 8
for
games.
Sure. Listen, I'm at the position where right now, I just don't see how we do stay up. No. But that's of this morning, Mark. Right? Football's a funny thing. For all we know, Tudor goes, Sherwood or Redknapp comes in, and they get an immediate bounce for 3 games. As it stands right now, I don't see how we stay up. That's of right now. Doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Right? But I think a lot of fans are going to have a real reality check if we go down as to what being life in the Championship looks like. I think they've played too many computer games where they think, okay, we go down, we bounce straight back up because we're Tottenham Hotspur. And we may do. Mark, if we go down, we may bounce straight back up. But you know what? When you bounce straight back up, you're not bouncing up as Tottenham anymore. You're bouncing up as a newly promoted Championship club. You're bouncing up as a team that now we don't have a squad that anyone's going, oh, this should get Europe. See, look, dude, you're not getting it. This is what I mean. We are the arrogance of our fan base. Now, Aditya, let me put this another way for you. Forget the financial side of it. Mark, we're not used to being in the Championship. We've got no one at the club that knows how to build a team for the Championship or a squad for the Championship. In the Championship, you have to play every 3 or 4 days. They play 46 league games. Yeah. Right? When you're saying that we're not going to have to cut the wage bill as drastically as I think, this wage bill is going to have to go down to nearer £100 million, mate, from 260. This is what's alarming me. And I'm going to say it, Mark, you're a nicer person than me. I'll say it. It's people like this that have stuck their head in the sand for years and not understanding how badly we've been run. And they're still doing it. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, Mark. If we go down, it's okay. We're Spurs. We'll get loads of money. We'll be fine. Do these people realise, right? 2 things I didn't even mention there, Mark. We owe £770 million on the stadium.
Yeah.
Bless me.
Bless you.
And we owe £330 million in amortization. So all of these people going, it's all right. We'll still earn more money than the rest of them down there. Sure. But you know what we have to do every weekend? We have to power that stadium, right? We have to pay to keep that stadium open 46, not 46, half of 46 games a year, 23 games a year, plus whatever cup games. And that cost, Aditya, doesn't change. Just because you're in the Championship, it costs the same amount of money to keep the floodlights on. You've got to pay your staff, all the staff that work in the stadium. Funny enough, Mark, just because we get relegated, their salary doesn't go down for pouring beer. Their salary doesn't go down for standing on a turnstile. This is, honestly, I think it's crazy. I get what Stell's saying. I think if Stell could 100% guarantee us that if that happened, that happens. Sure. But you speak to any player or manager or anyone who goes in that Championship, they all say the same thing. It is brutal. Yeah,
absolutely it is. It's a tough league, very physical league, you know, and have we got the physicality about even after the big boys have gone? Have we got the physical? No, we haven't got the physicality in our team, not at all. You know, so it's all right. You know, you got to sell these players, and you know, you get whoever in A, B, C, and D. But then, if you do go up, what do you do with A, B, C, and D? Because you know that they're not good enough to play in the Premier League. Do you know what I mean? We put ourselves in such a position. And when I say ourselves, I'm not talking about the fans. I'm just talking about the people that run the club at the end of the day. And we all have to pull together. And hopefully, not to change subject again, Sav, but hopefully the protest will do that. You know, I know you're doing your bit, and, you know, lots of us are doing our bit to get it out there. And all I can say to the people in your chat is, if you can get to the protest, even if you're not going to the game, just try and spare an hour out of your day to get down there and support the people. If you want Enic out, because we've got to start somewhere again, you know, continue the work that the people have done over the last 6 years that have won Enic out. And, you know, Stell being one of them. He's been there, Brian Daigle, you know, Ben Kaufman. You know, the time's come now. The time has come for me. You know how I feel on this, Sav.
Yeah, of course.
You know, listen, for me, and I'll have my little rant now, if you don't mind. This football club,
go for it. This
football club, right, has put us in a position to where we are now. So I need to say this because there's a lot more people in your chat than there is generally in mine, right? So look, let me tell all of you, right? Enic are bollocksed, right? They've shoved themselves into a corner now between now and the end of the season. They can't do anything. All they can do is change the manager again. Now, look at the bigger picture, everyone. Yeah? Who has put themselves in that situation, number one? Yeah? And number two, who has put us in the position that we're in, not as YouTubers, but as fans? Okay? Right? Take that into consideration. There's two options. Number one, you get down there if you can, and I'm not saying everyone can, but you get down to the ground, yeah, even if you're not going to the game, yeah, and support getting Enic out. And then you'll all say to me, but Mark, a few hundred people, let's make sure it's a few thousand. You know, the time for the pissing about has finished. They are knackered till the end of the season and probably beyond. Let's all make our voices heard to let them know that we're not happy. And hopefully something comes out of it further down the line. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. I don't know what else to suggest. We sit here every week watching the dross that we're watching. You know, watch a manager changer. You know, perhaps one of the youth team players will show a spark. And we're just going down blind alleys every week. So the only option for me is that we need to get to the protest, and I will be coming down from Manchester to the Forest game and for the protest, and I will be there giving it the big and in and out the stadium, in and out. And one other thing I did want to say for the match day people that go to the games, yeah, what I will say is it's gone past the time of booing the players. Yeah, we know what they are, right? It's gone past the time of booing the manager. Yeah, we know what he is, right? If you go into the game and you're frustrated what's happening on the pitch, there's only one chant that everyone can give out, and that is Enic out. Sorry, I finished my rant now, Savva.
No, I was just welcome Stel. I'm putting that out as a short on my channel. I liked it. I'm going to put it out as a short for the protest. So I was just writing down the timings. That's all. Let me do welcome Stel. I'm just going to do some super chat, Stel, before I bring you in. And Stel's going to tell us how we're going to beat Atletico Madrid 4-0 tomorrow. He's got all the confidence in the world, I'm sure.
I'm just going to get a drink. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no worries. Big up to Ryan again. Ryan, you don't mate, honestly, you don't have to do this, but he said, Tottenham make me laugh. See how bad we are. And a 4 at the back is what we need. But Tudor won't do that. But nothing will change unless Enic go. And I don't see us winning another game this year. Ryan, I said it, and I'll get Stell's take on this in a minute. As of the 9th of March at 12:30, I can't see how we stay up, and I don't see where we're winning a game. Now, that might change because they get rid of the manager and you get a bounce. As of this morning, with the squad how it is and the manager, I don't see us getting a win. But big up to you, and thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Aussie Coys, thank you very much, has gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And whoever got that, please, I'm sure you've said thank you. Also, I believe that we are on the 2 Mark show, by the way. You lot are really tight. The 2 Mark show are 21 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. Surely, mods, one of my mods, put their link in. Actually, do you know what? How bloody lazy am I? Here we go. Please, there is the link. 21. There's 650 of you in here. 21 of you could please smash that button. I've just put the link in and get them to 1,000. It's a big ordeal for YouTubers. Big up to you, Aussie Coys. Big up to AJC Tottenham, just with a super sticker. Thank you very much. That is very, very generous indeed. Thanking you. Thank you to Aussie Coys. Said the lack of knowledge in these fans is funny. Mate, I just think it's funny that anyone who thinks that players like Conor Gallagher will be able to be kept at Tottenham on 180 grand a week in the Championship, they've got to give their head a wobble. Spurs can't afford that. Got to give their head a wobble. Big up to you, Aussie Coys. Big up to Daniel Field. Said good chat with Savva Mark. Big up to you. And if we weren't good enough, we brought in our sub-striker, Stell. He's here now as well. Big up to you. And big up to Sophie, who said Newcastle have been building for 4 to 5 years, and we still aren't a club yet. This is what will happen to Spurs, and we have the richest owners in world football who want to win. She's just given a bit of a warning about getting relegated there. Big up to you, Sophie. Stell, good morning. It's afternoon for you now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's afternoon.
Yeah, it's afternoon.
It's 2:30.
Why haven't you got a tan yet? You've been there about a week, haven't you? Where's the tan?
Well, I'm not on holiday. People think I'm on holiday, right? Well, I'm moving here I'm working, so yeah. No suntan.
Excuse me. Yes, I was. Excuse me. Yes, I bloody was. And I'm going to the one at Nottingham Forest. So, I mean, please don't put that on me. Stell, I'm going to ask you a question you probably asked a million times before. Nottingham Forest protest before the game. How important is it for everyone to get there? What and why have people not been getting there?
Yeah, good question. First of all, big up to the Paphos Spurs Supporters Club representing Yidos in Cyprus. Shout out to them. Protest. How important is it? Well, if fans care about the future of this football club and they care about Spurs not continually falling to pieces, then they need to get down there. There's no ifs or buts. You know, there's different ways you can protest. You can get on the high street and protest. You can boycott games, refuse to pay money and go to games, or you can go into the stadium and then stage a walkout or some kind of sit-in. There's different ways you can protest. So how important is it? It's massive. You know, it's what I've been arguing for 5 years. You know, I've now got Sean Butler trying to say the only reason I want relegation is to validate Enic as shit. And I'm like, no, everyone knows they're the problem now. I don't need validation.
You get why he's saying that, right, Still? You know, it does sometimes seem like that. I'm not going to lie, mate.
He's saying it to protect that his entire argument is dead, right? His entire argument on Enic is over. And he's trying to protect himself. So he's using me as a way to spin it. And then he'll say, still trying to spin it. I've been saying Enic out for 6 years. What am I trying to spin here? Anyway. That said, every fan, if they really care, like if they genuinely care, they'll take some kind of action, whether it's demonstration, protest, or a walkout, boycott, wherever it may be. There's different ways you can protest. So it's massively important. I don't buy into this conversation. Just, we've got to get behind the team. The players don't give a shit what the fans say, right? The players don't give a damn what we say in the terraces. This fan base has backed the team for the whole season. Tell me what it's done for us. We backed him at the start of the season. We backed him during the injury crisis. We backed him when Frank was sacked. We backed them under Tudor. We backed them when the transfer window in January was a disgrace. This fan base has turned up. It's backed the team. The away fans go to every game. They back the team. I've been to 2 away games this year. We have backed the team. So I'm not gonna listen to this nonsense. You've got to back the team. You've got to get behind them. We already have. Right? The reality is this. The players need to give us a reason to manager need to give us a reason. Why are we backing you? Because if you're not going to show us something to keep backing you, because we've done our bit and it fails every game. Lose. What are we backing? So I'm not going to hear fans say, oh, for fuck's sakes, you protesters, just back your team. No. You need to take action because I've backed this team whilst also protesting. I can do both. And more fans need to do both. And the last thing I'll say on this, Savva, is the same fans that have the audacity to say, just back your team, are the same fans that walked out against Crystal Palace with 45 minutes to go and emptied that stadium. So with all due respect, don't tell me to back my team when you're walking out the stadium with 45 minutes to go. You know, it's hypocrisy.
Do you know what I find funny? Like, you saw still, I did the video on Friday, and it's not my protest. I've not organised it. It was purely hey, I've got a platform. Let's try and push to some people and say, let's go to it. Oh. And the number of comments I got back that were Skip fan, just support the team. This isn't what the club needs. And you know, when you sit there and you think, sure, but why does it have to be either or? Why can't I be at the game supporting the team when I'm in the stands?
Exactly.
But yeah. I can be outside. And again, this is coming from someone who I've said for years, still, I can't sit here and lie. You would pull me apart on this. I'm someone who said I don't think protesting works, right? I'm someone who said that I think unless you get thousands and thousands, it doesn't get rid of the owners. The worry for me is it's the getting the thousands of thousands bit. And like Danny in the chat has said, right, is thousands are walking past, seeing it, and just looking over and
taking pictures. Taking pictures, though. It's mad of you protesting. Do you know what I mean?
I just feel like have you seen with the bookies, we are favourites to go down. Yeah. I don't know if anyone has seen in the last week.
We're favourites.
Right? If Spurs being the favourites to be relegated, by the way, they said this morning, this is the first time in Premier League history that we are favourites to go down at this stage of the season. It's the first time in Premier League history. If that doesn't make us all go, shit, what on earth will? What on earth will make everyone change? Because do you know? Can I tell you the worry about going down? Another thing, right, is you know how we're so used to winning at the moment, losing at the moment, guys. For the last 2-3 years, we're just used to losing. If we do go down and have a team that wins the championship, right, lads, more often than not, you're going to be winning most weeks. Like if you look at Coventry now, Coventry City most weeks win, right? Hence why they're top of the Premier of the championship. Middlesbrough, most weeks, other than when I put them in an ACCA, seem to win. Hence why they're second in the championship. My worry is that if we go down and do put a good team together, is that we'll start winning games, the feel-good factor comes back, and all of a sudden, you know what's forgotten? Them lot up there. Them lot up there are forgotten because suddenly you're winning games every week, and the feel-good factor comes back. Don't know what you guys think of that.
Go on, Still. I'll let you go first.
I don't think we win games when we go down unless we have a complete reset of the club. I think we stay down there. I think this team will stay in the championship unless there's a complete mindset change on how everything's run. From academy, pathway for under 21s and under 18s to be a part of the first team, a new philosophy, for example, where there must always be 2 academy players on the bench in any given game, and therefore we're forced to develop them. a change of approach in transfers, how we identify them. Do we look at the psychology of the player? Do we look at the profile? Do they meet the tactics and the ideas of the manager for the way he wants to play? How we spend money, that has to change, and it will change. It will change. You know, sticking with the manager instead of sacking them, and that will change as well because they won't be able to afford to. Think of it this season: the money we've wasted. We sacked Ange, that cost us a fair bit of money. We hired Frank. We then hired Heitinger for a month, which cost us money. We sacked Frank, which cost us money. We brought in Tudor, which cost us money. If Tudor loses the next couple of games, he's going to get sacked. That's going to cost us money. So then we have to find another. The money we are churning on managers and coaches is insane. That will stop in the Championship because they won't be able to afford to do it. So I think there will be changes. And if they're not made, we won't come back in the Premier League. In my view, I don't see us coming back unless they make those changes. Now, whether it works or not, Savva, that's a whole different show. I mean, that's a 6-hour show, isn't it? That's a 6-hour blockbuster show. But I just want them to be forced to change their ways, and I don't think they will in the Premier League. Controversial opinion, I know, but I just don't think anything. I think if we stay in the Premier League, they'll sign one really good player. They'll sign 2 kids, 1 average player, and lose a couple of players. And they'll say, look, these things take time. We're in a rebuild. It's a process. And then by kind of March, the whole thing will come crashing down. Another game, back in the same show for the next,
Yeah, I mean, Mark, I mean, if we go down, Mark, and you know what, people are going, oh, don't talk about it. It's not happened, but it's a very real possibility as of the 9th of March, right? If we do go down, are we arrogant to think we just come straight back up, or do you think that this could be one of those situations where you go, we're a mess. This club is a mess. This isn't equipped to come back up, and we could spend a few years down there.
And this is yeah, you're spot on, Sav, and this is why I see where Stell's coming from, and I said that before you come on, Stell, and I do see exactly where you're coming from with it. Whether it will go that way, you say they'll be forced to spend. I think that's the word you use. I don't want to misquote you. I don't think Enic are forced to do anything. Stell, personally, you know, they'll with the position we'll be in, they will lose so much money, right? But
yeah, Cookie, I never said forced to spend.
Did you not say forced? Sorry. What did you say? What was the word you used, Stell? Sorry.
I said they'll be forced to change their ways.
Sorry,
they won't be able to spend. They won't be able to spend. I agree with you. They're going to have less money. It's going to be harder for them.
Yeah, it's going to be. But what I was talking about, to come back up again, Stell, straight away. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what Savva asked. Is it about coming up straight away, or are you worried that we're going to end up, you know, being there for you? Personally, I don't think that the structure is within the club and that they can do it sufficiently quickly enough, yeah, to make a massive difference. So then my problem is that next year, if we did happen to go down, that they're just as incompetent next year as they are this year. All they'll be interested in doing is getting rid. And my worry is that the players that do come in are, like you say, not thought out properly. You know, not with a proper director of football that knows the Championship. Because we're not going to be buying Premier League players, I wouldn't have thought. You know, so I don't know.
No Premier League players are coming, are they, Mark? No,
I wouldn't have thought. Only ones that may have been
quality.
relegated, Sav. Only ones that may have been relegated down from other relegated teams, from Wolves and from that have got Premier League experience. But
they've got better players than us. They've got better.
Well, yeah.
Look, it's really weird because I never thought realistically we'd be sitting having a conversation like this, because you always think, well, all right, we're bad, but we're not relegation bad, but we truly are relegation bad. We truly are relegation bad right now. We're the worst club in the country on form. I believe we're the only club we the only club in the country, or was it the Premier League, that hasn't won in 2026? It might be the country. I'm not sure, but I think we're one of the only clubs in the country to not win in 2026. We play a different formation every game. We've got different players playing every game. We've got an easy week coming up, as I've said in the title of my show, you know, Atletico, Liverpool, Atletico. You've then got Nottingham Forest coming to town, who this is the Nottingham Forest that just went to Man City and ground out a draw, put in a good performance. Guys, I'm going to ask you, I don't want to be negative. But how do we stay up? Like right now, can anyone truly, other than the Spurs fan in you, can any of you truly see the next win in any competition?
No. Not at the moment. I can't. I can't personally. No.
You have to sack Tudor. It's the only way. I said it after the Arsenal game. So much of his decision making, I said, this guy, not the answer. And, you know, I remember Lubo saying to me, you can't judge a manager after one game. I said, Lubo, I've seen enough, mate. Honestly, it wasn't one thing he did. There's like 5 or 6 things he did which really concerned me. And it's just continued for the next 2 games. So I don't believe he's the right guy to save us. I'll be honest with you guys. I think we're very close to the point of where it's gone too far to even change the manager.
Yeah.
As in, there won't be enough games for the next guy to even save it.
Do you know what? This is why I did a video yesterday. And it was, do Spurs need to change manager? Is there a point? And I think that's where I was coming from more still. It's not that, do I think Tudor's great? I think it was more a case of, have we got to the stage now where these players now, in the space of less than a year, have had Ange as a voice, Frank as a voice, Tudor as a voice, multiple injuries, multiple defeats over a number of years. Are we at the stage where it is too late even to breathe in that feel-good factor? Is it too late? Should they have done it at the end of December and said, right, new manager, let's go and get 3 or 4 loan players, we'll go again in the summer? Because they did, whether people like Frank or not, guys, to not back him or sack him before, it was just negligence. To do nothing was negligence. Either give him Lookman and Akliush and that and go and say, right, this is on you, or sack him and give the new manager a chance in a window. But we did nothing. And I think we're, I don't know. I think we're down, and I'm so sorry. I know people like Lubo say to me, "You've given up." It's like, it's not that I've given up. I'm just looking at it, going, "They look like they've given up, not me. It's not me."
Yeah, but Lubo believed in Tudor. Lubo thought would beat Arsenal. Lubo thought would beat Palace 2-1 from set piece. Like Lubo is a blind optimist, right? I love him because he's optimistic with everything. You know, we can. You never, you know, and it's good to be that way. I actually think people like that are needed in the world. But sometimes, just sometimes, you've got to take a step back and say, "What the fuck am I talking about? This is an absolute joke. Why am I being optimistic?" And there is no evidence to suggest we are going to stay up. All the data, every stat and metric you look at now is fully loaded in favour of Spurs going down, which is why the bookies have made us the favourites. The bookies do everything off of data. And all the data they're looking at says, shit, this lot are going down. We've got to make them the favourites. There was something I saw the other day, the last 10 games. Spurs 3.10, negative goal difference. If we don't beat Nottingham Forest, for me, that's the relegation decider. Nottingham Forest is the relegation decider, Savva.
I agree.
People were saying Crystal Palace is the one. It's all about Palace. I said, no, guys. Palace is important, but that Nottingham Forest game, that is the biggest 6-pointer. If we lose that, we're gone. We're not. Even if we go and beat Leeds, get a win against, we're gone. For me, we're gone. It's over.
Did anyone see the Super League, the Super Predictor thing? Did anyone see that at all?
No.
No, the Super Predictor, as us finishing third bottom, getting 2 more points for the season, with Leeds, Forest and West Ham all finishing on 42 points. We would be 11 points behind them. That's what the super predictor has put out
Cookie.
as well.
Cookie, look, Savva, can you bring up the screen I've just shared with you? Right, have a look at this.
Yeah,
this is why we're favourite. Right, this is why we're favourites to go down. Look at that, 3 points out of 10. That's 4 worse than Burnley, 6 worse than Leeds and Forest, worse than Palace and Sunderland. And we've got to go away to Sunderland. Palace have just beaten us. The goal difference, -11.
Yep.
Like every metric you look at, points, goal difference, goals scored, goals against. Guys, the data doesn't lie. Data does not lie. I know people hate stats, but data does not lie. This is why I think if we don't beat Forest, we're fucked. We're done. It's over. It's all over for me, Cookie.
Yeah, Forest is a huge game. It wasn't, like you say, the Palace game was always a big game, and I think that people get so desperate still, and as Spurs fans, we've got so desperate. We just wanted to see something positive. Do you know what I mean? And it hasn't worked out that way in the last 3 games. And I think you're right. I think Liverpool, that's a gimme for them. But whatever happens in the Champions League happens. But the Forest game. It is the one, because it's a big 6-pointer, and it could drop us, like I've been saying before. I'm not so panicky when we're out of it. Do you know what I mean? Still, even if we're hovering, I feel like the other teams could always do us a favour. But then when I feel like we're going to drop into the bottom 3, have we got the minerals to get out of it? And I don't think we have, mate. I really don't. And current form and everything over the last 2.5 years suggests that, unfortunately. It's just how it is, mate. I don't know, mate. I don't know where we go. I honestly don't know where we go with it. I mean, no disrespect to people that can't see, but you literally have to be blind not to be able to click up all different metrics to see that we are the worst team in the league at the moment. And on top of that, our eyes don't lie when we watch them still. Our eyes don't lie.
No, we're shit. We're absolutely rubbish to watch. We're horrendous.
Do you know the funny thing, guys? It's
shocking.
It's not that we're losing, because if you actually look, like Forest have lost a couple of games lately and Leeds have, but it is visually, those teams are in games. So what I did yesterday was I looked at, like, we've conceded 9 goals in our last 3 games, and I think Forest have conceded 3. Like they're in games, they're tight, they're an organised unit. They've gone back to basics, and like Vitor Pereira has gone into Nottingham Forest and he's made them difficult to beat. They weren't beaten by City. They lost 1-0 to Liverpool in the 96th minute, which was but we just look all at sea. Like we just look, and it doesn't seem to matter what the formation, it doesn't seem to matter. We all go, oh, Van der Ven and Romero are back. It doesn't seem to matter who is playing. We look lost at sea. And that's why I can't see an escape. And I think if we do stay up, brilliant. It's what I want. But I'm almost, I don't know if this sounds really negative, guys. Inside, I'm kind of like looking one eye towards, right, should we start scouting players for the Championship now? Like, I feel like writing to Spurs and saying, for the last 3 months of the year, would you like me to go around watching Championship games and giving you some reports on some players? Sorry, guys, if that makes me negative. I'm not seeing a shred of positivity anywhere. People could tell me, oh, but Adogi's coming back. Okay, cool. All right, but Bergvall's coming back. Cool. We haven't got anyone. We've got no one coming back, guys, that scores goals. We've got no one coming back that creates. Only Kudus in 3 or 4 weeks, but he's going to be coming back from a 3.5 month injury, so he's not going to hit the ground running. I'm resigned to it. You've all been in a relationship where you kind of know it's ending, right? You know those relationships Well, you know it's
many
ending.
moons ago, Sav. Many moons ago.
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, my relationship, we're rock solid. Don't worry at the moment. He says, "You watch, I'll be divorced next week." But you know deep down, Mark, right, that you're hanging on. You know it's ending, and you know you're doing. Oh, should we do this to? I feel like that with Spurs right now in the Premier League. I kind of feel like this needs a miracle right now because I don't see any points from Liverpool away. I know people will go, "Oh, we'll go there and put up a fight." I see Liverpool. What's the bet I had with Sean? I said Liverpool will be 2-0 up by the 25th minute, right?
No, right, yeah.
Right.
Savva, do you know what it is?
Forest.
Do you know what it is?
God. Sorry, I've ranted.
Do you know what it is, right? No. For me, right, what's depressing, right, actually depressing, isn't the fact that we're shit to watch, that our front line is dreadful. Defensively, we just concede for fun. Our midfield just can't keep possession of the ball. The transfer windows are just shocking. Manager after manager after manager. No academy players. There's so many things you could say that depresses me, that pisses me. Do you know what really is depressing for every Spurs fan, in my opinion? It's the fact that we're not even trying to stay up. We're not even trying to stay in the Premier League. You watch our games and you think, are we trying to stay up here? And the answer is no. Every game you watch, like, we're not. One thing goes wrong in a game. One thing goes against us. It's a complete capitulation of the highest level. We are such a wonderfully entertaining club for everyone else but us. Everyone can't wait to watch a Spurs game because the meltdown is amazing. And for us, it's like, I don't mind if you play shit, and I don't mind if we don't score too many goals, and I actually don't mind if we concede and if the academy kids just get mugged off every year. What I do mind is we're not even trying to stay up. we don't. It's just like,
and is there a conspiracy theory behind that, Stel, by any chance? Just asking. Is there a conspiracy theory behind that from your point of view?
No, I think just
asking. Sean will put it on his next show. Rabbit hole ramblings. It's why Spurs getting relegated. Who's blowing this up from the inside out?
I think the culture of this club, philosophy, identity, ethos is so non-existent that managers, coaches, players are completely lost in this club. I think players that are better than what we're seeing have just they want out. Players that aren't good enough, they're just showing that they're not good enough. Academy players don't even know why they're at the Spurs Academy. They're never going to have a career at Tottenham. They might as well just use us, then piss off and get a career elsewhere. Transfer window after transfer window. I mean, if you're a good player, let's just hypothetically agree. Let's just agree for now that Van der Ven, Romero, Paulinho, and Xavi Simons, let's pretend they're good players, okay? If you're one of those players and you see every transfer window the way it is, you lose desire to want to be at this club. And I just think it's not a conspiracy. It's just the whole club has got a culture of nothingness. We are nothing. We are a nothing club. Other than our history, we are a nothingness club. I made a little spark last season with that Europa Cup, but that's it. That's all we get for.
Do you know what's even worse though? Still, what's even worse?
There's nothing. There's nothing at this club.
We're not even trying, right? At least West Ham, who were in trouble in the January window, went out
trying to stay up.
Yeah. Now, whatever you think of the forwards they bought, they've gone out and got 3 or 4 forwards. And listen, the coincidence is that since they bought those players, West Ham's form has turned, and West Ham are now, they were like 10 points behind us. It's now 1 point behind us. You look at it, Forest tried, right? Forest brought players in to try and help. Spurs just sat back and went, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because we were that arrogant that you've got Lang sitting there going, well, no one was good enough for now, and they had to be right for now and the future. Hey, mate, at the moment, that future plan isn't happening because we're going to be in the Championship. We did nothing. Palace, you're right. Even Crystal Palace went and got Strand Larson, Brennan Johnson and Gossand. Whatever you think of these players, these clubs went and bought players to add goals, assists, firepower, different change of direction. We sat there and watched Brennan Johnson leave. We sat there and watched Mohamed Kudus get injured for 3 months. We sat there and went, well, we still ain't replaced Son. Nope. And no one was good enough.
Yeah, but Savva, this is my point, right? If you're the manager or you're the coaching team or you're a player and you hear your football director who's in charge of the football operations come out and say what he said at the end of the window, how on earth do we then expect the manager, coaching the players to just, raise their levels? They're deflated, man. They're deflated. They all knew we desperately needed some players in January. We do nothing. The director of football comes out and gives that stupid nonsense speech of his. If I'm Frank, if I'm the coaching team, if I'm Heitinger, if I'm Jed Spence or Xavi Simons, whoever, I'm thinking, what the fuck am I doing here?
Yeah,
what am I actually expected to do here? Yeah. This is, and then we're told just back the team. But the football director doesn't back the team. So how are we going to back it?
No, you're right.
Backing the team.
Well, do you know what? I watched a podcast ages ago with Rio Ferdinand, and Rio Ferdinand was talking about the importance of when they came back from and this was before the day and age of this kind of level of social media still, but he was saying they come back from pre-season and you'd look around the training ground on the first day of pre-season. You'd look during pre-season as more signings are coming and you go, oh, blood. Oh, we've signed. God, there's Varane. Oh, gee. Oh, there's Diego Forlan. Oh, do you know what I mean? He's like, cool. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And he's like, yeah, this is the place to be. We want to win. Now apply that to Spurs. All those years, Kane and Son would have been sitting in that dressing room going, oh, there's Ryan Sessegnon. Oh, there's Matt Doherty. Oh, there's Gedson Fernand. Like, they're sitting around going, what?
Yeah.
What exactly. Are we trying to do? What are we trying to win here? And this is the difference, right? This is the difference between if you do that for long enough, yeah, the chickens will come home to roost. And at the moment, the way I feel on the 9th of March, we're roosting, guys. We're roosting. I don't know if that's the correct terminology, but we're roosting. I'm worried.
This is why Harry Kane left. Harry Kane saw this. Modric saw it. Bale saw it. But every top player that leaves Spurs, this is why they leave. This is the reason they leave. They don't want to leave. They like it at Tottenham. They all have good things to say about the club. They just feel let out. The club doesn't bring in more players and back and give them a reason to stay. We don't give our best players a reason to stay. We just think, you listen to our fans. Well, if they don't want to stay, get them out. I remember when Harry Kane wanted out. Right, if he doesn't want Tottenham, no player is bigger than the club. I'm sorry to say it. I think there's a lot of players that are bigger than our club now. I actually think there are players that are bigger than our club because our club has got a very small mentality.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you know what? I feel like years ago on YouTube, I would have been so stressed and angry and fighting and rowing. And now I'm kind of like, all the energy is being sapped out of me, Mark. All the belief, all the energy, all that, that kind of childlike fan within us all that just goes, yeah, Spurs, we're the best. I haven't got any of that. And I wish I had more of it, like a Lubo. I wish I had some of that where I just truly bury my head in the sand and go, we'll beat these. Where are we winning a game, Mark? I'm going to ask you, where are we winning a game? From our next, forget Champions League, right? Where are we next winning a Premier League game? And to give you the context, Tottenham have got Liverpool away, Forest at home, Sunderland away, Brighton at home, Wolves away, Villa away, Leeds at home, Chelsea away, Everton at home. Where's the next win for you?
Just can't see it. I've been saying, Sav, I thought we needed 12 points. For me, it was always 12 points. Get 4 wins before the Arsenal game. I still think it's going to take something like that, 3 to 4 wins. And I can't see where one's coming from, mate. On current form and what we're witnessing, by, you do the watch-alongs, I do the watch-alongs, many others do them as well. I don't know anyone that's happy with what we're seeing at the moment. But to answer your question, and I'm in agreement with Stel, the Forest game is massive. We said a few weeks ago, with the way it was going and how the results could go, that the Forest game would be massive. And for me, it's a huge game, that game now. And that's where I am with it, Savva. I'm there. I'm at that point now where on the pitch, they're giving me so little as a fan that I can't see where the next win's coming from. Even when we went in front the other night, it just all went to shit just like that. I'm sitting there thinking,
have you ever seen anything like it, Mark?
No.
We took the lead, right? Here we go. We took the lead in that game, right? This is mental. So Spurs scored on the 34th minute, right? By the 52nd minute, but bearing in mind that was injury time. Yeah. So within 19 minutes, 18 minutes, Tottenham had gone from 1-0 up to 10 men and 3-1 down. I mean, I don't see that happening with a Leeds United or a Forest. I don't see that these teams are that disorganised that they would crumble like that. But were you even surprised, Mark? Let's be honest, right? And people get annoyed with me, right? My saying every stream, and you've probably all seen it if any of you watch me do a watch along. Every time Spurs score a goal, do you know what I say, guys? I always say nothing silly for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
No, nothing silly. Nothing silly. Nothing silly for 10 minutes. Nothing silly till half time. Every time this year, what do Spurs do? Something silly. Something silly. And did it surprise anyone that we collapsed in 19 minutes? Did it? Really?
No, not really. No. Not really. And this is what I mean. But the problem is, Sav, you're going 1-0 up at home. You've got the crowd behind you. You end up, like you say, total abomination. End up losing 3-1, 10 men. And I'd like to know where you guys stand on the Mickey van der Ven foul as well in a minute.
Sure.
It's just, and then on the other hand, we'll go 1-0 down, 2-0 down, and in some games we've come back. Like the City game, and it don't really make sense. And you're right, I don't understand why they're not on the sideline, why the captains are not speaking and whatever. Look, calm down, everyone, calm down. Let's just, like you say, get to half time now. We're 35 minutes and reset 1-0 up at half time and let's go again. But no, we can't do that. We can't do it, mate. And for whatever reason why, I don't know. But just when, look, again, we go back to we're not a team. We're just not a team, unfortunately. Oh, and yeah, go on. Tell me what you think.
Let's still go first. Mark, just explain what do you want us to answer in terms
of. So as you saw, Sel, you saw the foul, yeah, and you saw that he had his right arm over his shoulder tucked in, yeah, which is fair dues. They all do that. Try and stop the attacker getting away from you. But it's this hand when he actually reaches out, yeah, and grabs his arm. Still, and I'm like, Mickey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Number one, the keeper could have got there. Yeah, for me, it might have been tight, but the keeper would have got there. And number two, as soon as you'll get away with a certain amount, you might get pulled for the arm over the shoulder, but sometimes you won't. But still, as soon as you put that other arm on, you're gone. You're gone still. And I can't understand up here whether he's just so frustrated, yeah, with everything that's going on, as you see when he's trying to beat 10 men when he's running out with a ball. And I'm like, I'm not saying he's done it on purpose, but did he?
No, he panicked. It was complete panic. He got caught in a situation where the man's got past him. And in the moment, he just panicked. You know, when you're under pressure, when you're nervous, when your head's not in the right space, maybe you've got one eye on a different club. For me, he's already told his agent start looking for other clubs. You know, his head isn't in the game. He's not zoned in, right? If you look at him in the Europa Cup final, he was zoned in. In these games, like for the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, Van der Ven has not been as good as what he was showing earlier on in the season. I don't think he's checked out. I just don't think he's zoned in. And when that happens, you panic. And he panicked. For me, he panicked. He didn't do it on purpose. It was poor defending from a player that panicked in the situation. That's how I think he gets way top. I get why he's getting stuck though, because he cost us, but purpose, Cookie, not for me.
No, I only asked the question because I'd seen in like different chats that I've been in, you know, that people had said that, and I just wanted to see what your two views on it were. That was all.
It's a red card. It's a foul. I just think it's difficult. I saw Tim Sherwood or Dawson. One of them said the other day that, you know, he needed to have a bit more foresight to realise the position he was in, and that at least if he lets the player go and they score, 1-0 isn't the end of the world. You still got 11v11.
Yeah.
And then they countered that by saying, look, at the same time, when you're in the moment, it's easy to say you need that foresight. But again, I think it comes down to this for me. I think it comes down to no leaders in the team. It comes down to people not experienced enough to be in this position. Ask yourself the question, and I don't know. This is a question no one can answer because it's hypothetical. But does a more experienced player in that position realise, hang on, I need to keep 11 men on the pitch, and they don't do what he did? I don't know. But listen, that's now him doing that. Romero's given away a red card as well. All of this isn't helping. But as I've said, Cookie, I'm in a position now where I can no longer blame an individual. This is everything, right? This is absolutely everything. And what it does mean is it means tomorrow night we're probably going to see Van der Ven and Romero together unless he plays Van der Ven at left back. What that then means is that against Liverpool, the back four's got to be changed again. And then guess what, guys? It means it's got to be changed again for Atletico Madrid. And then it's going to be changed again for Forest. Bless me. And this is half the problem for me, guys. When I'm looking at West Ham, I'm looking at Forest, I'm looking at Leeds, these guys have got settled teams now. These guys have got settled back fours. These guys have got a settled structure. And whether you rate the players that are in the settled structure for West Ham, it's a settled structure now, isn't it? They brought into Sassy, whatever you think of him. He's gone straight into centre-back. He's your centre-back now. Right, they've settled on a team. We are changing the 11 every game. We are changing the formation every game. And then every game we're going, this 11 will do it. This 11 will do it. You can't keep doing that. You need consistency. You need consistency, and we haven't got any. So, look, I don't blame Mickey. I think Mickey's checked out from the point of view of the future. I don't know about playing, but I think he's checked out in terms of, if I'm him, I'm saying to my agent, find me a new club in the summer regardless. That's then down to Spurs to demand how much money they want for him, but that's a different story. But as it stands, guys, I'm not sad to lose any of these players. I think the whole thing needs to be ripped up. So they can all go as far as I'm concerned. And the only question is going to be, I don't know, still, Mark and I talked about this earlier. I don't know if you agree with this. I think whether we go up or stay down, there's going to be a complete rip up of the squad anyway. I think it just depends as to whether or not that's through necessity of the Championship or whether through our own decision in the Premier League. I just fail to believe they're going to get this same squad for a third year in a row. I think it's going to be different, surely.
I don't think they're going to rip it up in the Premier League. I think Odebert and Tell will stay here. I think Solanke or Richarlison, one of them will definitely stay here. I think that midfield is going to be exactly as it is, other than maybe Bentancur moving on. Basuma moving on. I think maybe we lose both centre-backs. Other than that, Savva, and the goalie. I think they'll change the goalie, one striker, one midfielder, and that's it. I just don't see them. I think in their heads, they truly believe it's because of the injuries that this situation's happening and the manager that they chose not being good enough. I think that's what they're looking at. I don't think they're looking at this squad and saying, you lot are rubbish. I don't believe they're looking at it in that sense. That I honestly believe that, because I don't think Lange knows how to identify a good player to know what a good player is at our club anyway. So I think he looks at the players and think, you know what, you should be doing better. You just need a better manager. You need a De Zerbi maybe. And I think that Lange looks at our squad and thinks, you know, if Maddison, Kudus, and Kulusevski were fit, would finish top 4. So I don't think there's going to be a big reset if we stay up, Savva, which is why I'm, you know, hashtag delegation squad. That's the whole point I'm saying it, because that's what I believe.
Do you know the worrying thing, Cookie, is that I think there's a lot of truth to what Stel said there, but the worrying thing is now this has now been 3 years of really poor results, no matter who's playing. And whoever's injured, we all go, but when they're back, some of these players have been injured so much now. Are they ever going to be the same player? In your opinion, Cookie, would you have a complete rip out of this in the summer? Would you? Like, I'm talking 12, 13 going, 12, 13 coming in.
Absolutely. I think there's too many players here now that are, like you say, not necessarily. I think there are some that have checked out. I really do. There's two. The problem is when you watch it on the pitch, it's almost like, apart from the odd one, like for argument's sake, Archie Gray the other night, he wasn't brilliant by any stretch of the imagination, but he did half decent in a team that got beat by Palace. But what I will say is, and this might be controversial as well, if Archie Gray, is the bar to where we are at the moment, then we're in trouble as far as going forward's concerned.
Of course.
Do you know what I mean? He's a kid at the end of the day. He's getting played. Whether you think he's good enough, right, or not, forget that. Imagine being 19 years old, and you're in a squad that's full of injuries, and every other week the manager's going, Archie, play there this week. Archie, play there next week. It's difficult. He's playing Premier League football. That doesn't mean I think he's a great footballer. All right? But if we go down, Archie Gray is the type of fella next year that Spurs are going to be relying on to get them back out of the Championship again. And I get so concerned with how many young players we've really got, Sav. You know? And you think, like we said earlier, all the ones on loan, that have got to come back. You know, Spurs have got a mountain of work to do. And I just don't think they can get it all done, you know, if they've got the art to get it all done in any short time.
I'll tell you what isn't a mountain of work to get done. There's 679 of you in here. I'm going to put this link in. Cookie is 12 or 13 away from 1,000. Guys, girls,
come on,
what are we doing? I just need 12 nice people in the chat to just go click, tick. That's all you got to do. 12. I know we hate Spurs at the moment, but come on, 12 to get this man to his first 1,000. And I remember having phone calls with Cookie before he wanted to do the show, going, I'm not sure I could talk on screen. And here he is. Look, what a guy. Look, Mark, I agree with you. If Spurs were a proper club with a proper system and a proper plan, what we would have done, we would have bought an Archie Gray, and he would have been out on loan these first 2 years, playing week in, week out in his proper position. And then you go, right, bring him back in a couple of years. He's a little bit older and good to go. But we haven't. What we've done, and again, as I said, forget what I think of him as a player, because so far, I'll be honest, I've never really seen anything. I know people rave about him. I think he works hard. I think he's got a great attitude, but I've never really seen anything from him to suggest he's amazing, because again, we don't ever give any players 10 games in their natural position, right? You think this season, Archie Gray, I've seen him play right back, left back, right wing back, centre back, central midfield. And you can't do that to the young lad. Again, forget what you think of him as a footballer. You can't do that to a young lad, right? But that's what we do. That's what we do. Chelsea buy a lot of these young players and they go and play in France for a couple of years. You know what I mean? Go and play in Germany for a couple of years. This is what I saw people were arguing yesterday about Vuskovic, right? They were going, oh, Thomas Frank shouldn't have let Vuskovic go. Well, hang on. You're praising him now because of how well he's doing, because he's out on loan, right? That loan is invaluable. Where we get confused, Mark, is I think because we're so badly run, we think these youngsters shouldn't be on loan. They should be with us. Mikey Moore being on loan at Rangers, perfect. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
No.
We shouldn't be saying, or should we be recalling Mikey Moore because we didn't have a plan or buy the right players. We're going, oh, let's call back 18-year-olds from Scotland on loan. I think we get this really confused. There's nothing wrong with them being on loan at 18, 19. There's nothing wrong with that. But, mate, I don't know. Look, if we go down, does Gray stay? I think he does. Does Bergvall? Yeah. I think Bergvall will have bigger suitors, if I'm honest. I think Bergvall will have bigger suitors.
Odibert, he'll stay.
Odibert for me, that's got to be the year where you go on, Odibert. I want to see 15 goals and 15 assists in the championship.
Yeah.
Solomon on the left, Odibert on the right. This is the reality of what we're looking at.
It's true.
I kid you not, Stel. I kid you not.
True.
That's the reality.
Mate, I make one prediction. If Vinay stays as chairman, I bet you within the next 6 months, Edu becomes part of our football committee.
Yeah.
Oh, don't.
I bet you. Yeah. You wait and see. If Vinay stays in, mate. If Vinay stays at Spurs in his role, he will lean on the people he trusts and try and get some power back on his side because he's lost a bit of power with the board. Watch Edu come to Spurs, and then you're going to see some drama.
Also, watch the 2 Mark show sail past the 1,000 subscriber mark. Big up, Cookie.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Cheers to everyone. That's
well done, Cookie. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Deserved. Absolutely deserved. Thank you lot for helping out. Deserved. But still, as much as I jest, right? This is honestly, I've got to say this. It will seem like I'm taking the piss, and I'm not. I promise. Manor Solomon would be the perfect player for Tottenham in the Championship. He played for Leeds the other year when they got promoted, right? Last year when they got promoted, he got, if I'm not wrong, was it something like 26 goal contributions? If I'm not wrong, it was something, I'll have a look. It was something ridiculous.
Yeah, if it wasn't.
That's your left winger. This is where we're going to be at next year, guys. I think next year, I'll put a team together. Look, let me know what you think of my team, guys. Let me know what you think of my team. Okay, now this is without signing anyone, right? RTL. This is my team next year in the Championship, right? If we don't sign anyone, let me know what you think. That's Kinski in goal, by the way. There's my team.
Wow. So we don't buy anyone then, Sav?
No. I'm just saying, like, these are the players that I reckon will be in the squad from now. Yeah. Possibly Spence. I think Spence is too arrogant to go down. I think might want to move as well. But other than that, tell me who you can see staying, lads, from this Spurs squad.
I think Mikey Moore will be back in this club. Yeah. I think they'll bring back Mikey Moore.
Okay, Mikey Moore. Can add him to the squad.
I think Solanke will be up top, not Tell. I think they'll play Solanke.
You've got to remember, Solanke's on 140 grand a week.
Going to have to drop his dough, aren't they? Going to have to work out something.
The problem is we don't know the players we don't know which players have got that 50% wage clause if we go down that Levy's put into a lot of the contracts. But we don't know how true that is and how many players it is for.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be many still. I genuinely can't see that many players when they signed for Spurs. See, I reckon Gallagher's got it because he joined whilst we were in a shit show. I reckon he'll have it for sure.
But I think a lot might have it on the basis that they never thought they'd be at a club that's going to go down.
Yeah. And if Gallagher's on 180 a week, even if he's got like a 50% reduction in his wages, are they still going to pay him 90 grand a week to play in the Championship?
Well,
he'll be sold. Cookie, he'll be sold.
He'd be gone, wouldn't he? He'd be gone.
Gallagher's not going to stay at a championship club. No chance.
Still, we were trying to have this conversation earlier. A lot of this as well
Gallagher
is forget what we think as fans, whether they should. A lot of footballers will have the ego of get me out of here. There will be transfer requests going. I'll paint you a scenario, right? Everton, last day of the season, final whistle blows, Tottenham are relegated, right? So that'll be at about, I don't know, 5 p.m. What time on the Sunday night / Monday morning still do you reckon most of those transfer requests go straight in to the owner's desk? On a serious note. 10 p.m. that night?
No one's going to, are they? It's just, look, the whole thing's a nightmare, Sav. When you when you put it all out and laid it all out earlier on, just think about one option of it. Like you said, the wages, right? To go from 264 million down to 120 odd million or whatever it is, that figure. He's listed the players out. You'd have to get rid of Simmons, Romero, Gallagher, Kudos, Paulinia back to Fulham, Ritchie, VDV, Porro, Bentancur, Udogi. Yeah, they'd all have to go because we just can't afford them. Even if they was on half of their money, they're still on a lot of money. And you've got to remember as well, that 100 grand barrier, yeah, that's, like you said earlier, Leicester are the tops on 46, 48%.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard that still. I think Leicester are the top championship salary with 48 million in the championship. So Spurs would have to get, by the way, if Spurs wanted to be that, we'd have to get rid of 16 million pounds worth.
A lot of money. A lot of money.
Now, by the way, those salaries, by the way, include the club. That Spurs' wage bill of 264 million isn't just footballers, guys. We've got to take that into account. But obviously, the footballers are the ones that make the
big money.
The big money. Yeah. So you can sack a director who might be on 500 grand a year, but compared to Romero's 200 grand a week, it don't do anything, right? It doesn't ease the burden. So from that, Cookie, we can talk about. I agree with Still, by the way. Solanke is the one I would be saying, by hook or crook, give us 1 year. Give us 1 year in the championship, because do you know what? Solanke will get you 30 goals a year in the championship, and that takes you up. He could get you promoted. If you're Solanke, guys, be brutally honest. If you are Dominic Solanke, who is what, 29, 28?
Yeah.
Are you saying to yourself, I'm going to have another year in the championship? Or are you saying, nah, I could go and play for a Fulham, for a Palace, for a, I don't know, insert mid-table Premier League club? Would you stay if you're Solanke? Honestly, guys, would you stay?
To me, it's half and half, Sav. He could stay next year in the championship. Obviously, it'd be on less money or whatever his deal is that he's got. Will he score the goals? Listen, probably. Solanke will be a top
goals for fun in the championship. He will.
He would be banging them in all over the place in the championship, to be fair. So, if you can keep him by hook or by crook, so you haven't got to go and try and find another one, then yeah, do it. Absolutely do it. Again, whether he would think a Newcastle, a Fulham, a Palace, and whoever, just for the sake of having the Premier League football, it is another matter. So for me, it's a sort of, if you can get him to stay, yeah, but whether he will stay or not, it is another matter. Who knows, Sav? Who knows what's going on in their heads, mate? Who knows?
So still, from again, I was just spitballing with players here. Can you see any of the, I'm going to use this term very loosely, any of the better, bigger players staying? Realistically, like, can you see a Porro and a Bentancur and a, can you see these guys truly staying if Spurs go into the championship?
I'm happy for everyone to leave and to start from a clean slate. I'm happy for the whole thing to a complete reboot, new manager, new football director, new group of players, new philosophy on youth and academy, signing some experienced championship players like Hayden Hackney, whatnot. I'm all for it. I'm done with everything Tottenham have done now. I'm completely done with it. I don't care who stays. I don't care who goes. I don't care who's in charge. Nothing. I just want to see a complete new approach to football. Everything, every single decision made. I want to see a complete new way of doing it, because unless that happens, nothing will change. Absolutely nothing will change, Savva. So, I mean, the players I would keep, the ones that I think would stay, I'd definitely keep Spence. I'd definitely keep Kinski and Austin. Phillips, I don't know enough about. I haven't watched him. Danzo, I think he's a bang average football player. I really don't rate him. I'd happily get rid of him. Souza, I know nothing about.
But do you not think going down in the Championship, Danzo's the perfect sort of kick, bollock and bike centre half that's going to have to play and fight every game down there in the Championship? Do you not think?
For me, the way I'd want to see us play our football, no. I just want technical players that have got really good decision making about them. That's what I want to see at Tottenham, because for me, they're the players that will win games in a team that I would like to see be built. So for me, no, I wouldn't. Souza, I don't know anything about. Archie Gray, I think, will actually be good for us. I actually think he'll be a very good player in the Championship for us, especially with 2 years of Premier League experience. Pape Sarr, he can go. I actually don't know what Pape Sarr does in this team. I've never understood it. I've never understood it. Alfie Devine, Mikey Moore, I want to see them both back. Odebert and Solomon, I actually think will be half decent. I actually think in the Championship, Tell can go. I don't understand the hype on Tell. I don't understand the people that say to me, "Oh, but when he comes on, we look different." We fucking lose every time he comes on. When's he ever come on and we've won a game of football?
Do you know what he is,
I don't understand this.
Do you know what they confuse? I think they confuse. I think Tell's got the right attitude. I think they're confusing that with ability. I've got no doubt when Tell comes on, he works hard, he tries. But when you actually watch him with the ball at his feet, he looks like somebody who's never had the ball at his feet before. I make you absolutely right, though, with Pape Sarr. I've never known what Pape Sarr does. He'll score a goal and then people go, "This is his year. This is." But what I do know, Stel, I don't know if you heard me say this, but I don't know if you were watching. I actually just went through Middlesbrough and Coventry's teams, right? Because they're the top two in the Championship. There's not a teenager in sight, by the way. There's not a teenager in sight near any of their squads. They are both full of seasoned pros, experienced footballers, to get them out of that league. And that is my worry, is Spurs will have to go out. Like when Villa came up, they brought in John McGinn and Conor Hourihane, experienced pros that got them out of that league, right? We would need experienced pros. We would need some people that have been there, seen it and done it in the Championship. And who's scouting them? I don't trust it.
Yeah. Listen, there's people in the chat, right? I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And I'm confidently saying this, okay? You're saying, come on, Stel, you'd keep Danzo. Danzo on the ball is crap. Watch him on the ball. He's not good. How many times have you seen Spurs lose possession at the back? A misplaced pass, a leg breaker of a pass, overrunning the ball. The amount of times we lose the ball at the back is ridiculous. Danzo is part of that. I'm sorry. Danzo on the ball is not a good footballer. I want football players at my club. There is plenty of who defend and good on the ball. Okay, they don't have to be superstars, but they've got to be competent. I think, oh my God, you're so crap.
I think that's why you're like Phillips. I think you'd like Phillips, Stel. He's comfortable on the ball, and he's now had a few years playing centre half in the Championship. That's the only reason I put Phillips in there, because I can't see that anyone's going to ring up Vuskovic and go, "Hello, mate. You fancy coming to play Lincoln City in the Championship next?" I just can't imagine it. But hey, we'll see.
Listen, if I I've said that I haven't seen enough of Phillips to know. If that's what Phillips is about, then I'm all for him. That's exactly the kind of player I want. Because the thing is, if your back line can't play football, how are we going to get it to the midfield? What's going to happen is the midfield's going to have to drop deep, which means there's now a big gap in the middle, and then we can't play through the middle. And if your wing backs can't receive the ball and play up the line or play it back to the goalie comfortably without panicking, this is where all the problems come. We need ball players. We need players that are comfortable on that football.
Agreed.
I don't want to see, oh, but he's powerful. Oh, but he's got a good tackle. Oh, but he's got a good header. Mate, I want a good football player. Football players, guys, which is technique and good decision making. You don't have to be a superstar, just competent. Just go about your business. A nice, tidy player. That's why I'm not a fan of Danzo, guys. I get why people love him. That's why I'm not a fan of him, because I don't believe you can build a modern day football team with players like that. You look at Saliba and Gabriel, very comfortable on the ball. They're comfortable football players.
Yeah,
they can defend and they can play football. That's what we
bring
need.
it out. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Yeah. I mean, Dan, welcome to the show. By the way, I've just seen on Sky Sports News, apparently in last night's game in Brazil between Cruzeiro and someone else, there were 23 red cards shown during a mass brawl. Maybe that's what the Spurs team need, like a mass brawl to get us going. Dan, the relegation talk has certainly got going in the last month or so at Tottenham Hotspur.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to ask you right now, are you leaning towards, as it stands, are we going down or not? And you're not allowed to sit on the fence. As of right now, the way you see it going, are we down or not?
Fuba, done and dusted, mate. It's over. Baked potato. See you later.
Yeah. You're banned.
I've got that.
Don't be so negative. Don't be so negative.
I've just got that simmerer's hope as a person. You know, that hope that sometimes you just have to live for because you've got that bit of hope and it's the only reason to live at that moment in time. I think we've all been through something like that, where that only thing that has ever kept you going is that minute bit of hope. It's like a religion. Hope is basically a religion. When you're totally lost and you're just looking at something to give you that bit of...
Yeah.
You look at hope. If you're not religious, then you look at hope. If you're religious, then you look at your God. All right, if someone's religious, go and look at God to get us out of this trouble, because I don't even know if he can do it. I had that hope that West Ham was going to be just that bit worse as such. And I just look at it on a realistic point of view, looking at it from two sides. Yes, we can stay up if you look at it. But I just look at it and I'm like, I don't see where. I think we're done. I think it's over. I'm praying I'm wrong, because I agree with everything Stel says. He's 100% right on everything. I just can't get my head around wanting the club to go down. That's the only bit I can't do.
Same.
Yeah, I think everyone says the same thing about Stel.
He's totally
we all agree,
right.
But not on the last bit.
I get that it might have that effect where if you want to hurt a businessman, you hurt him in his pocket, and then they might realise that they have to get the real deal in there to get themselves out of this situation. But you know what the problem is I've got with going down, and even if that happened, the problem I've got, okay, they get their act together, get people in there, we need to get back into that Premier League. They get back into the Premier League, their next attitude is, right, we need to stay in the Premier League. So they get us enough players to finish top 10, top 15, whatever, not going down. And then they're like, right, we're in the Premier League. We're quite happy to stay in the Premier League. And then it just goes back to square one, except they be that little bit more sensible and keep us in 8th and 10th. I can honestly see that side of it going as well. So even if we went down, I'm like, what difference is it going to make in 3-4 years' time? Even if they do have the interest of getting back up to the Premier League and then staying in the Premier League, things still won't change. Until this lot go, it's over.
Yeah.
Can I just say for the record? I don't want Spurs to go down. I want our fans to pull their fingers out and actually show a backbone and do something about it. But because our fans aren't doing that and they continue to not do that, I'm saying that is the only thing left for me is relegation to force the issue, because our fans won't do it. There's people in the chat and my chat and your chat, you know, I'm looking at them now, same people that come onto my channel that say, Stell's lost the plot. But these are the same people that don't ever turn up to a protest. They don't boycott. They don't take action. These are the same fans that say that. So
still, we stood there about, and I think I'm still being nice when I say this, with 150 people standing there. I still think there was less, but I'll just go with the middle one. And you can easily say, I mean, it sounds like an exaggeration when you say the number. A person who doesn't necessarily know football that much would think it's a total exaggeration. But when I say round about 52 to 55,000 people just walked past us and took the odd picture, a couple of them give the finger, a couple of them said, "That's it, boys, do what you got to do," and then went and had a beer or whatever. I can't say I've got the hope or the belief that this fan base, let alone the football club, is even strong enough to support its club. Honestly, I don't think the fans, a majority of them, have got the bollocks to support a football club. I repeat what I've said on other ones. Even that lot Arsenal up the road, their fans had the bottle, they had the fight, they had the passion, they had the love for their club to turn out with how many thousands there, literally have so many punch-ups with each other down the middle, and then it clicked all of a sudden. Well, hang on a minute. Divided and conquered. If we work together, we get what we want. And they did. Our fans ain't got the bollocks for that. They ain't got the fight for it. They ain't got the front for it. Most of them, as all they've got the bottle to do is go to a game, have a little wine during the game, and then maybe after the game, clap the players off losing 5-1 and boo the manager off. Or maybe they go to the extent of booing the players off. And then they come out of the stadium and they still won't protest. They still don't do nothing. That Palace game was the perfect chance with the people walking out who just can't handle it to basically say, do you know what? We're going to stay here another 10, 15 minutes. And this whole world is all they're going to hear is Enic out. They ain't even got the bottle to do that. They're too miserable. Half of them are too far stuck up their own arse. They can smell yesterday's dinner, that they think we're too big and too quality to go down. Yet they still won't turn up and do nothing themselves. And that's my opinion on the fan base.
Well, they've got a chance to now, haven't they? Got a chance to now, haven't they? Forest, whatever protest arranged between then and the end of the season, and hopefully a super huge one last day of the season against Everton. If fans don't come out now, they clearly don't care. That's all I can say.
I don't even think it's the don't care, Mark. Sorry, I don't even think it's the don't care side. I don't agree with that. I just think they ain't got the bollocks for it. I just don't think they got. I just don't think they got the balls for it. It's like that parent that knows his boy's getting his head kicked in every day at school, but he's too scared to go up to school and basically put his foot down for it.
But then what
stick up for his own kid.
Scared to what? Stand outside
not scared. Not scared. Scared and haven't got it in you at their extent to two different things, I suppose. I just don't think they got the bollocks in them. I don't think they got a pair. I don't think they're man enough. Man up. Come on. Whatever way you want me to put it. I just don't think this fan base has got it in them.
We need to set up the ultras. That's what we need to do, Dan. Need to get the ultras set up again, mate. Back like it used to be in the old days. There you go.
Yeah, I just don't honestly think it's not that they don't care as such. I mean, I might have used the phrase myself, but I don't think it's that they don't care or even don't love the club. I mean, I don't like the club. I can't stand it. But to love someone, you don't have to like them. And anyone who's got a 20-year-old daughter that had to part with them from 13 to 16 will understand what I mean. I didn't like her, but I still loved her. And I just don't think the fans got the balls for it. I really don't. I think we have got some of the most placid, whinging, moaning fans in football. And you can all say that we moan about it. Yeah, but we want to see something different. We go on that we want to see change. We turn up to protests when we can. Others turn up without fail. I will go to the ones I can go to. But again, and then do you know what I think has really killed this one? What has really done this club more than anything? I said this on with Maz the other night. People last season, as all you heard was toxic negative. No, toxic negative ain't killed this club. I think some people need to wake up and realise that toxic positive has totally killed this club in the aspect of the supporters just keep putting their head under the pillar. There's no problem there. Don't want to hear no negative or anything. Do you know what? Problems don't fix themselves 9 times out of 10 and they don't go away. And then next thing you know, you don't change that pillow, more problems come underneath it and you can't sleep properly. And then you're definitely screwed because you've got 1,000 problems there you haven't even looked at. I think the toxic positive of this fan base sticking up for owners and saying they want the club to be this and the club to be that, and then sticking up for the players that we do get in and trying to justify it all the time. And then we're too big to go down, and Spurs have got a massive history, and we're this big club and everything. I think toxic positive is what has really done this place.
Do you think in some way, guys, and I don't know if this is the same conversation or slightly different, but one of the concerns, and this would have been when I would have known you but not knowing you, like when we were both on X and didn't know each other, or it was Twitter back in the day. Used to see your posts, you saw mine, blah, blah, blah. I think one of the things that we agreed on at that time, mate, was that the stadium was going to do nothing. You know, when it was being built, and there were a lot of fans that were like, "Oh my God, look, this is game changing. We're going to compete. We're going to do this." Do you guys think that with the stadium being built, that it has such a negative effect for home fans, but the complete opposite effect for away fans? And what I mean by that is, we've all been to away grounds, right, where it's a shithole, right? You turn up and you're like, this is just a toilet, right? This is a shithole, right? You're lucky if you get a pack of crisps. You know, it's horrible, and you're chucked in and away. These away fans turn up. What a lovely day it is for them. What an absolute lovely day. They turn up to the most beautiful stadium in the world. Their seats are nice. They've got beer that fills up from the bottom. They've got gourmet burgers. They've got, it's hi, welcome to Spurs. Hi, welcome, please take 3 points. And the opposite effect to the Spurs fans are that now we've got so many that does feel touristy. Like when I go down there, it feels touristy. It feels like people don't really care. Has the stadium got a lot to answer for here for both sides of this problem? Anyone can answer that, by the way. Anyone can.
I don't mind. I'll go first. Look, for me, the stadium, you see over there, Sav, over my shoulder. Yeah, that's the original Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. For me, since we've been in there, and it's I don't know, as the years have gone on, it's almost seems like it's become anything's important but the football. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. And listen, not to go off on a tangent, but I just feel like they're taking Tottenham away from me. I feel like they're taking it away from you, Estelle, everyone. I just and sorry to go back to it. Some people will agree, some people won't. But to me, it's the dilution of Tottenham. Unfortunately, it is. I just feel that's the way it's going. And until these owners are out, it won't change. Again, I agree with Stel. They might do something if we go down to a point. But then I agree with Dan. Once you get back there again, if the same owners are in charge, it will just keep us relative. Just you know what I mean? And that's how I see it going. But again, I also feel, and this might be a bit over the top, it's a big statement to make, to be fair, but I don't think in 15 years' time, football will be played in that stadium from Tottenham. I think we'll be diluted that much. There'll be another stadium built somewhere. People can say I'm crazy, right? I'm going on the way this is going. If Enic stay in charge and they're doing what they're doing, yeah, I can just see us playing football as a separate, whatever you want to call it, somewhere else. And that bothers me. That really bothers me, because what was the point of it in the first place then? To build a stadium, to put a football team in that you're not backing.
Well, I don't understand it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Dan, you and me.
I'm agreeing with you.
You and me have had this conversation.
Yeah.
You know, when it got to the time that the big money came in, yeah, and even before that, though, Spurs had the opportunity. But when we had a chance to do it, yeah, to invest in the players, invest in the football club, to make Tottenham huge, right? We was in the Champions League final, but I think we were not quite in the stadium. Was we in the stadium in the Champions League final?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
It was the first year we were in there.
Yeah, right. So stadium was already built. Okay, but my thing is with it, like I say, the football has just took a downturn since Poch. I don't care what anyone says. The standard of player generally that's been coming in, it's been on a gradual decline. There's the word I'm looking for, decline. Right? How, if they're not interested, right, are they going to bring back what, I don't know, I'll use that phrase. How are they going to bring back our Tottenham as such?
Mark, do you know what I feel is just the bit I even struggle to get my head around the most? It's not even the football side of it as such, even though obviously it's connected. It's more the business side I can't get my head around.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you like him, whether you despise him, whatever, no one can take it away from Levy what he has built on the business side. What he has built on the business side is, go and see anyone else do that. Changes from this mediocre club to an extent, basically, to someone that gets called world class purely because it is in the business, to everything that is at that club. The business they have done there is, you can't argue it. But they've let the football deteriorate so much by focusing on the business that they've actually let their business not far off fall off a cliff because they haven't focused on the other side. And that's the bit I struggle with in the aspect of, I know football isn't be all end all to that. Football is just a side bit to them. But how could they not see that with the football crashing, it was also going to destroy their business? And they've been so good on making a business, making us not even a football team, but sports entertainment, however you want to put it. But they've still let their business fall to pieces, that they just either they don't see it or they just really don't care. And that's the bit I struggle with. Even though it is connected to the football, it's the business side that I still find hardest to get my head around with these owners, that they have let their business fall apart like that through letting the football deteriorate.
Do you know what? Do you know what it missed, Dan? Do you know what it missed? Just before I bring Stell in, do you know what it missed for me? I feel that what they've missed at some stage in the last 10 years. Well, let's go with the last 7 years since this stadium. They missed that.
Whatever.
I feel they missed that one moment, that one window where they went, you know what? Forget the books. Forget the ins and outs. This needs to be a window where we have a statement. Forget balancing it. Forget how much we make. This needs to be a window where we go, there's 350, 400 million pumped into the squad. We've had a blinding window and we've turned this team into a top team and we build from it. I think they missed that opportunity to do that so much. They missed that opportunity.
It was on a plate.
It was there to do. We had just been to the Champions League final, whether we deserved to or not, different story. We just been to the Champions League final. We must have made 100, 120 million from whatever, from getting to the final. And then that summer, we then decide it's going to be Ndombele, Lo Celso, Jack Clark, and Sessegnon. And you go, what's the point? Since then, every other window, when you look at it in a roundabout way, it kind of balances itself out with ins and outs and blah, blah. So for me, nothing will ever change. They keep telling us it will. Does a near-death experience this year, i.e. death being relegation, does the near-death experience spark them into action? Well, it didn't last summer, did it? Finished 17th. Didn't spot
January says it all.
Summer.
For me, so, January says it all, Savva. It's January where they blatantly see how deep in the shit we blatantly were.
Yep.
And they go out and get us some fresh kid that's never even played football, and Conor Gallagher, which again, I don't think was a bad buy, but if we was only going to get one player, he was not what we needed. And the fact that they almost had a chance to rescue it in January, or stand a chance of rescuing it, like West Ham did, like Palace did, like other clubs did. And how did that get under their nut? How have they not realised that their most precious, I don't know what word to use, but their most precious thing, the business as such, is going to just totally implode, basically, if they don't get their shit together on that side? How have they not seen that? How has somebody not seen this coming? Unless this, do you know what this almost looks like? This is going to sound a bit off key. This almost looks premeditated. You know, like where you used to get that fella who was so into shares, but always knew what he was doing and everything. And they would almost let a business go right downhill so someone could get the money in on the shares where everyone had a panic attack. And then all of a sudden the shares went right up and he made multi-billions out of it. Yeah. This is almost, it's like you can't really think that someone could be genuinely this thick, I think is the better phrase to use, without almost premeditating it. Surely, how could they let this happen to their business, let alone the football, which is the business? Are they that thick, or is this almost premeditated? I really don't know.
Well, look, let me come to Stel, and then I'm going to do some super chats after that. Stel, I mean, Stel, you've had lots to say about the stadium and about this, and I'll lead you off on something, Stel. I think what was worrying for me was they did an interview yesterday or whichever day it was with Michael Bridge, and he's talking about Spurs staying up and finances and what it means to the club. And the funny thing was, behind his, over his shoulder, Stel, do you know what you could see? You could see the stadium with the Spurs logo, and the first thing next to the Spurs logo is a great big NFL sign. And I thought, the Spurs in a nutshell. So I'll let you take the floor. And if I do pop away for a minute, it's because I have ordered 20 nuggets from McDonald's. So just putting that out there. Just
Savva and his classic takeaways.
Yeah. Healthy Savva. Yeah.
Healthy Savva. Well, look, regarding the stadium, very quickly in the chat, people saying, you know, you're positive in life and you have positive outlooks, and you can be positive in life and be honest about Tottenham, right? I'm positive in life when it comes to my friends, my family, business, things I do away from Tottenham. When it comes to Tottenham, I'm not going to be fake. I'm not going to be fake positive because that's the way to live life. No, you live an honest life. Live an honest life. And Tottenham is shit. That's honest. When it comes to the stadium, I think what's happened is the club have been so focused on the business side of things, they've completely neglected the footballing elements. And I'm talking academy, medical teams, coaching, philosophy, managerial hires, recruitment, the whole thing. They've neglected it because they've been so focused on the business. But what they've cleverly done is they've brainwashed the fan base into being more focused into the business. So rather than us saying, right, what we're going to do this transfer window, let's analyze some players, let's analyze the squad, how are we going to set them up? What kind of football are we going to play? Does that player suit the system? Rather than having those conversations, which was the system built for all the new PSR rules that are about to kick in. And when financial play kicks in and the new rules come in, Spurs will be best suited and we will strike when that happens. And so now everyone's focused in, oh, come on, stop having a go at Levy. He's seen the new rules that are coming in, and it's about setting up the business for the new rules. And then it gives rise to, no disrespect to him, because I work with him, but it gives rise to more Sean Butler type content creators who love the finances. They're consumed by the spreadsheets. They really get into it, which is fine. But it's given a rise to that and more people that talk like that, which then takes us away from the football. People say, oh, but they go hand in hand. Yeah, they do. But when we're talking so much about business, we're no longer talking about football. So you've got fans talking about business. You've got content creators talking about business. You've got the owners talking about business. Of course, the football declines because no one's talking about it. And that's what the stadium's created. The stadium's created a business conversation, FFP, PSR, wage to turnover ratio, contract negotiations. Like, what are we doing, guys? None of us are financial experts. None of us are contract negotiators. None of us are know the ins and outs of all the FFP and PSR rules. We don't look at all the spreadsheets and P&Ls and balance sheets and budget forecasts of all the other Premier League clubs and everyone across. We don't do all that. But here we are trying to talk about it. We're trying to have those discussions every single week. I have to mention you, Sean, because you were the biggest supporter of this. You were the one that was saying, but Daniel Levy set us up for the PSR and the FFP. And then what happens is, and it's what I said at the time, I said, I don't care about all this stuff because the Chelseas, the Man Cities, the Arsenals, whoever they are, they will find ways around it. So Daniel Levy can preach to us about the business. You think all the other clubs are stupid and they don't know the rules are coming. What? Daniel Levy's the only person that knows what new rues are coming. All
if only you and Sean had a show together where you could argue this. If only. I mean, just
tonight we will. Tonight we will. Tonight we will, because the more and more this goes on,
I don't want to be in the middle of this.
Listen, he needs to be reminded. He needs to be reminded of what he said, because he defended the Levy and the FFP and the PSR direction we were heading in, and this is what it was all about. And I was saying, but what, you think all the other clubs don't have a contingency to get around this, or they don't know these rules are coming? Come on, what are we doing here? Anyway, so here we are, 6 years later, submerged in business, finance, spreadsheet conversations, and then we say to ourselves, why has the football gone to shit? It's because all we've been doing is talking business and money and spreadsheets. We don't talk about recruitment. We don't talk about players and philosophy and having a manager that is suitable Tottenham, that the board stick with. Coaches for everything that happens because, but we had to do it because of the financial consequence. And but even now, guys, listen to us talk about relegation. The financial consequences are catastrophic. There's no conversation that, but if we go down, are we ever going to win a trophy again? If we go down, are we ever going to, see ourselves win the FA Cup again? There's no conversation about that. It's the finances, the wage bill. This is what the stadium's done. It's created a fan base of wannabe accountants and wannabe investment bankers. And everything you hear this fan base talk about is always back to money and never trophies, never winning football. And that's what this stadium for me has done. And this is why I've been so against this ownership. And I've been saying it for years. They've brainwashed everyone. Look, I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about the money because it is important. We shouldn't just ignore it. I think we talk... When I look at the other fan bases, and I like watching these kind of panel shows where you've got one Gooner, one United, one Chelsea, one Newcastle, one Tottenham, one, you've got that mixed kind of top 6, 7 club shows. I like watching those because you get to hear what they say about their clubs. Guys, we talk about money more than any other club. We talk about money more than any other club, and it's because of this ownership and the messaging they've put out to this fan base who've sucked it all in. Let's start talking about why are the academy players not playing for the first team? Is it down to coaching? Is it down to the manager? Is it an instruction from above? Let's start talking about why these players are underperforming. Let's talk about why these players are even at the club. Let's start talking about the way we play football, the lack of goals, the defense. We don't do that enough. We do it, but nowhere near enough, because we always end up talking about the money, the business. And Savva, for me,
don't you acknowledge that
this is what the stadium's done to us. The stadium's done this to us. You've got to
see, what I like, though, is I know, obviously, it's not your type of thing. What I love, though, is Sean brings a different perspective to it, right? And he brings some balance to the table, because otherwise we would all just be sitting here, wouldn't we, saying how shit everything is. So, listen, I don't like Enic, I don't like Levy, but some of the stuff...
But Savva, it is shit. But Savva, it is shit. It is shit.
I get that. I'm just going to sit here and eat my fry. You lot.
And while you're eating,
listen, Sean, Cookie, can I just quickly say, what Sean does? I said I'm not against it. We do need it, but he sold it as the ticket. This is the right way of doing it. He sold us the dream that Enic and Levy sold him. He bought into it. I never bought into it, guys. I never, ever bought into it. But because he speaks with an articulate tongue and he speaks with an eloquent way and he knows his money, a lot of fans buy into it. And he's not the only one. There's many. I just use Sean because he can take it, right? He can take what I'm saying tonight because he'll come at me tonight hard. Believe you me, he's going to come at me tonight hard, right? There's no personal thing here. It's just we're both mates, you know what I mean? But I do feel that type of too much data, too much stats, too much money. We need to focus about football. We need to start talking about football. And these are the things we don't do. And I believe Enic have created that. And the stadium has doubled down on it. Because this stadium, all we ever hear about it is the money it makes, the revenue, the boxing, the NFL. And you just said it. There's a big NFL badge on the side of the stadium now. When Michael Bridges is doing his interviews, even that is like money, income, revenue, entertainment. This isn't a football club.
The frustrating thing for me still with the money argument was, well, I get it. There's nothing wrong with making Spurs profitable. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with running the books well. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think where they have pulled the wool over a little bit was people went, oh yeah, but because of FFP and PSR will be the ones in the right place. When those clubs are falling away and suffering, we'll nip in and make the best of it and buy. We never have. We never have. We've never used PSR or FFP to our advantage. And unfortunately, these owners have shown more often than not that this is not about football for them. Cookie, do you want to have one last say before you go? I know you need to go.
Yeah, just a couple of things I wanted to say. Nothing to do with the football, really. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone that's got us over the line from your channel today. Really appreciate it, Savva. It's been a bit of a grind to get there, but the last few weeks it's really took off. So big thanks to everyone. And one last thing, I would just implore anyone again, just doing my little bit for it, that if you can get to the protest in 2 weeks' time at the Forest game, do your best to get there, because it is so important now if we want change at this football club. I'll just leave it there. There's no point banging on about it because it is what it is. But if you can get there and support it at the end of the day. And on that note, I'd like to say thanks to you, Savva, Stel, Dan, and everyone in the chat. Have a great day. And you never know, the 2 marks might be on later on. So tune in, hit the bell, as they say.
Take
there
care,
you go. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Cheers, Savva. Ta, mate. Take care, everyone.
You see, with what you say about the stadium, go on, Savva.
Go on.
You see what you say about the stadium. Do you know what? I agree on everything you're saying. It does always end up about money. I'm one of the ones who does that as well. And I do believe that is one of the biggest, when you take a step back and actually have a look at it. For me, it's not just the stadium's done it to Spurs. I think football is now not the, how would you describe this? It's not actually the main part of football anymore. Football isn't the main part of football. The business side is bigger than the actual football itself. Obviously, it all comes from the football, but the business side of it is looked at much harder now, I think. I think football as a whole, money, like it does with anything, with practically anything, money can make people do funny things. Money is what makes the world go round. Whether people like it or not, it sounds horrible. It definitely ain't love and care. It is money that makes the world go round. And I think football as a whole has just become money. VAR, is that there to get the right decisions, or is that there to get the right decisions because there's so much money in that game for that other team or whatever? I think it's both of it. I don't just think it's there to the fairness to keep the game going as such. I think it's where every game is worth that much money to the club if they get the decision wrong, who loses out on however much, that they've had to bring it in for that as well. I think there's two sides to it on that one. But with us, yeah, shows that I go on where it's different people on there. No, you don't. You're right. You don't really hear them moan about the money now and again. Maybe you're here and pick it up. We need to spend a bit more on a player, whatever. And that's that. They don't really moan about the players when they've overspent on them so much. They might mention it, and that's that. But you look at Spurs lot, you look at us lot, and I think we're all guilty of it. We'll have a field day on it that we've spent 20 mil for someone more than maybe we should do. And I think we are genuinely the worst ones for it. I think everybody does it, but I do agree with you that I think we, me being one of them, because I complain about it, being one of the worst ones for it. But we was all pushed that story of that stadium, which is probably the worst thing that has ever happened to us, was going to get us in that place. And it wasn't that it even didn't give us the money to spend. It was how we spent it that has done us over, basically. Like a kipper. We've gone and done ourselves over. We've had the money to do. We're one of the biggest spenders. But we just never seem to spend it right. So I think you're right with what you're saying, but I think football as a whole has been killed by money, not just Spurs with a stadium. I think football has done.
Isn't there an argument? Let me try and play devil's advocate, right? Isn't there an argument, though, that we can talk about how the owners did this, but isn't there an argument that, yes, they hired the people underneath them, directors of football and that, but isn't the bigger argument that we've never actually implemented a process? Isn't the bigger argument that could it be seen that, yeah, we have spent money, the owners have given money, they have thrown a lot of cash at this club to go and buy and spend players, but it's more about the process. Now, I know that Stell's argument will be, well, hang on, they hire those people. I get it. But are we being a tad harsh on Enic and Levy? Just devil's advocate.
No, we're not. Not at all, Savva. We're not at all, because we were told so much bollocks. We were told that this stadium would be a game changer that takes us to the levels to compete with the big clubs, or it hasn't. We were told that we're going to go down a data-driven model because they've done their homework, and the data-driven models, it's been a disaster since they've done that. We were told that they went for a 15-point process to hire Frank, and that didn't work. We were told that sacking Pochettino was the hardest thing he's ever had to do, and only time will tell if hiring Mourinho was the right thing to do, and he sacked Mourinho before a cup final. Everything he says was a lie. Everything he does was proven to be wrong, and then this whole... this stadium, in 3 years' time, we're going to see the real benefits of it when FFP and FF and PSR and all this kicks in. That was an absolute crock of shit as well, because he thought he's the only chairman that's ready for it, that he's the only chairman that knows how to deal with PSR and FFP when it kicks in. All the other clubs knew, because they're not stupid. Our fans are stupid because they believe this nonsense. The only thing I give Levy respect for, Savva and Enic, is that they have kept us financially stable. We've never been in financial distress. We've never been in a situation we were under Sir Irving Scholar when we nearly went bankrupt. We were never in a situation where we as a club were, calling in the bailiffs or potential, forced sales. We've never been, they've kept us financially stable. That I give them credit for. But any half-decent business outfit can do that. There's millions of businesses around the world that are financially stable. So for me, when it comes to football, when it comes to the things they said to us, and when it comes to all the different stories they spin every summer, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, this is why this, it's all been a crop of absolute bollocks. So let me ask you, I've been calling it out for 6 freaking years.
Okay, so off the back of that, again, devil's advocate, because I know people in the chat can't, I'm just asking questions. Off the back of that then, don't we have a duty, if that's the case, and that is how Levy ran it, to give the new setup time? Because we've all jumped on their back immediately, which I'm not saying is the wrong thing, but surely then shouldn't we give them time to show that, or is it still a version of Enic?
Well, this is the problem. Time's run out because we have given 25 years up. And the last 6 years, when it was meant to be, right, this is the moment now, have been the worst. They've been some of the worst. The European Cup, however, I will say, was a big moment. I'm not someone that undervalues it. I do think that was a big moment. But in general, it's been god-awful. And they don't have the time anymore. So for me, Enic is still here, so nothing's changed. Levy's gone, but he's 30% of the problem. Enic are the other 70% or 60% plus 10% shareholders, like Lubo. Lubo's one of the shareholders. So he's part of the problem. But 60%.
How much of it? How much of all of this are we blaming on Lubo? Lubo is the problem.
I think he's a shareholder. He's got to be held accountable. But jokes aside, Enic is still here. And for me, Savva, I remember in the summer when quite a few fans got on board with Enic 2.0. And again, Lubo was one of these people that said, I'm excited by the new structure. Finally, we've got structure. He's done a complete reversal of that now. But I was one that was saying, Lubo, but the patterns haven't changed. If the structure is new, why are we signing Ben Davies? Why are we signing Tell? Don't tell me the structure is new when we're hiring the same players that are problematic for the last God knows how many years. And I never got on board with Charrington. Joe Lewis's troubleshooter that's going to fix the fight. He's another investment banker. I never got on board with Vinay. I never liked the idea of Vinay at the club. And I said it at the time. I said, why the fuck are we hiring Vinay? He was a disruptor in the board. He disrupted the Arsenal board. They managed Vinay out. Forget the conversation that Vinay left. They managed him out. And he's come to Tottenham, and now he's the CEO when he was meant to be like the number 2. And as for Lange, there's no fan that ever got on board with that nonsense. No. So I look at this structure, Savva. There's nobody on this current structure where I say to myself, oh, you did really well at your last job. Oh, you're brilliant at this job. Or I get why we hired you. All of this was a big... It was the latest story they spun to finesse the fans and to get everyone to get on board with it. And in the summer, thank God I said it on the Spurs 5, because the video's out there. I said, I don't buy it. I don't buy this Enic 2.0. So no, Savva, they don't get time because they're incompetent. They're an incompetent group of people that are running the football club right now. And they're not going to change. Lange isn't going to become a good recruitment officer. Vinay's not going to suddenly become a brilliant chairman. And Charrington, don't hear a word out of that guy. What's he here for? I thought he was going to come here and strop the finances and audit the club and get us a sponsorship for the stadium. We're losing sponsors from what I heard. He's coming to get more money. We're losing money. So none of them do the job. And this whole Joe Lewis kids, oh, Vivian loves the club. I love the club. And what? Does it mean I'm capable of being on the board just because I love the club? I never bought it, Savva. I never bought into this.
No, I'm just asking.
That's yeah. It's not you. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just having a passionate rant.
You know,
My answer is no. Savva, my answer is no. They don't get a chance. They don't get a chance. No.
If I didn't agree in the main, I wouldn't be going to the protest against Nottingham Forest. I think the difficulty for me with all of this was, does change happen overnight? No. But can you start putting things in place that make us see, all right, it hasn't changed yet, but it's going to? Yes. And have I seen that? No. That's the worry for me, right? And it's backwards, isn't it? Because now the argument with a lot of people, and again, I'm sure there's some merit to this, guys, and depending on how much you hate Levy, you're not going to give merit, but you can have people right now that are saying, well, look, Levy's not here, and look, we're plummeting. And they might be right. But then you'll have the counter argument to that is, well, hang on. This is off the back of Levy's tenure. This is the fallout from Levy's tenure. What we do all know, surely, is nothing's changed. In this last year, nothing's changed. Whether we want to talk about Frank or Tudor or Ange or Vinay, or nothing's changed, right? We're still buying average footballers. We're still not implementing a process. We're a mess, right, James? Like protesting is the only way.
Well, yeah, potentially, yeah. I don't know if it's the only way. Answering sort of just before I was going on to what Stel said about the finances and stuff like that. Like, I have no problem with people going in depth with that, but in my opinion, the reason people go in depth with that is because there's nothing else to go in depth about. The level of football has gone down so far that, you know, how much can you talk about? There's only so much you can talk about this squad because it's rubbish. There's only so much you can talk about the football we play because it's rubbish, right? And these guys, I'm not saying that they're right or wrong because, like you said, I learn a lot from the finance side of things. But the thing that gets me is when people are actually talking about the likes of Tell, Kolo Muani's, Odeberts, Grays as being good footballers. That, for me, is where you lose all respect for me because they're not good footballers. Like, go back 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, and you can see what a good footballer is. We just declined so badly that now it's almost like clinching on to hell with dear life and saying he's a good footballer when there's no good footballer there, right? I think, am I delayed or am I still...
No, you're still off with it.
I was just cleaning up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So from my point of view, they're kind of clinching on to the only thing that they've got, which is finance, because that's the only thing that we've been good at, right? It's the only kind of argument that you would win in a battle of the top six. Well, how good was your finances? Well, we win that one if finances are making the club money, successful business, the money coming in, the money going out. People don't tend to want to have the debate and on the argument on situations they're going to lose, i.e. Kolo Muani. But he cost 90 million to PSG. That doesn't mean that he's a good player. It's the only thing that they can clinch onto to justify someone's good when really they're not. And when he's coming down to the stadium and stuff, I think Savva said, I have no issue with all of the naming rights. To be honest, I couldn't care less if we was called the McDonald's Arena or Tesco's Arena or any Powerland Arena. I don't care. If it means that what's on the pitch is succeeding, then I have no issues with any of that. I'm happy to talk about any of it, but none of it matters to me. The thing that matters to me is that you see some kind of process on the pitch. And I know Savva was playing devil's advocate there, was saying, does the owners get more time? Well, they have this season to prove a point, especially when you kind of come out and say, we want to win this, we're going to win that, we're going to push for this, we're going to win X, Y, Z, we're going to be competitive, we're going to break the wage structure, we're going to break the transfer structure. Naturally, what you're doing is you're building a false economy where people start thinking, hold on a minute, we're going to actually start pressing here, we're going to actually start going for the, I don't think we would have ever got it, but Semenyo's, the Lookmans or Adiemis or whoever it may be. You're going to kind of expect that because they've told you this. For me, their opportunity died in January. When you can see yourself falling down the ladder and they've done nothing to secure it. I come on and said after in February, the one thing I'm surprised at is as a business, they haven't bought a couple of players to get you safe of that relegation zone. That's the biggest gamble in business history for me, regardless of football. If they went out and bought a good winger or an okay winger, that's just going to get you 5 or 6 goals and win you a couple of games. You kind of safety netted your business. They didn't even do that. So this whole good business thing, I believe they've took us as far as they could. Now there is no way you could gain any more value without investing proper money, right? In the football, yeah. So there's no way, and even sponsorships, to be honest, mate, because I don't believe they can make any more money than they're making now because they are creaming every single pie they could have, barring maybe naming rights or something like that. But now to start getting those naming rights, start getting those trophies, start attracting the big players, you have to start investing in the squad. So it doesn't make sense to sort of say, right, well, we're going to spend 400 million on players to get Champions League qualification. That doesn't make financial sense, right?
James, can I ask you a question on what you're saying?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
What am I supposed to do with that when someone says no? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know what to do now. do you think, right, that because they've been so focused on business, so focused on revenue and balancing the books and making money and share valuation, and just they've been so business driven that what they've done is they've built an animal that now they don't know how to control in a footballing environment. They don't know how to run the business in the footballing world because they've been so so business obsessed that they actually haven't learned about, well, how do we make that successful in a football world? Do you think that it's just too big for them?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there comes a point, right, where you need help. Doesn't matter whether it's an accountant, a plumber, a YouTuber or whatever. There comes a point where you then now need to start seeking help. So if I had too much work, I couldn't physically do it, I'd pass it on to my other engineer. If he had too much work, he couldn't do it. I then need help elsewhere. These guys, this is where I was kind of saying, they have built the biggest thing that they could have dreamt of. I don't think that they would have ever thought they were going to make Tottenham into this financial machine where they are just creaming it, right? They are absolutely creaming off of the top. And now they've got to this point. It is a bit like, well, now what? How do we continue this going? Well, the only way to continue that doing is almost doing what Arsenal's done, where they invest in the squad. And then you kind of start seeing Champions League revenue, winning that, well, they haven't won it yet, but potentially winning the league, winning FA Cups, winning X, Y, Z. Then you start seeing the financial gain in trophy money, revenue, new fans, people spending more money on shirts and X, Y, Z because everybody wants it. I mean, look at when we won the Europa League. I was talking to a friend who I still play football with, and he said that for about 3 months after, or 2 months after, he couldn't buy the home shirt. It was gone. Every time it came into stock, it was gone again because everyone wanted it because we won the Europa League. That is the only way for me that you then start making more money is by winning trophies, becoming a bigger club. And I feel like they grew the business as big as they could. Now they don't know what to do because the business, there is no way you can start making more money on the business. Or if there is, it's a few million here or there. now the real investment is in the team. And what they've done is they've kind of jeopardized the team to help the business. And now the team's struggling. The business is okay, but now you're like, right, well, if this team goes down, that's going to affect the business. So what they were doing is they were thinking over on the right-hand side, neglecting the left. Now the left has gone to crap. The right-hand side is okay for now, but next season it's not going to be okay.
I agree with what you're saying now. And I actually mentioned this when Levy and that left. My question I had with it, okay, there was that bit of hope there. Okay, they're saying it's time for change. They're full of it. We know that. But let's see how this goes. And I think quite a few of us agreed that we weren't really going to see much change, but January was their first chance, whether he was up here or down there, to actually put their foot in a bit and just show that they meant a bit of business. And we weren't really going to see nothing until the following summer window. I agree with what you've said. It's basically what I said quite like last season even, that they've got to that point where the business is, nothing is perfect, but you can say nigh on for the money that they are bringing in, basically. That the only way they can really get more money now, getting bigger sponsors, things like that, where everything is just so done on that side and not far off mint perfect, the only way they could make it bigger was actually focusing on the football side. Start making the club bigger, to bring in bigger sponsors, to bring in bigger players, to get more people there. Because they've done everything so minted on the other side. And they've just totally and utterly cocked it up and let the business overtake everything. But in the process, it's come to the football side. They don't know what they're bloody doing. They need people in there who know about football to get the football side up. When it comes to the business side, I mean, if you've actually got a choice sitting there, like, right, you can get you can have two chairmen there or one main chairman. Right. Do you know what? Give me Daniel Levy all day long. And I'll turn around and say to him, right, you stay on that business side, mate. You're nothing to do with the football. And then I want my man in there who knows what he's doing about football. Would I complain about having Levy at the club just purely for the business side? Not sorting out contracts, things like that, sorting out stadiums, outside the stadium and all that. Bring Levy in, one of the best. When it comes down to the football side, you need someone in there who's got a football brain on them to know how it bloody works as well, and who's got contacts and everything else. And I agree with what you're saying. We got to that point where we just can't really get any bigger on the business side. The only way is to do it is the football side, and they obviously need their help to do it because they can't do it themselves. But they've totally cocked it up.
Yeah,
totally.
absolutely. And I don't think it's just
agree
the
with
squad.
what you said.
I don't think it's just
no,
the squad.
it's the
either,
whole
mate.
football. It's the whole football.
Everything.
It's the whole thing.
Scouts, medical, owners, absolutely everything. I don't point of this club is good on the footballing side. The scouts know, medical team know, coaches, managers know, players know. Like, I really don't see where we go. And this is where I kind of really get annoyed myself, because Stelios is so wrong by saying going down is a good thing. In my opinion, that is so wrong. But I completely get it. So you're almost like flip-flopping side to side, because it's like, I get why you're saying it, and there's a hope. But at the same time, there's no way that's a good thing for us as Spurs fans and as for a football team. The thing that worries me about with what he said there is trusting the same owners to rebuild, or trusting our owners to build a championship winning squad. I don't think they could do. Let alone then coming back up into a Premier League squad. Like,
Championship's harder than the Premier League.
Well, people were saying about
aspect.
the amount of games. Obviously, I live near Norwich and I follow a little bit, not fully, but I kind of follow along. They play 3 games a week every week, because of the cups they're in. Without Europa League or anything, they play 3 games a week. They'll play a Sunday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday, and then a weekend again. They play weekly.
Most
So
teams play a
saying that
nine game a week.
Yeah. So when you think, oh, we'll go down and have time to rebuild, you don't. You play 60 games in the Championship.
Yeah, you look. I've said this for a long time. Like the Championship, just listen to anyone talk about it. Players, managers, pundits. They all say that is a tough old league. That is a tough old league. Now, if we're talking about going down and coming straight back up, I think it's terrible to go down. If people are like Stella is open to the idea of being down there for a few years, then that changes things. However, a lot happens in 3 years. A lot happens in 3 years. If you go down for 3 years, then suddenly come back up 3 years later, you've then lost any sense of good footballer. All your revenue has just dropped completely from sponsorships, from prize money, from everything over 3 years. Still, it's really loud in your background, by the way, mate. Just so you know, we can. Sorry, it's just really loud. And then it means you've got Enic for years and years to come, doesn't it? It means because they can't sell it because it's not worth anything like it's worth now. Look, I'm torn because I think we are going down. I just don't want us to. I think Stell thinks we're going down, but wants us to. James, do you think we're going down? I know you don't want us to.
I think we're going to win 3-1 against Liverpool and kick on.
How many games in a row have you predicted 3-1?
This guy has lost lots of fans' money on bets. He's lost a lot of people money with his predictions. Let me tell you, he's lost a lot of money.
Every game, I think for the last 4 weeks, I just say 3-1 just to piss people off. It's amazing. You say 3-1 and everyone in the chat's like, "You're an idiot." I'm like, "Yeah, fair." No, but the thing is, I said, didn't I, Savva, on your last show, I said, if we lose both Fulham and Palace, I don't see how we stay up. Just because of mentality. So unless, I mean, this is so wishful thinking. Unless we get a point at Anfield, I don't see us staying up, because it's not the point at Anfield that will be like vital. It will be the mentality change. You'll be like, see, you've just got a point away at Anfield, or you've just won at Anfield, or whatever. And I more hope than think, if that is the case, the momentum swings and you kind of bring something back. If there's no point at Anfield, I don't see how you stay up, unless someone like Lee have a monumental downfall.
James, when we lose at Anfield, if Forest go above us that weekend and they go into the game at Tottenham and they're above us, they have got so much motivation and so many reasons to give it everything, and they're giving it everything as it is. I think the mindset, the word you used, the mindset of the two clubs going into that game, if they're above us, I do not see how we come out of that game with a victory. I just don't see how it's going to happen.
So do you think if we get a point, or a wishful thinking, a point or 3 points against Liverpool, do you think then going into that game, it becomes more of a mentality thing rather than we're going to win because of better players, or vice versa? Do you think if we get something from Liverpool,
between them, we've got Madrid twice.
I agree.
And Liverpool. Imagine, listen, we just conceded 9 goals to Arsenal, Palace, Fulham. If we go another 3 games where we concede 9-10 goals against Atletico twice and Liverpool,
he's gone.
Well, yeah, but forget him being gone. Like Stell said this at the beginning of the show, and I tend to agree with him. When we're talking about get a new manager in to save it, those games are running out. Like, there's only so much feel-good factor you can throw into a football club with 8 games to go. I think there's 9 right now, right? There's 9 games to go.
Yeah.
So
for me,
you're down
to
for
8. Me, yeah, absolutely. Right. If he, like I said, if he loses those 3, for me, the only 2 players, the manager, well, not the only 2, but the 2 managers, in my opinion, that could potentially or hopefully save this club is Potter on a permanent or De Zerbi on a permanent. Because in my opinion, a temp manager. No, I know. But I think De Zerbi would happen if you threw down the money and gave him a long-term contract, but it'd have to be big money. For me, I don't think a temp manager works because
James, if you're De Zerbi right now, right? You're Poch or De Zerbi right now, and the Spurs board come to you, not with an interim offer, but with a 4 or 5 year contract to be Spurs manager, when we are the favourites to get relegated with 8-9 league games to go, they'd have to be insane to accept that.
No, yeah, but then that's where you have a good agent that adds in release clauses and things like that into your contract, right? Same as a player. So for me, I would say to him, right, yeah, no worries. I want, I don't know, 10 million a year, 12, 15 million a year, whatever it is. I want a bonus to stay up. So financially, you are gaining huge amounts if you keep them up. And then you've got the next 4-year contract to back it up. But then also you have in your contract, if they go down, I'm out of here, right? Because in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think these players know that this guy's gone at the end of the season, and I think that purely alone is feeding egos of the bigger players to think, well, I don't give a shit what happens. I'm out of here. He's out of here. No one really knows where we are, right? Like no one knows what's going to happen at the end of the season.
I don't disagree with you, but I just don't think managers are that silly. I don't think anyone right now is going to go, I want to sign a contract for that football club.
Yeah,
Like,
but if you're De Zerbi and you have a break, if you're De Zerbi and you have a release clause and you're going to earn mega money and you get released, they get relegated anyway. Why would you say no for 2-3 months' work and then to pocket 10 million quid?
I just don't think that's how. Well, I don't think Spurs would do that or De Zerbi.
Then that's Tottenham's problem, right?
Let's look at what you said though in more detail. What would a Poch and a De Zerbi do? Both of them are building managers. Neither of them are quick fix, go in, implement a style. They both at their clubs they've been at take time to get going. So what would they do with 9 games to go and these squads?
I think personally, this squad are not as tough as they make out, barring Romero. So I personally think that this squad needs to feel the love of a Pochettino, the praise of a Pochettino, just kissing ass for the next 9 games and hope that we get through. I mean, look, I'm not saying that this is guaranteed and that's going to work. I'm just clutching at straws, right? Trying to play devil's advocate. That for me is the only way I can see Tottenham staying up. Unless we have some massive games now between Atletico and Liverpool, I think the Miro is going to be out of the Champions League, lost to Liverpool, 7 games to go. Now you have Nottingham Forest who have won the last few and they look like they're fighting. I just don't see how you stay up unless you're picking out big points like that. Or you've got somebody coming in long term that is going to shake it up and give a bit of feel-good vibes and love, I suppose. And again, I don't know if that's work. I'm clutching at straws there.
Isn't that what people are asking for from Sherwood or Redknapp, though, for the love, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Guys, with every desperate move we make and every desperate decision we make, the situation just gets worse and worse and worse. Everything we're doing is out of desperation now. These signing Sousa and that kid was desperation. Bringing in Tudor was desperation. If we sack him, it'll be... Listen, if they're going to get rid of Sousa, I said it once, I say it twice, I say it again. He cannot be in charge of the Forest game. For me, if you are going to sack him, he cannot have the Forest game. If he has the Forest game, then you sack him. Doesn't matter who comes in after that. I don't think it matters. It's past the point of recovery. It's not. I think it's past the point now. I just think that Forest game is the last chance saloon.
The problem is, right, and I don't disagree with you. I'm just spitballing you. The problem is, between now and Forest, we're looking at 3 games that we could easily lose. And I think most people have probably got us down to lose all 3. Yeah. We could be going into that game 6 on the bounce. With Tudor, 6 on the bounce. Like, this is mad. Like, they took the biggest risk ever in January. And as it stands, it is absolutely biting them in the arse.
Listen, he came in to get a bounce. And if he loses 6 in a row, it's the complete far opposite of what we were supposed to do. Like the complete... Yeah. If he came in to paint the town black, he's painting everything white. If he came in to make it sunny, he's making it fucking a thunderstorm, right? So...
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. And that's why it is all hope, right? For me, they should have sacked Frank a long time ago to get any kind of bounce. And if they made the wrong decision, they would have been able to do it again. Now, you are literally, whatever happens, we have to win. We can't stop we have to start winning games.
Still, I'm going to have to mute you again. Sorry, it's so loud, mate. It's so loud. Sorry.
After Liverpool, I think it is, if I'm not wrong, our so-called tough games are Chelsea and Villa. Are they the 2 that are sort of like top 7 clubs that we've got left? I think the rest, again, and you know what? It's so fucking annoying being a Spurs fan because I kind of try to find the last little glimmer of hope, but there ain't any. So you kind of find yourself clinching onto something. Even like now, the only thing that saves us if we're not going to swap manager is someone like Kudos. Is Kudos going to come back and get those assists, those goals? Is a Bergvall going to be able to come back and control the midfield? We haven't seen it, but when you have nothing, you clinching for nothing, right? It's such a hard position to be in because we've never been in this position. So I don't even know what to say.
We know the answer to these questions. We know the answer. Like, if the answer is Bergvall coming back, a guy that doesn't score or assist in games, like people keep saying to me, like, Adogie's coming back and Bentancur will be back soon. And I'm looking going, yeah, but this still doesn't solve the fact that we can't score goals or assists. Like none of this changes that. And this is what they had January to do.
I agree. But is it fair to say, playing devil's advocate with that, if you got Kudos, Bergvall, Bentancur, you are now looking at not a different team as in, different team. But, I mean, me and you were saying that we think Bentancur, Polina worked at the start of the season, so that secures that part up. You could then have Gallagher slightly further forward, Kudos, Solanke, and Xavi. So now that, for me, should stay up.
For that, James.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
The problem,
that's what I was going to say.
I think again, this is forget Tudor, forget Frank. Whoever was the manager of this football club in January, they needed bodies. Whoever was the manager. This is why I think Spurs fans have spent so long debating Ange v Frank v Tudor, all of it. Whoever was in charge, we knew where the gaps were. We knew how many injuries we had. We knew that Johnson had gone. We knew that Kudus had gone down injured. We knew that Son still hadn't been replaced. And we did nothing about it. And now we're clutching at straws that the players that have got us into this mess can suddenly get us out this mess. I'll be honest. As it stands, I think the only way to do this is if a new manager comes in and gets a new manager bounce. And at the moment, we've just tried that. I was assured it wasn't the players and it was the manager. It's got worse. You've got to ask yourself this question, James. What if a new manager comes in and the players down tools even more, going, fucking another new manager? What's the point? Another new manager.
The only thing to that is we're going down anyway at this point. Yeah, we're losing. So the only thing is the only thing I would say is, like when Tudor come in, again, I was quite not confident. I was quite happy with some of the stuff he was saying and how he was saying it. And you think, okay, he might put a rocket up their ass. But then when you're playing Archie Gray right wing back and Porro right centre back, and then Polina centre mid into centre back, I'm thinking, hold on, why are you playing 4 players out of position? It looked like sabotage, and that is the only thing. If against Atletico he does the same thing, for me, I would sack him for that and that alone, because surely somebody should go up to the board and go, this guy is doing this on purpose. He's got midfielders playing centre backs, right backs playing centre backs playing right wing. Like, you are sabotaging the club.
The problem with interim managers, if you really look at it, the problem with interim managers is, one, what do they care really? Like, I mean, truly, deeply, what do they care? They're not going to be here. 2, what do the players care? Are the players, I know this is such a basic cliche, but this is the substitute teacher all over, isn't it? Yeah. You know, when your teacher was missing at school, they were your best days, right? Because the sub teacher coming in, she didn't know how to get a handle on the kids. Everyone played up. Everyone was a mess. Everyone was a joke, right? So unless you've got the players with the right mindset, like if you're bringing in an interim manager because you're going for the title and your manager's been stolen or something, those players are fighting. We've seen these players year on year on year. When anything goes wrong, they crumble. They crumble. So what part of us thought that a new manager coming in was going to get a new bounce? And there's a lot of people saying, well, this was going to happen, right? Tudor now will take the blame. And I'm not saying he's a good manager. I'm not saying he's a bad manager. Tudor will take the blame. But there were many, James, that said, nothing's changing this. Nothing. And at the moment, we're worse, right? So
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Who comes
It's that
up?
word again, Savva.
That's
Hope. It's that word again. With a few people, me being one of them, you do see, I would say more often than not, that there is usually a little honeymoon period of a couple of games. But there was that bit of hope that, yeah, maybe that's what he can do. But, same as if we sack him now, there's that glimmer of hope with a few people.
But
that
Dan,
there is some sort of honeymoon period. But realistically, I'm agreeing. No, like I'm agreeing with you.
No. But I'm saying if you look at the clubs in the bottom half that have changed their manager, who had an instant manager bounce? West Ham were awful, right? They've only started to come good in the last month, right? Who else had a new manager? Wolves. Rob Edwards couldn't get a win or a point for love nor money for about the first 3 months, right? Who else down the bottom has changed? And Forest, right? Forest have had no instant manager bounce.
I know, Savva, but apparently they're playing well. So that the feelings of they should have beaten Liverpool and they, you know.
No, listen, but they are working harder and looking like a team. But the point is, how many clubs actually? We all say about a new manager bounce. How many have the new manager bounce when you bring in someone through desperation? Like, there's a difference between a new manager bounce at the beginning of his... So, Frank had a new manager bounce, you could say, at the beginning of his Spurs tenure. And you could say had the new manager bounce, a really good one, at the beginning of his tenure. Conte did. Jose did. But how many have it when they take over a team in a relegation battle? There's a reason you're down there, right? There's a reason you're down there.
My question to you would be, I do agree. So would you stick then and not change?
Mate, I don't even know. I don't even know.
So if you had to answer, yes. So what would you do? If you had to answer, what would you do?
I'd take that chance, basically, because it's definitely not working with this one.
Well, that's why I said,
it's hope.
If I see the same lineup as what we've got, because for me, look, I don't think it's the greatest lineup, but if Spence and Dragusin are back, there's no way you can't go Spence, Porro, Dragusin, Danso, Romero, Polina, Gallagher, Xavi. All right, the forward line's crap, right? But you've got a good base there to say, you know what, 10 at the back. Just sit deep, defend, do what you've got to do, and try and make. If he starts putting Porro centre back again and Gray right wing back, for me, that is the trigger. I'll put him into the office and say, listen, mate, don't know what you're trying to do here, but you're playing right wingers, centre backs, midfield, midfielders, right wing back. It don't make sense. So you're off you go. That for me is the key sign. If he doesn't start playing players in their proper position, how does he expect to get anything ever? So, in my opinion, I know what you're saying is it going to get better? We don't know. But if he picks a squad like that again, it's never going to get better. So you might as well roll the dice.
So in that aspect, why give him the chance to do it? Basically, I mean,
because now you've got Spence back, Romero back.
I'm also a firm believer. Fuck that Champions League, mate. I don't care if they go out and put the under 18s on there. I really don't. Get the Champions.
I agree.
League. I'm too worried about the Champions League with us players that someone gets injured again after what I've seen this season. I'm just sort of throw the champion. I just couldn't give a shit about it. Like I said, go put the under 16s on there, give them the game of their day sort of thing. Literally, we are at that point in that league where every point matters now. I know 3 points you need, but even just getting a point we're at that point. The manager has showed the capability is not there. The players have showed it. The only hit and hope you've got is just get another fella in. Will it work? 99% chance, no. But there's that hope of it's the only option left. I don't see.
And does that have to be after tomorrow night, Dan? Before I bring in Nick, does that have to be if we lose tomorrow night? Are you saying the difficulty I've got, Dan? Right, is after Frank, I turned around and said, I just don't care. I don't care anymore because this is just a mess. I can't now start going, sack manager. I think it's a fucking mess. I feel sorry for whoever comes in because we didn't buy in January. Yeah. But in your mind, are you saying if we lose tomorrow night to Atletico Madrid, and that's 4 on the bounce, he has to go and then we've got 5 days to get a manager in before Anfield?
Yeah, basically, because in that aspect, it doesn't really. It's another one like someone. It's a bit harsh bringing someone in before the game against Liverpool. It was like bringing him in before Arsenal. You're basically giving a game where you could easily just say, just try. Because you know we're going to go there and just get totally cooked. We do every time without fail. But there is just that 1 in a billion chance, basically, that the only card they have got left now, due to their own fault, is do what Roma did and get another manager in there. And the third one worked for Roma. The other two didn't, but they weren't quite in the same situation we are, not so far deep into the season. And it's the only thing. It's the only thing they can possibly do to try.
Isn't it the way, though? Isn't it the way we I'll say the way we lose? But for me, like I said, the team selection that he's picked has just been suicide for me. It's just literally suicide. It's like, well, I don't care. We'll play this. This is what I think. Whereas if he comes in with a back line of like, can Van der Ven play tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yeah.
Van der Ven and Romero can both play
So
tomorrow.
if he goes Danso, Romero, Van der Ven, Spence, Porro, Polinia, Gallagher, Xavi, that kind of thing, and it's a 1-1 or a 2-1 or whatever, then I think, you know what, fine, you've played the best players. We've seen, hard to be, a bit stubborn, so on. If he goes with Gray at right wing back and Porro centre back, for me, before they even kick off, I would be firing him. I'd say, look, you're throwing away every game physically possible. You're out of it.
At least just go and chuck the kids in to have a fun game, basically, that play in that position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough.
Yeah, see, I want to bring in Nick. I'll just quickly disagree with that. Anyone saying just chucking the 17, 18-year-olds against Atletico Madrid away, that is not going to be fun for them, for us as a club. That is absolutely how you kill young players' confidence.
I get what you're saying.
You can't do that. Like, we simply can't. But I get it. Nick, where are you at with all of this? Tudor's had 3 games. I don't think it's the losing that's pissed people off, what it is, but it's more the nature of the losing. It's more of the guessing of the team selection every game and guessing the formation.
Right.
Does sacking, let's say we lose tomorrow.
See you later on.
See you, mate. See you, Sam. Thank you. Does sacking Tudor tomorrow change anything for you with 9 Premier League games left, knowing that you've got Liverpool away, Villa away, Chelsea away? Does it change anything? Does it keep us up?
No, it doesn't matter if one of us. Well, it might make a difference if Stel or you were there, Savva, because you guys know probably more about football than me and James. But I mean, James is an absolute fraud. But
sorry, James.
Speak for yourself, you donut. What are you on about?
Just because Alex isn't here, mate, don't get upset. Look,
mate, listen, you was rating Emerson Royale. What are you talking about?
Mate, the guy's gone on to win 3 trophies since he's left this football club. So and they're top of the league. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, James?
It's crap, mate. Your talent ID.
Maybe crap, but he can defend and he shows a bit of fight, which none of these players can do.
Well, when did he show us that then?
Anyway.
Are we really having an argument about Chicken Royale?
Yeah. Nick, just quickly, do you want to see the ultimate banter? Do you want to see the ultimate banter?
That's the only thing. He can't talk about his goalkeeper that he said was better than David Raya. But anyway, let's not go back to that.
Just quickly, Nick, look at this ultimate banter from Diego Simeone. We are not favourites versus Spurs. Remember, Tottenham came 4th in the league phase. It's clear that we are not favourites. Oh, Diego joining in the banter. Oh, bless him.
Look, for me.
That's quality.
Yeah, so look, this Tottenham side is so crap that we probably know that they'll go and get a result tomorrow. This is how Tottenham we've been. It would not surprise me. Me and Iggy was said to me, "Oh, do you want to do the watch long? Because Ben's asked me to do it, and I'll only do it if you're going to do it." And I said, Iggy, because you've asked me, and I'll enjoy the evening because I'm with you. That's the only reason I'm doing it. I'm not doing it because I think we're going to get anything. I'm going to have to sit through dumb comments from all the people in the chat going, "Oh, well, we thought we'd win today. It's these players are better than they are." These players are awful, and they're not going to change whether anyone's there. It doesn't matter. Do we think we're going to beat Madrid? No. Do we think we're going to beat Liverpool? No. So it doesn't matter who's in charge. These players are awful. Like Chelsea, we're going to lose. We've got to try and focus on Forest, Leeds, Brighton. But then I remember that takes me back to when Stell was the only one when Brighton beat us at home that couple of seasons ago, and he was going, "We're going to win," and everyone was going, "Nah, 4-1 Spurs, 5-1 Spurs," and then Stell was right as usual, you know. So it's
Stell was right as usual. Yes, Stell, you was right as usual.
The trouble is, Stell sat there and went, "They will always."
You put shit on your nose, pal.
No, listen, James. Stell gets a lot of heat, right? But what you need to realise is, Stell's right. These players will always let you down. That was he was right. He was right then, and he's right now. And it's not about his last game.
Stell's right.
You're sitting there and going, "Oh, if Tudor does this or if Tudor
Great
does
show,
that."
Savva. It's one of your best shows you've ever had, Savva. Honestly, that was fantastic. Really good.
Look, I think you're right, Savva, in the fact that he's upset that Gallagher's been at right wing back and Porro's played at right centre back, and we should have put players in the right positions. But I don't think it makes any difference. I don't think
I
it
agree.
makes any difference at all. What happens? You know, the whole Tell tries hard, Tell's running. Like, this is what we're doing here. We're gassing up. You know, everyone was crying out the other day, "Oh, you can't drop Vicario for Kinski." I don't think it matters if it's Kinski or Vicario, if I'm honest.
Do you know the funny thing, Nick, on what you've said? The funny thing is, this is it, right? All year, you hear all year, don't you? Oh, if we stop playing 4 at the back and go 3 at the back, it changes everything. Then when you play 3 at the back, oh yeah, we wanted to play 3 at the back, but we didn't want him there and him there. If you play 2 up top instead of 1, it works. That didn't work. If you drop the double pivot of Paulinho and Bentancur, that works. No, it didn't work. You know, Van de Ven must go left back. If he goes left back, oh my God, why will you take Van de Ven out of centre half? There is always something, right? And you know why there's always something? Because the players aren't very good.
Yeah.
And that is the reality of it. Now, that's not me excusing Tudor, right? That's not me excusing Tudor or Frank. But the problem is, everything we do doesn't work. And we always think there's something else that's going to work.
Yeah.
We don't have wingers. We don't have goal scorers. We don't have creators. I mean, what I will say is, against Palace at home, your only creative footballer in the entire club who's fit right now is Xavi Simons. Whatever you think of him, don't have to rate him, but he is, right? He's the only creative footballer on paper. What's he doing? He's on the bench. He's on the bench. In a must-win game at home to Crystal Palace, your creative footballer is on the bench. And then what people will do is they'll go, "Oh, Richarlison had to start." If Richarlison starts tomorrow night and we don't win, it'll be, "Oh, there you go. Solanke should have started." Honestly, guys, I don't think it matters. Yeah. I genuinely don't think it matters with this squad. It is terrible.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It's one of those things. The squad is what it is. We all know that. It's more of a hope thing now, right? It is more of a hope thing now. That is it. That's why I feel like if you have to roll the dice, then you have to roll the dice. At the moment, we're going down and we're in the worst form ever. So that for me is why I'd say with that squad lineup, if it's the same, then for me he has to go. You can't keep playing, like you said, dropping. I mean, I'd second what you said. Xavi's our most creative player, but Gallagher was also played a cam at some point, and he dropped him as well. Under Palace, he was that kind of creative attacker, goal scorer, and he dropped him as well. So arguably the 2 most creative players he dropped. So again, it just doesn't make sense. And even the subs, for me, the left back, Suso, was it Suso? I thought he actually played well. He actually looked like he was going down the line trying to create something. And then he was the first one hooked. And I just thought, go to a back 4, keep it how it is, allow him to keep going forward, and who knows. But even his subs, for me, are kind of just...
Yeah, but James, you know what? You know why Salza was hooked? Because Van de Ven had got sent off and Salza was on a yellow card. And we're not the team that goes and gets, when the players on a yellow card, we go and get them sent off. What was it last season when Villa or Newcastle, their whole of the midfield was on a yellow card? We didn't try and draw fouls. We didn't try and get one of their players sent off. but they would have got sent. Salza potentially would have got sent off. Then we've been down at 9 men, and then people would have gone, "Why did Tudor not take Salza off because he was on a yellow?" You know
I disagree a little bit, guys. I've been of the belief for the whole season this team's better than what we're seeing, but not massively wow better, not European better.
This is what I would tell you. You're calling yourself out.
I knew you were going to interrupt before I even finished my sentence. I could smell it from you, Danny. All right. I do not believe this team is as shit as what we're seeing on the simple basis that if you keep playing players out of position, if you keep dropping your best players and then think they're going to create, if you haven't got the bollocks to drop a goalie who's got the distribution skills of a 2-year-old, and you haven't got the ability to actually put enough bodies in the midfield to stop teams overloading us there, then you're going to lose games every single week, which is what I see. There's games this year we should have won that I know we would have won, or at least got a draw, had we have restructured slightly different, which is why I say this team's better than what I'm seeing. However, I think now, at this stage of the season, the team is shot. I think it's just shot now because it's been mismanaged so badly from all levels. I'm not just pointing the finger at the manager. I'm looking at the coaches. I'm looking at the culture. I'm looking at the recruitment. I'm looking at injuries. I'm looking at suspend. The whole thing now, I think it's just shot to pieces, which is why if they don't sack Tudor after the Atletico game, on the basis we lose, of course, because if we win, they're not, then it's done for me. I think it's done.
We've lost 36 games since the beginning of last season in the Premier League alone. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not hearing anymore that these players are better than their show. I'm not hearing.
But there's a lot of factors to that.
This is what I was going to say. Still, just to add to the point, right? I saw these players. I saw these players. Like you just said that you see them, you think they're better than what they are. But I've been
not a lot better, Danny. Not like top 6 better.
You also
better than 17.
You also said there's shot of confidence, right? Did you say that?
No, I said the team now is completely shot from every angle.
Right. You see, that's it. So I saw that from last season under Ange, right? That's why it was even you said it yourself. It was a miracle we won that Europa League. Like you didn't expect it. They
weren't shot last season because look how we started this season. They weren't shot. That's nonsense.
No, last season they were because they lost. How many games did they lose? They lost 22 games. They didn't have no belief in themselves.
Last season they were conditioned to believe it's okay to do badly in the league because they're going to go all out for the Europa. They were conditioned to think that way.
And whose fault was that?
The manager's fault for that.
But do you not think though it's also the players not caring enough?
No, I think they just went all out for the Europa once they realised that, they're not going to get top 4. They're not going to get top 6 in the league once it was done. I think they just went all out for the Europa.
So what was the excuse before they realised that? So Ange came out and said from the February, we realised we weren't going. We realised that we weren't going down. So So what about January, December, November, October? What about all the same results from those 4 months?
A lot of that, not all of it. Some of it was on Ange and his tactics, but a lot of that was the same issue Frank had, which was just too many injuries to challenge in multiple competitions. This squad, if it has multiple injuries, it can't handle 4 competitions. It can't.
I agree on that front, but do you know what? As I said, when you look at the last 3 years, for the last 3 calendar years to the 1st of March, and you see how many games the bulk and the nucleus of this squad has lost, whoever's fit, whoever's not fit. I just feel like at some point we've got to just turn around and go, this isn't good enough. Like I can't keep hearing that players are better than they are, and I never
Savva, but hold on. There's levels to this comment, right? I'm not saying these players are great. I've never said that. I've never said this is a really good team. I've never ever said that. What I'm saying is, what I'm watching every single week, like the levels of diabolicalness, I do believe we are better than this. This is gutter. This is rock bottom shit. I do because
I think with Kudus, with Madison, I don't think the nucleus is better.
But Savva, but you've just confirmed my point. With injuries, the squad is fucked, which is what I said. Last season, the injuries were horrendous, and this season the injuries were horrendous. We as a club cannot handle the level of injuries we've got and then sustain anything.
Yeah,
we can't handle
the level of the quality. Yeah, and I agree.
Because 60% of the team is shit.
Yeah, no, more than that. More than that. 80% of this team is shit.
Okay, we can argue the percentages, but for me, there's a percentage of the squad. Once it's not there, we're gonna fall drastically.
We're a relegation team, basically. That's what we are without our best players.
But I do believe the players we've got now are better than what we're seeing. Like, guys, you can't tell me if you put Porro at right back in a back three, you drop Gallagher, who's meant to be the engine in the team, you don't play your creative player, you're going to go and beat Crystal Palace.
That I agree with.
But that's a management decision, Danny. That's a managerial decision.
That is. But still, whatever anyone
this season, I've seen many decisions like that. I've seen many decisions this season and last season. I say, what are we doing?
But the thing is, people have asked for things like this all season, and whatever we've seen, they don't win. And listen, in a way,
because there's no consistency, Savva. There's no consistency.
No, I agree. And this is my point, right? In a way, I completely agree with what you're saying. But the problem is, whatever we've asked for, and this is what makes me laugh, right? Not with you, but every time I do a watch along, right? Before the game, everyone goes, "Oh, what a shit team he's picked." And by the way, that could be Ange, Frank, Tudor, it doesn't matter, right? And the very thing they asked to see could be put out next week, and they'd go, "Oh, what's he doing putting him there?" And the problem is, when you don't buy what you need and you don't have a philosophy, this is what you get. We can talk about players playing out of position, which I do agree with. We can talk about consistency, but ultimately, we don't have proper fullbacks at this club. We don't have a ball-playing midfielder, control midfield. We don't have creators other than Javi Simmons, who's learning the league. We don't have wingers other than Kudus, who's out injured. Our three strikers, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, for me, are top championship, bottom half Premier League strikers. When you put all that together, it's been heading in this direction for years. When you actually put it all together, and I think we've stuck our head in the sand for a long time. We stuck our head in the sand for a long time. Not everybody, but how many people big up every signing? Every signing we make, they don't actually sit and go, right, where does this signing fit in? Do you know what I mean? We can bring in a player, but Mawani, people celebrated it. Cool. What's he bought for? Was he bought for a style of play? Was he bought to play out wide? Was he bought to play up front? Was it a panic because Solanke was injured? That's my point still, is that we do this all over the pitch. We don't actually buy for a team, for a philosophy, for a tactic, for a formation. And then we spend all year trying to find an 11, a formation, a tactic that works, but it won't because we've not bought for anything. So I don't make you wrong. I don't. I think we're all saying the same thing in a different way, but the whole thing's a fucking shit show. And that's why I think it's too late. That's why I think it's too late. Now, I want to be wrong. If we go down, we have no one to look at but our own club. Not referees, not all these silly VAR discussions that everyone's having about, oh, Spurs are hard dump. No, none of that bollocks. If we go down,
the fans the most.
If we go down, it's because this club didn't act like a proper football club for years in a row. Right? The fans don't deserve relegation, but the football club does. Sorry, harsh reality.
No, I think I'm agreeing with Mustel on some of the points. I actually do think that some of the fans do deserve relegation. I think they do, because they don't do anything about it. Like, how many times have we done protests? Like, especially like Stel, back in the day when we first started doing them, Stel, with Brian and everyone. Like, and Nick as well, even you going in the beginning.
Nick was there, yeah.
Yeah, we used to do loads of protests. And we used to have like, what, 50, 100 people, 200 people. That was like the max we used to get. But and this is...
Sorry, mate. It's so loud. It's so loud in the background. Sorry, mate. Cheers.
Savva, listen, I need to go anyway, guys. I listen to Danny. I listen to what you're saying, then I'll go. All right, so I'll say bye now. I'll say bye now.
I was going to say, like, I think that Stel is right to that point. I think a lot of the fans are to blame for this problem because they just accept all this crap that we've been given over the last sort of 15, 20 years. Like, you see it in the stadiums. Like, how many... Stel's seen it, Nick's seen it, I've seen it, where you see fans fighting because inside the stadium or in the around the grounds, because Tottenham fans, because they disagree with how the club is. Or one guy will say, "Oh, but Levy's all right. Look what he's done with the stadium." And it's like the other one's like, well, look at the fucking team. They're shit. And it's like, this is exactly it. It's like people, and this is the reason why the fans are like that is because there's a very small minority of the percentage of Spurs fans, which include us, who are more heavily invested than your average fan, your average match day going fan. And that's the main issue, that we see more of what goes on behind the scene because we choose to want to know what goes on, right? Because we are invested in that way, whether that's for your passion for the club, whether that's for you want to know more about it, for your content, whatever it is, right? We know more than the average fan about what goes on about this football club and what goes on behind the scenes. But your average fan doesn't give a shit about that. And that is the problem. Because if they don't want to understand why we are in a bad situation, then that is on them, in my opinion.
Yep. I don't disagree with you. Stel, thanks so much, mate. Really appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Look, I think Danny, look, I think for everyone that's kind of watching, there's 3 games, and we probably need 9 points, right? There's 3 games. There's Forest at the end of this month, there's Wolves at the end of April, and there's Leeds at the beginning of May. Those are the 3 games that are going to decide what happens, because the rest of them, we ain't got a chance. We're not beating Villa. We're not beating Chelsea. We're not by the end of the last game of the season, if we need to do something, even a win, it ain't going to happen. We're not going to go to Sunderland and win. We'll lose to Brighton because we don't win at home. And when we're playing Liverpool, that's it. And then the games that, obviously against Atletico. So those are the 3 games that we need to focus on, because those are the 3 games that are going to make the difference. Liverpool's not going to make a difference. Chelsea's not going to make a difference, like you said, Savva. Aston Villa's not going to make a difference, because we ain't going to win them even if we had probably Maddison, Kudus, whatever in the team. Do you know what I mean? So those are the 3 games that we need to go all out from. But knowing Tottenham and knowing this squad of players and knowing these dumb fans, Morgan Gibbs-White is going to turn up and score the winner at the end of March just to rub salt into the wound. And then what will happen? Oh, they won't be saying.
No, do you know what will happen, Nick? Marinakis will come out saying we always win.
But you know what I mean? But like this, you can just see it. Stel said it earlier. Arsenal win the league, West Ham survive, and Chelsea send us down when we play against them away at Stamford Bridge. And that is just, you can just see that happening. There's no way any, do you know what I mean? We're not going to draw against Liverpool. We've won 4 times in 108 years or something stupid in the Premier League. Or maybe it's not even in the Premier League. It might be in the League Cup as well.
English football. I think it's 3 times. Is it 3 times ever or 4?
So stupid.
You're right, Nick. It's like 3 or 4 times.
Ridiculous. So just sit there and say,
they'll blow us away.
Yeah.
They don't even need to play. Liverpool are awful.
Yeah.
They don't need to be good, but their players, we're sitting there and going, oh, wow, look at their players. Look at who they've got. Do you know what I mean?
No chance we're going to do
there is so for me, it doesn't matter what we do in the next 3 games, and we're probably going to lose the next 3 games. Although, like I said, I'm sure, there's, we're getting bantered left, right, and centre from, Lincoln fans looking forward to playing us. Barnsley, you saw the thing from bloody Lee Judges on DR Sports on Best of Enemies, taking the mick about Barnsley. Everyone's sitting there just laughing at us. It's just we're Mo Salah. Mo Salah's been awful all season. What's the bet? And he goes an absolute blinder and scores a hat trick.
Yeah. You know it. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And this is the thing. Brighton was so Toffees beat. What do you say? Toffees beat 6-5, but into yeah. But this isn't Tottenham that are going to do these things. Tottenham have won 2 games at home all season. And the worrying thing is the Leeds game and the Forest games at home. And we haven't actually beaten Wolves in 3 seasons. Wolves.
I like it when I like it when people do this. They go, so-and-so did this and that happened, which means that we make this happen. It's the same thing as when people are talking about Harry Kane. And they go, oh, well, Will Lancashire could be Harry Kane because when Kane was on loan, no, the two have got no Look,
yeah, or Will Lankshire's scoring at Oxford and they're in a relegation battle, so bring him and Jamie Donnelly back, because the only thing that'll do is get Lubo excited. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the thing is as well. I'm going to go for another. I'm going to go until 3:30, and then I'm going to end it. So we've got 13 minutes. I think you're right, Nick. More than anything, as well, we are a laughing stock. As much as people say be positive, we're a laughing stock. Every time I wake up, I go on to TalkSport. Every pundit is talking about Tottenham every day. Alan Pardew has his say about Spurs. You know, Teddy Sheringham's talking about Spurs. Here's Michael Dawson. Here's Ramon Vega. Everybody's having a pop. Cascarino, blah, blah, blah. Right? Everyone is laughing at us. As you said, the Lincoln City fans, by the way, Lincoln are up. Lincoln, unless they, barring complete collapse, I think there's something like 14 points clear of third place in League One. They're up. As it stands, we're going to be going to Sinsel Bank next year to play Lincoln City. Right? If anyone wants to know why we're such a laughing stock. So when people say to me, just be positive, you're always negative. Sorry, I support a football team that haven't won in 11 Premier League games, which I believe is the worst in our Premier League history. We've got the second worst home record.
Isn't it the worst in our history ever?
Yeah, something like that. Well, Dan, listen to this. I believe, if I'm not wrong, that in the entire football league, we've got the second worst home record. Bearing in mind, that's 92 clubs, right? I believe we've got the second
92 clubs, yeah.
Worst.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So I don't know who's worse enough, but I believe it's right. And the worrying thing about this is, for some, it still hasn't kicked in. Like,
no,
they're going into games, Danny, against teams like Palace, going, we'll win this. And I'm going, why? Because we've got to soon. No, that's not a football reason. Like, that's if that was the reason, no club would ever get relegated, Danny, if they've got too soon. But they did it with Fulham. It's Fulham away. We'll beat them. Earth to Spurs fans. Fulham are better than Tottenham. Earth to Spurs fans. Crystal Palace are better than Tottenham.
Every team we're competing against have got better teams than us, literally, and better attacks, at least, anyway.
Mate,
every team.
We don't have anything in our squad as good as Adam Wharton, who ran the show the other night for Palace. We don't have any player in our squad who can do what he did. We got no one who's as good as Bowen or as good as Somerville. We got no one. You look, how good was Ismail Assar against Tottenham?
No, he was very good, yeah. I've always liked him as a player. I've always liked
Ismail Assar. And again, imagine Spurs signed Ismail Assar. Yeah. We'd have a hissy fit, wouldn't we? And this is the difference. These teams have been built as teams. Ismail Sarr is not the greatest player in the world, but he fits them. Strand Larson looked like prime Ronaldo up top, controlled everything, brought others into the game, got his goal. This is a guy who had one goal all year for Wolves.
I mean, to be fair to Tottenham on that one, Sav, everyone looks like prime Ronaldo when they come play Spurs.
Well, sure, but
Gyökeres, Eze,
you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Even in the first 5-10 minutes, Munoz. How many times is Munoz going to get down our right-hand side and look like he's going to cause...
I'm so glad Salsa did what he did. He would have destroyed us that game.
Look, we know who it's between, right? Let's have a look at the league table before we duck out in the next 10 minutes.
Do we have to?
Yes. This.
I'm looking at the Championship, and I'm looking at League One to see who we're going to be playing.
I mean, when you look there, right? When you look there, you look at that form. Look at the amount of red. Look at the amount of red in our last 6 games. It is truly worrying. My concern is as well is at least with Frank, you picked up the odd draw.
Yeah. That's why I said you be careful what you wish for. I kept saying it, not because I think Frank's a good manager, because I think that he would have still picked up some points along the way, enough to keep us up, in my opinion.
If there was 4,
I said it.
This is what's funny, right? If Wolves had 4 more games, I would put money that Wolves would finish above us. If they had 12 games left, they would finish above us.
100%.
And the thing is, this is why you mentioned it earlier, Nick. You said when Spurs going to Wolves, I'm not even putting that in for a point. I think Wolves at home will have, again, no pressure. They've got no pressure on them. Everyone thinks they're down. Everyone knows they're down. Wolves will come out and enjoy it. They'll enjoy it. We will be under so much pressure. But I don't know, guys. I'll be honest. I'm so sorry. I think it's done. Unless there's a massive change. Unless... see, but Jay Yid, the thing is, when you're saying it, Kev, what you wish for, Frank was taking us down.
No, he wasn't.
Jay Yid, the numbers don't suggest that. If you actually look at what he had 29 points from 26 games, right? That's enough to keep you up. That's more than a point per game. That's more than enough to keep you up. Since he's left, we've got 0 points from 9. So we've got 0 points per game for free. So when people are saying Frank was taking us down, we'll never know because he didn't stay. But he had enough points on the board. Bearing in mind as well, Jay, and again, I know people like you laugh and say these things. When Frank left, we were 5 points above relegation. Yeah. In 3 games, that gap's been cut to 1 in 3 games. So I don't think we were going down under Frank. I said that the whole time. Yep. I do now think we're going down. Because we're a mess.
I said it, Sal. We were saying it before. I was saying that the Tottenham fans, that all they want to do is slate the manager. And me and Nick and you, Sav, and a few others were the very few saying it doesn't matter who the manager is. These players are shocking. But for me, I still stand by what I said. Based on what I've seen, and even going back to the last 3 games of Thomas Frank, there was enough from what I saw to believe that we were going to stay up. That first 30 minutes against Man United, right? It was a good game until Romero did what he did and messed it up for us. The game against Man City in the second half, we came back against Man City and played the way we did, right? Like it wasn't like it was all doom and gloom. It was just because we weren't winning. Fans were like, "Oh, he needs to go," right? Yeah, the results were poor.
Danny, we'll never know. But you and I, we can't sit here and say would.
No,
I'm not saying he would.
I'm just saying I believe that.
Yeah, I just felt more confident under Frank.
Yeah, 100%.
One of the things I said, my worry is if you sack a manager now, is the players are so bad and I've got such little confidence that every fan assumed a new manager would just come in and breathe life into them. But it can go the other way. The complete other way. Now,
Which is what my fear was.
And they if they were going to do it, Danny, if they were going to do it and they were going to get rid of Frank, it should have been at the end of December because then
and then get a new manager with some players to sign. But this is why I did a video the first week of January, and it was back him or sack him. It was that simple, right? You either back the manager you've got and give him signings, or you sack him and you back the next manager. What did we do, Nick? Neither. We did neither. We waited till the window had shut, then we sacked him, and this was always the worry of bringing in a new manager. This was always the worry. Are these players mentally capable of reacting to a new manager?
No.
And we're seeing here that it looks like they've downed. If people said they downed tools for Frank,
they've done it.
Doesn't it look like they've downed tools even more?
Yep.
But so now the big prayer for everyone is, okay, Harry Redknapp, who by the way is my favourite Spurs Premier League manager of all time, right? But is Harry Redknapp going to come in with, let's say after the Liverpool game, he's got 8 games and suddenly they're all going to go, yeah, we're on it. Harry Redknapp, we all know how he plays. He has 2 flying wingers, playmakers, someone in midfield who controls the game. He won't have that. So, look, I don't know. I kind of feel like, damned if, listen, no one can ever be right on this argument, by the way, about Frank. We can't be right. Anyone who didn't want it, no one can be right because we'll never know. But I would rather have kept Frank. Than had Tudor in tow. No. See, again, people like this are not listening. It's not about defending Frank. You're not listening. See, this is the problem with our fan base. They're not listening. This isn't about Frank or Tudor. This is about Tottenham's Premier League survival. Frank and Tudor next year, neither of them will be here. We will. Right? Stop. They've got to stop doing this. Everyone's got to stop doing this. All I'm saying, from me personally, I think Danny's saying the same, is I would have felt more comfortable with Frank than Tudor.
Yep.
That's what I said. When you make a managerial change with so few games to go, they have to get it 100% spot on. And at the moment, it's not looking like they did. But Nick, Tudor, can he get anything at Liverpool? Can he get anything against Forest?
As I said, Liverpool's a write-off, so let's write that off now. Let's not sit here and go, let's not sit there and say that. Actually, I think Sheffield Wednesday are the team below us because they've lost 27 games this season. So
they're the only team. Do you want to know what it is? Here we go.
Did they get a point deduction? Didn't they get a point deduction?
Yeah.
Right. This is it. Right. So, Sheffield Wednesday are bottom. 0 wins, 4 draws, 14 defeats at home. That's 4 points. Spurs. Shut up, Stanley. Spurs are 2 wins, 4 draws, 9 defeats. That's 10 points. Burnley are exactly the same as Spurs on 10 points. Port Vale, 2 wins, 6 draws, 8 defeats, 12 points. And Harrogate, 3 wins, 3 draws, 12 defeats, 12 points. So only Sheffield Wednesday have less points than Tottenham Hotspur at home.
So bad.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's why I think the Forest game, forget Liverpool. I mean, do you know what would be more upsetting is that we actually go and get a result tomorrow night, and then you'll have all the fans, all the dumb fans going, oh, Tudor, yeah, we're going to win the Champions League and finish 17th. No, we're not. Stop this. We're not. Even if we get past Madrid, we're not beating Barcelona, we're not beating Arsenal, and we're not beating Real Madrid or Bayern Munich or Man City. So let's stop that little 17th and Champions League because it happened in the Europa League. But they'll be sitting there going, oh, well, that's it. We beat Atletico Madrid. Oh, we're going to beat Liverpool. Woo! You know, the nonsense that we'll hear. And I just... As I said, there's 3 games, and I've just put it, and Danny's seen it as well. I've just put it in another chat. It's Forest, it's Wolves, it's Leeds, and those are the 3 games. If we don't get 9 points, then it's over, because the rest of it. That if we're saying about hope, the hope is that we get 9 points from those games, and 9 points is enough. But I'm not having it. You know, I'm not having this. You know, oh, it's hope. We're going to do this. We're going to go on a run. We're going to do everything else. You know, what did we lose last year? 22 games. Still lose 22 games. Yeah, we can still lose 22 games and more this season. So, look, I just forget it until the 22nd of March, people. Yeah, that's obviously not Savva. He can't just forget it because he's going to have to talk about this, but. We need to forget about any results until the 22nd of March against Forest. And then we need to forget about it until Wolves away, which, again, we haven't won in 3 seasons, home or away. So that's the other thing.
Yeah.
We haven't won home or away in 3 seasons.
This is exactly what happened with Fulham.
We've got a bad record against Wolves.
We had fans watch us not win a game for about 10, and then they go, yeah, we'll beat Fulham. And you're like, based on what? Like, what? Where is this fake belief coming from? They then did it against Palace. We'll win this one. Palace aren't in good form. Hello? Hold my beer. Hello? Like, I don't think some fans, I've said this a million times, Nick. I don't think some fans are really waking up to how shit we are. And have been. Look how many fans in the chat again should have brought back Ange. Yeah, the manager that lost 22 league games in 36. That's who you bring back for a relegation battle. We're not learning. Everything we do is backwards. You watch how we talk about everything. Should have got Ange back. Should get Poch back. We need Kane back. Everything we do is talking about the past.
Yeah, and also people are sitting there and saying Palace will still get dragged in. They probably need 2 points. And if that means Palace is still in it, then does that mean Newcastle are still in it because they're only a point ahead? Or Bournemouth, Fulham and Sunderland because they're 2 points ahead of Palace?
Sorry, who's saying what about Palace?
But Palace to an extent are still in this relegation fight.
Like fuck are they? Look, all right, okay. Crystal Palace are 10 points clear of relegation with 9 to go. That means that West Ham, that means that West Ham or Forest both of them, West Ham and Forest both have to pick up 10 more points than Palace do with 9 games. So if Palace win 1 game, West Ham and Forest need to win 5. Nah. They're not in a relegation battle. They are not in a relegation battle. Stop the copium. Crystal Palace have lost 2 of their last 6, 3 wins in that 6. Stop. Whoever said that?
It's Leeds and downwards. That's what it is. It's
Leeds and downwards.
Yeah.
Leeds and downwards. And honestly, the copium, the absolute copium from this fan base, it never blows my mind. I said to Lubo before the game started the other day, he phoned me, right? This isn't a private conversation. Anyway, I went, we're losing 3-1 tonight. No, have some belief. I went, I don't know where it's coming from. We're a mess. We've got no goals. No, we'll beat Palace at home. What happens? We're 3-1 down at half time. And you're like, and then people are going, I don't get it. What are you not getting? How are you not getting it? We're shit. Right? We're shit. The ones we need to bring into this, Leeds. We need to drag Leeds into this battle. Right? But even Leeds, they look organised. Leeds look like they are fighting and battling for every single point. No, this is you. Ellie, they are 10 points clear of relegation, right? For them to go down, they would have to lose. They would have to lose 5 more than. West Ham and Forest would need to win 4 more games than Palace win. So if Palace pick up, hang on, let me get the. Honestly, I don't know what goes through some people's heads. If Crystal Palace pick up 2 more points, then Forest and West Ham need to win 5. Like, what are we doing here? Forest and West Ham are not winning 5 of their last 9 games. Come on. Palace are not in a relegation battle. Please. Can we, what are we doing here? This is copium. Hang on. If I'm not wrong, for them to go down, sorry, I said that means West Ham, Forest, Tottenham, and Leeds all need to get 3 or 4 more wins than what Palace get in the last 9 games of the season, right? Oh, God. Yeah, sure. All right, Ellie. Yeah, you're right. 3 games and it can go other way. You sure? Yes, you're right. Yeah. West Ham, Forest and Spurs and Leeds are all going to win their next 3. Palace are going to lose their next 3. Yeah. Come on. Like, we're not. Oh, gosh. All right. Yep. Nick, are we going down? There you go.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see it. Apart, like I said, it's those 3 games, and I've got no confidence in Wolves, and I've got no confidence that because we need to win 3 of them. So I don't think if it goes down to the last game, which I highly doubt, but if it does, I don't trust this group of players or this fan base to get what we need to get on the last game of the season. How many times, Danny, have we been in that stadium last game of the season? It's just been crap.
Yeah.
And that's when we're not playing for anything. I don't see it changing just because, even if we needed a point, I still think we'd find a way to screw it up. I mean, look at that Wickham game the other night. They were 2-0 up on the 87th minute and they lost 3-2 to Bolton. That's something Tottenham would do on the last game of the season. Be 2-0 up, everyone's in the stadium having a party. Next thing you know, bang, bang, bang. That's it. Everton score 3 goals and Tottenham are relegated. Because that's just what this club does. Any time in history you see a crazy result or something that would happen, Tottenham are associated with it. You know?
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Listen, guys, look, unfortunately, we've got what we're going to be doing for the rest of this season is every weekend we're going to be looking at Leeds results, Forest results, and West Ham results. They're the 3 teams we are going to be looking at every week. Forget everyone else. Forget looking out for Arsenal. Forget looking out for Chelsea. They're the 3 teams we're looking at: Leeds, Forest, and West Ham. And I think until people genuinely get there and realise this, I think that it's denial. There's denial everywhere. Hang on. Savva, you Spurs can easily finish under Wolves. I mean, you've got to remember that Wolves are 15 points behind us. So Wolves in their last 8 games are going to have to win. And with their goal difference, Wolves are going to have to win 6 of their last 8 and Spurs to get no points. I don't believe that's arrogance. I just think for as well as Wolves are doing in the last few games, are they going to win 6 of their last 8?
No, that's why I said if there was 4 more games, I think they would be safe.
Possibly. But it's not arrogance. Look, I'm not worried about Burnley and I'm not worried about Wolves. My focus is on West Ham, Nottingham Forest, and Leeds. They're the 3 teams we should be looking at. Stop talking about Burnley, stop talking about Wolves, and stop talking about Brighton and Palace. This is not... Let's worry about fucking hell, even when it's right in front of us. Oh, God. God, unbelievable. Cue Wolves winning their last 8 games and overtaking Spurs. Look, guys, we'll wrap up the show in a minute. I'll do some super chats, but I'll be honest. I'll say it again. I wish I could be one of these fans that sticks my head in the sand, guys. I wish I could be one of these delusional fans that doesn't want the truth. But unfortunately, I'm looking at the worst Spurs team I've ever seen in the Premier League era. I'm looking at a club with no goals, no assists, no creativity. And I'm sorry, I've got no hope. All of the hope, guys, has been taken out of me. I apologize for that, but can anyone blame me? And I get that some people say half glass full, half glass empty, but at what point does this analogy stop actually meaning anything? Yeah, this is the reality, guys. Here we go. This is the reality. That's the reality. That's what we're facing. And look, the results aren't even getting any closer. Look at the number of goals we've conceded in the last 3 games.
With the defense is better than Gabriel and Saliba, apparently.
No.
Dumb Tottenham fans.
No, Destiny, not at the moment. I don't at the moment, mate. Not unless something drastically changes. I mean, like wow, Spurs have pulled off a 1-0 win at Anfield, which I don't. I don't see it at all. I don't know where the points are coming from. What did I say yesterday? Here's what I said, right? Liverpool, I went for 0 points. Now, bearing in mind, this was me being really optimistic, guys. This is optimism. Liverpool, 0 points. Forest, 1 point. Sunderland, 1 point. Brighton, no points. Wolves, 1 point. Villa, no points. Leeds, 3 points. Chelsea, no points. Everton, 1 point. That was my optimistic 7 points, which would leave Tottenham Hotspur on 36 points. this season.
Won't be enough.
Well, if the other teams win 2 more games, that takes them to what, 35?
34.
Who's that? Sorry,
34. Sorry, yeah. So then the other 2 teams below us, if they win 2 more games each, that takes them to 34, right? You said, Nick, 34?
Yeah.
So then we would need, it's going to be fucking tight.
In the chat, guys, let us know how many points. I've gone for 7.
Nuts.
Now, I'll caveat this. I don't want to be right. I don't want to go down. I hope we win last 9.
How many wins did you say,
7.
Sav? How many wins did you say? One. Is that Everton?
No. Everton have got the 3rd best away record in the league, mate, and could be playing for the European football on the last day of the season. True. Everton are 3rd in the away form table.
It's funny how we were first for a while this season.
So I'm going with 7. Nick, how many points you going out of 27? I'm going for 7.
I said the other night 6.
6, 7. God, I bet we're fun at parties, Nick.
6, 7. Oh, geez.
I'm gonna say 7.
So
I think 6. I think 6, but I'm gonna just say 7. That's what I hope we get.
And do you know what? All of us here hope that we're wrong, because if it is 6 or 7 points, we're relegated.
Yeah, and big up like Scott. If Scott, this is going to be interesting. Because if we get 9, we'll end on the same as last year, 38. The question is 38 enough to save a team? Because
so let's have a look. So, Savva, have you brought up the last games of the season for us? Did you bring it up already?
I can bring it up for you, Danny. I'd love to get anything up for you, mate. Here we go.
Yes.
So when we look right, so forget the match day 28 and 29 have both been played, right? So if you look here, so Forest have got Fulham at home. I think they win that. They've got Burnley at home. I think they win that.
Right.
They've got Bournemouth at home the last day of the season. I reckon you'd probably take that from a point of view of on the last day of the season, Bournemouth probably won't have anything to play for. West Ham, Wolves at home, Everton at home, maybe. I don't know, but they're good away. Leeds at home on the last day of the season. Brentford. I don't know.
Do you know what's worrying, Sav? When I look at this now, tight. I actually think if Frank was our manager, I actually think I'd see more points, right? I see more draws. I'm not saying we'd get wins. I'm saying we'd get more points because of the draws we can get. But right now, under this manager, it's hard to say if we're going to pick up any points. I feel like we're going to lose every game at the moment. But if I'm going to be optimistic, I'm going to say we'd get a point against Nottingham Forest at home. That's clutching, by the way. A point at Brighton, a point at Leeds, and I think we'll beat Everton on the last day.
Well, the funny thing is, guys, as well, the reason Leeds aren't on this, right? Leeds are 2 points clear of Spurs. And if I'm not wrong, I'm just going to double check this because I don't want to give you false information. Leeds United, who are good at home, right? If I'm not wrong, Leeds United, who are good at home, in their last 9 games, they play Brentford at home, Wolves at home, Burnley at home, Brighton at home. I think Leeds
they go away to us as well. So
I think Leeds will get enough. I think Leeds get 7 to 9 points, which would leave them 9 to 11 above us. At the moment, I don't think we get 9 to 11 to catch them up. I just don't. I just don't. I think this is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah. It's
Also,
my only hope, Savva,
we need a shot.
My only hope is that Kudus and Bergvall come back and make a difference. That's what I'm basing my.
What's Bergvall going to do? He doesn't score goals and he doesn't assist.
I know, Savva. I know.
He can't take long throw-ins because he foul throws all the time.
Yeah, that was terrible. I remember that. We were at the game, weren't we, Nick, when that happened? Oh my god.
And also, don't forget, in between then, there's an international break. So who's going to say that nothing else? More injuries and
Van der Ven, Romero, and Xavi Simons all get injured.
But the trouble is, this is why I think that we're more in this. We're more doomed than we are. Is because none of these players will put their body on the line because they're worried they'll get injured and miss the World Cup.
Oh, that, yeah.
That's another reason between this. They've seen so many injuries at this football club. They think, oh, I can't miss a World Cup.
Yeah.
I can't miss this. I can't.
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
I'm not going to go into this 50-50 tackle because I might not. But that is when you do get injured because you're not committing fully and you're going in half-hearted into a challenge. I mean, look at what Odegaard did. He wasn't even making a challenge. He just had a little moment. So
do you know that the funny thing, guys, is I'm looking at this weekend's fixtures and you got West Ham versus Man City. Now, you'd think Man City will turn up and win, but Man City are either exceptionally good or find a way to mess up. You've got Leeds are away to Palace. I can't call that. I don't know. Oh, Ellie, give it. Jesus, Ellie, give it. Oh, my God. Just, Ellie, stop. Oh, please. She's like, she don't give up when she's got a point. Ellie, yes, it's statistically possible. It's statistically possible that Spurs qualify for Europe. We're not going to. Do you know what I mean? It's statistically possible that Man United win the league. They're not going to. We can all do this game. And the other one, guys, is Forest at home to Fulham, who have lost. Since Fulham paid us, they've lost 2 games. I'll ask you this to end the show. We'll do some super chats. Tottenham going down. Is that the biggest ever event to happen in the Premier League? And I'm guessing the current biggest ever to happen in the Premier League is Leicester City winning it. Is Spurs going down the biggest story of the Premier League era?
Yep.
No doubt about that.
Chat, tell us, is it the biggest ever story? And you know the funny thing, guys, every fan in the country is going to laugh at us.
Yep.
If Burnley
not just
go
the
down,
country,
Leeds go down, people are expecting this shit.
Not just the country, Sav, around the world.
Oh,
Tottenham's a world-renowned, Tottenham's a world-renowned football club. And now we're going to be the world-renowned joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is what it is. Leicester winning the league was way more unlikely. Well, I'd love to have seen what odds we were to get relegated at the beginning of the season, but I reckon it's up there with that. I don't know, guys. Dude, you could keep saying we're not going down, but I don't know how you can tell a fan base that they're not going down when we've.
It's weird. Like
we've not won in 11. Like
I kind of feel that even though we're still this crap, I still feel by the last kind of thread, we're going to somehow manage to stay up. And I don't think it's going to be down to us either. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I kind of believe.
Bang on, Danny. Yeah. If we stay up, I don't think it's to do with us. I think it's to do with these teams around us. Yeah. But if somebody showed me the other day the league table 6 games ago compared to now, and Forest and West Ham in that time have gone.
Yep.
So, oh well. I'm going to do some super chats. Just the 12 players missing tomorrow night, guys. Don't worry, just the 12. Can't play tomorrow. We're all good. All good. Big up to Ledley's knees. Says apparently Tudor's USP is intensity. However, he's come to the most intense league in the world, so his tactics are irrelevant in the Premier League. I'll be honest, Ledley's knees. I don't even know, and I don't think anyone can say after the first 3 games that they know what his tactics are. I haven't seen anything that he's trying to do so far. It looks a mess. But was he the right man? I'll let other people make that decision. Anyone but Frank, remember, get it on a t-shirt. Big up to you, Ledley's knees. Big up to Pedavati, who has said Forest will definitely be the decider and Chelsea will mathematically send us down unless we get rid of Tudor. Then there might be hope. Enic out. Just a side note, guys, before we move on from this one. Imagine Chelsea sending us down on the penultimate game of the season at Stamford Bridge. We will never come back from that humiliation, will we? Ever.
Nope. Also, Aperci just reminded me, from the 25th of June, Spurs were 200 to 1 to go down. Right now, we're the favourites to go down.
Wow. Let me just quickly check something.
I wish with Tottenham, you should always put stick a little bit on something like that, because with Tottenham, you never know.
I'm surprised you haven't done it with your 85 hackers that you normally do.
Mate, I won another 100 quid the other day.
Do you know
500 quid in the last week? Not
Tottenham,
bad, man.
Tottenham now have floated down. You can get Spurs at 7-4 to go down, 13-8, 6-4, 8-5, 2-1. Spurs are into 2-1 territory. Like, not even a cheeky 13-1 to get relegated. Yeah. Like, the bookies are going, what do you mean? Yeah, give me £1. I'll give you 2 back because we think it's happening. Yeah. Fucking hell, we're a mess. Big up to Pedavati. My father-in-law and my brother-in-law, my family-in-law are all Chelsea season ticket holders. I cannot wait for this prediction to come true. Thank you very much.
You know what the worst thing is, Savva? That game is 2 days before my birthday, right? And my brother-in-law's a Chelsea fan, and I think I'm gonna be in London that weekend. That's gonna be the worst birthday, man. Watching Tottenham for the first time get relegated in my lifetime.
Going to be bad. Big up to Andy Lester, who I think he was talking. I did block that Wesley guy, Andy, because he was doing my head in. Yeah, he did say that Spurs will humiliate Atletico Madrid. I don't think right now Spurs could humiliate my old five-a-side team at the Power League, and we haven't been together for about 10 years. So I wouldn't worry about that. Big up to you, Andy. Really appreciate that. We are Spurs TV. Said Stell, Tom Barkley was promoting Tottenham away. Okay. What did he say? Let us know. What's he been saying? What's he been saying about Tottenham away? Big up to Daniel Field with a super sticker. Cheers, Daniel Field. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Henry Wrong TV has said 0-0 first leg. Lookman 86-minute winner in the second leg. Mate, if you think we're only losing 1-0 over 2 legs, you've got more hope than I have. I'm going to go with Lookman if he starts tomorrow to score in the first half. I just think Lookman, Alvarez, Griezmann and Sorloth. I mean, I don't know. I'm so scared. Big up to Jordan Coys, always very generous to me. He said, Forest, West Ham and Leeds fans will all be looking at Tottenham as the club that will keep them up. That's the reality. And that is the reality. They're all looking at us and going, they're favourites to go down. Absolute mess. Big up, Jordan. Very generous. And last but not least, you come back in again with an even bigger super chat. Thank you very much. He says, I don't see us winning any of our remaining away games, which will leave us needing to win 3 of our last 4 Premier League home games this season. And we have only won 2 home Premier League so far this season. The Palace game really felt significant. I think the key thing for me, Jordan, with this, I'll just remove it. Thank you very much. I'm going to remove this so I can talk about it. But thank you so much, Jordan. Really appreciate you. I think the key thing with that, Jordan, is every time we play someone who we are better than on paper at home, we all go, got to win this. And we never do. Got to win this, and we never do. We'll beat Palace. And aren't we getting to the point, lads, where every team is turning up at Spurs and there's no fear factor. There's no worry about the stadium. There's no worry about the crowd atmosphere. They're turning up. Notice they are all starting like Palace did the other night. They had 84% possession in the first 20 minutes or something. They're all turning up, overrunning us, and their managers are literally sitting there saying, it's Tottenham. Isn't that the worry?
Yeah, get an early goal. Look at them crumble. And actually, don't even to worry about getting an early goal. Even if they get an early goal, they don't believe they can defend it.
No, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, as I said, if I'm any manager playing Tottenham right now, I'm showing them this. I am. I know that sounds harsh. I'm showing them that and going, don't be the first team on this list to give them a W. Go out there, run at them. Palace, I mean, it was something ridiculous, like 84% possession in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was. No, it was 85. No, I think you're right. It was 85%. I was watching it, and it was just ridiculous.
And yet, still people going, "Oh, but we'll beat so and so because we're better than them." I don't know. I think our arrogance is about to hit us big time.
Yeah. And that's it. The arrogance over players, the arrogance over results, the arrogance over staying in this league, the arrogance over this fan base that think we're better than we actually are. Everyone sits there and thinks they think we're this Tottenham under, in the Premier League that was under Pochettino. That team and the way the Premier League, we were there. Now everyone's gone, like you've always said, Sav. They've caught us up and they've accelerated past us, and that's why we're in this situation.
Yeah. Look, we're going to end the show there, guys, girls. I'll end it on this. At the end of the day, we can talk about Frank, we can talk about Ange, we can talk about Tudor, we can talk about Lang, we can talk about Paratici, we can talk about Steve Hitchin, we can talk about this medical team, the old medical team, we can talk about Vinay, we can talk about whoever you want. At the end of the day, we are a massive mess, and this is real. Stop pretending all these teams aren't as good as us. Stop pretending that it's suddenly going to click, right? We're a mess. Barry, thank you very much. Danny, thank you very much. Thank you, James Flower. Thank you, Danny. Thank you to
Happy birthday, James, as well.
It's not, is it? It's just not
his birthday. It's his birthday. His birthday. Happy birthday, James.
You fraud.
Yeah, you number one fraud.
I blame James. He's turned into
that's what I do too. I blame James as well.
I blame James ever since he got owned by Box Office.
Oh, yeah, he got buried. He got
Buried
absolutely
again. Buried again. Ole, ole.
Guys, in the chat, keep smiling, keep laughing. Spurs getting relegated or not, you've got to keep smiling and laughing in life. Take care, everyone. I'm going to send you over to... is anyone live? Is anyone live?
He goes, no, it's not. It is your birthday, James. Stop lying.
You're having waffles as well.
Is anyone live? God, it might have been going so long that I could just redirect to the Spurs 5. Is anyone live? Can't see anyone's live. I'm going to send you over to Troops. Go over there and have a laugh. Get the piss taken out of you by some Arsenal fans. When you get there, just say FHTV or Savva. Much love. Take care.
And also say James for the fraud.
As always, Enic out. And come on, you Spurs.
Enic out.